Chapter 40, 235. Completely different? How is it different? If he's not a divine king, maybe he's a divine lord? Ning Chi said lightly, I'm not talking about this aura. Ghost Candle shook his head slightly. I can't tell how strong her cultivation level is. The aura I'm talking about is the origin. Her origin aura is different from ours. Whether it's the God King or the Great God King, I've seen them before. The auras on their bodies are always similar. As for her, she is completely different from us. I'm guessing that he's already at the Divine Master Realm. Otherwise, how could the gap between their auras be so great? What did the three people look like? Ning Chi asked. That's easy. Look, it's the three of them. Godly Monarch's spectral candle waved his hand gently as three figures appeared in front of Ning Chi. Ning Chi took a look and knew what was going on. Ziyin, Ning Haotian, Star Emperor. Ning Chi pointed at Ziyin and said, Is she the one whose origin aura is completely different from ours? Not bad. God King Ghost Candle nodded, slightly before raising his hand to dispel the illusion. Ning Chi smiled. Godly Monarch Spectral Candle, how long ago did you meet these three? Not too long ago, about 4 years ago. God King, Ghost Candle said. For years ago, Ning Chi nodded slightly. At that time, he was still in the giant city, and the Netherworld Spider Mother was absorbing his origin energy. In this way, it could be concluded that Ning Haotian was indeed following Ziyin and was not in any danger. As for why the Great Star Emperor appeared beside the two women, Ning Chi guessed that it might be related to Ziyin. She might know the secrets of those black-furred monsters. Divine King Beishian, have you seen them before? God King Spectral Candle suddenly sized up Ning Chi as a look of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Not only have I seen him, I even know him. Ning Chi laughed. Pardon my rudeness. Ghost Candle immediately revealed a stern look as he hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed at Ning Chi. The reason why he said so much to Ning Chi was that he could tell at a glance that Ning Chi's cultivation was extraordinary. Ning Chi's aura was extremely different from ordinary God Kings and Great God Kings. God King Spectral Candle was very confident in his judgment. It was just that he didn't expect the other party to recognize the three people he saw. 2 of them were nothing, but that woman had really scared him that day. When he thought about how many godly monarchs had reincarnated in the myriad worlds, he couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. There's no need to be so polite. You've let me know the whereabouts of the 3 of them, which can be considered one of my worries. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Ning Chi smiled faintly. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Godly King, Ghost Candle thought. The other party's tone and attitude already proved his guess. To be honest, Ghost Candle revealed a look of embarrassment. I do have something that I need your help with, but please hear me out. It's up to you to decide whether to help or not. Tell me about it. Ning Chi smiled. I used to be the only Ghost King in the Nether Big World, commanding tens of thousands of ghosts. However, many years ago, a man suddenly entered the Nether Big World, and he was extremely powerful. Originally, after I became friends with him, I treated him as a brother, but I didn't expect him to plot to take away my position as the Ghost King and occupy many of my ghost concubines. All these years, I have been coming to the myriad worlds reincarnation, trying to use this place to improve my cultivation and take back the position of the Ghost King. When Godly King Ghost Candle said this, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes, and then he sighed softly. But this person's cultivation has been increasing over the years. My aptitude is not as good as his, and the gap between our strength is getting bigger and bigger. It's almost impossible for me to take revenge. You want me to help you take back the position of the Ghost King? Ning Chi smiled. Godly King Ghost Candle revealed a look of embarrassment. Isn't this request too much? It's not too much. Ning Chi smiled and said, but I still plan to stay in the myriad world's reincarnation for a while. Since you know this place, walk around with me, and then go to the nether big world. No problem. Speaking of the myriad worlds reincarnation, I dare say that none of the godly kings in the myriad worlds knows it better than me. Godly King Ghost Candle revealed a look of joy and pride. Ning Qi glanced at him. Could it be that the nether big world was occupied and he had nowhere to go, so he often hid in the myriad worlds reincarnation? Accompanied by Godly King Ghost Candle, Ning Qi set foot on the reincarnation passages of the great worlds, and at the same time he saw many cultivators in the great worlds who came to the myriad worlds reincarnation for promotion. In Ning Qi's eyes, these cultivators' cultivation was pitifully low. They could not see Ning Qi and Godly King Ghost Candle. Ning Qi sighed. When he was in the myriad worlds reincarnation, was there a godly king watching him from the side, and he did not notice? Godly King North Mystery, are you looking for something in the myriad worlds reincarnation? Godly King Ghost Candle was a little curious. I'm not looking for anything. I just want to see if there's any place I've missed. Ning Qi said. These days he had been to many places in the myriad worlds reincarnation, but unfortunately he did not find anything valuable. The only valuable thing was the news brought by Godly King Ghost Candle. Let's go. Take me to your nether big world. Ning Qi smiled. Godly King Ghost Candle's face suddenly showed a hint of joy, but then he hesitated and said in a low voice, Godly King North Mystery, the nether big world is different from the ordinary great worlds. There's a risk of being ghosted if you enter this world. So even ordinary godly kings are not willing to set foot in this world. Ghosted? Ning Qi's eyes moved. If you ghosted, you will never be able to set foot in other great worlds in this life. Godly King Ghost Candle said in a low voice, There's such a saying? Why can't you set foot in other great worlds? Ning Qi looked at him with a strange expression. He guessed it right. Godly King Ghost Candle liked to come to the myriad worlds reincarnation because he was hiding from his brother, who had snatched his Ghost King position and occupied his ghost concubine. I don't know the specific reason, but as long as you ghosted and set foot in other great worlds, you will melt and your soul will be completely destroyed, never to be reincarnated. Godly King Ghost Candle said. After a pause, he continued, but the stronger you are, the lower the risk of ghosting in the nether big world. As long as you leave in time, you don't have to worry about this. Has your brother completely ghosted? Ning Qi smiled. Yes, if he hadn't ghosted, he wouldn't have been able to occupy my Ghost King position. Godly King Ghost Candle gritted his teeth and said, At that time I thought he wouldn't choose to ghost it, so I was so assured of him. Who knew that he would rather give up the opportunity to set foot in other worlds and choose to achieve the body of a Ghost King like me? Even if he was extremely regretful now, it was too late. He only hoped that he could rely on Ning Qi's strength to regain the position of Ghost King, which was better than hiding everywhere like now. Chapter 42:36. Instead of grumbling here, why don't you lead the way now? Ning Qi smiled. Holy King, Unholy Candle was startled. Then a hint of joy appeared on his face. Holy King North Mystery is willing to help, even if there is a risk of being ghosted? Didn't you say that if we leave in time, we don't have to worry about these risks? Ning Qi smiled. Yes. Holy King, Unholy Candle nodded. Then he brought Ning Qi to the nether big world. Not long after, Ning Qi's expression became more and more strange. No wonder the nether big world was different from other worlds. One would be ghosted after entering this world. Its entrance was completely different from other worlds. Its entrance was in the reincarnation of the myriad realms. The sky was dark. At first glance, it felt like the sky should be bright, but it gave people a feeling of dusk. Only at the horizon could a faint white light be seen. That sliver of light came from this fish belly white. In addition, when Ning Qi stepped into this world, he felt a strange aura around him that tried to penetrate into his body, but was blocked by his power. This trace of strange aura gave Ning Qi a familiar feeling. It's a bit like the aura of the black-haired monster? Ning Chi's eyes moved. There should be no coincidence in this world. The power of this world was similar to that of the black-haired monster, which meant that there must be a connection between the two. Holy King North Mystery, it's daytime now, and the cultivators of this world will be slightly weaker at this time. Let's take this opportunity to go directly to the Ghost King Palace. Holy King, Unholy Candle said, "If this is considered daytime, won't you be unable to see your fingers at night?" Ning Chi smiled. We can see more clearly at night." Holy King, Unholy Candle smiled. "Then let's go." Ning Chi nodded after a few moments of silence. On the way to the Ghost King's palace, Ning Chi asked nonchalantly, "I once saw an existence in the reincarnation of the myriad realms. That existence was covered in black hair, and its aura was similar to that of your world." Covered in black hair. Holy King, Unholy Candle looked at Ning Chi with a strange expression. "Holy King North Mystery, where did you see this monster?" "The reincarnation of the myriad realms." Ning Chi smiled. "Impossible." God King Spectral Candle shook his head slowly with a solemn expression. "I've been reincarnated in the myriad worlds for many years, but I've never seen the Grim Reaper." Undying Candle Divine King said in a low voice, "There's a legend in the Nether Big World. It is said that if the Divine King of this world dies, he will become the Death God. Under the command of the Death God, Great Divine King, he will harvest all lives in the world." Grim Reaper? Ning Chi frowned slightly. "Are you sure this black-haired monster is the Grim Reaper you mentioned?" "It's similar to the rumors, but I can't be sure. After all, there are too many black hairs in this world," God King Ghost Candle said awkwardly. "If it was the Grim Reaper, it was similar to what the black-furred monster was doing. When the immortal king of the Nether Big World died, he would turn into a death god. If the godly monarchs of the outside worlds died in the void, they would also turn into death gods. This might mean that the Nether Big World had something to do with the void of the universe. Or, in other words, there was an aura similar to this world in the void of the universe. That was why the godly monarchs would turn into mindless monsters after death. Hong Jun might be able to control this aura, so he could plant a seed in people and turn them into the Grim Reaper instantly." Ning Chi gradually felt he might be able to get closer to the truth of the black-haired monster by stepping into the Nether Big World this time. "The Death God, Great Godly King that you mentioned, does he really exist?" Ning Chi asked again. "Death God, Great Divine King?" Undying Candle Divine King was stunned for a moment, and then said hesitantly, "I don't know if there is such an existence. I only know that there has been a legend of the Death God, Great Divine King in the Nether Big World since ancient times. But the Great Divine King is just a title. It doesn't represent his strength. Since there is such a legend, there will naturally be a portrait left." Ning Chi smiled and said, "Even if there is no portrait, there will be a statue for sacrifice, right?" Yes, there is. There is a statue of the Death God, Great Divine King at the entrance of the Ghost King Palace. You will see it soon. North Xian Divine King." Undying Candle Divine King nodded repeatedly. Ning Chi was looking forward to it. After about an hour, the two came to the sky above a huge city. Undying Candle Divine King pointed to a luxurious palace in the distance and said, "North Xian Divine King, this is the Ghost King city, and that Ghost King Palace used to be my residence." "Old Undying Candle Divine King, you have escaped for so many years. How dare you show yourself here today?" Streams of black mist swept out, forming figures around Ning Chi and God King Ghost Candle. There were a total of 7 people, and each of them looked ferocious, like Rakshasa or evil spirits from hell. Their aura was slightly weaker than that of Undying Candle Divine King, but they were still in the Divine King realm. "All of you have been promoted to Divine King?" God King Ghost Candle was somewhat taken aback. He looked at the subordinates he was extremely familiar with in the past. Now, All of them had become godly monarchs, and their cultivations were almost catching up to his. Aside from shock, God King Ghost Candle also had a sliver of disbelief, indignation, and some loneliness. That ingrate really seemed to be more suitable to be the ruler of this world than him. Thinking of this, Undying Candle Divine King was suddenly shocked again. If even his subordinates had become ghost kings, that guy's strength would probably be even more powerful, right? Old Undying Candle Divine King. What's there to be surprised about? The current Ghost King is in charge of the nether big world, and it is much better than in your era. We have all received his grace and stepped into the Divine King realm one after another. A Undying Candle Divine King with no eyelids, no nostrils, no lips, and a body that seemed to be pieced together by a few people said slowly. But in this world, it was more appropriate to call them Ghost Kings. Old Undying Candle Divine King, for the sake of our relationship, leave quickly while the current Ghost King is still sleeping. Another Ghost King said slowly, "Today, I'm here to reclaim my position as the Ghost King and regain control of the Ghost King Palace." Undying Candle Divine King shook his head slightly. "Since you did not attack me immediately when you saw me, I know that you still have some leeway. When we fight later, I will ask the mysterious North Immortal King to spare your lives." Mysterious North Immortal King? You found another Immortal King who does not belong to the nether big world? Is he going to take back the Ghost King Palace for you? How long can he stay in this world? 1 sun? 2 days? I'm afraid that he will completely turn into a ghost in less than 3 days. A Ghost King snorted coldly, and then his eyes fell on Ningqi. "I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, after you turn into a ghost, you will not be able to step into any other place except the nether big world." Ningqi noticed that he did not mention the reincarnation of the myriad realms. It seemed that the other Ghost Kings could only stay in the nether big world, and could not even go to the reincarnation of the myriad realms. But at this moment, most of his attention was on the statue at the entrance of the Ghost King Palace. Netherworld Spider Mother. This statue was clearly the Netherworld Spider Mother. Chapter 4237. God King Spectral Candle. The statue of the Death God, Great God King you mentioned, is him. Ningqi pointed to the entrance of the Ghost King Palace. God King Spectral Candle nodded slightly. "This is the legendary statue of Death God, Great God Monarch." Interesting. A smile appeared in Ningqi's eyes. The Death God, Great Divine Lord, and the Netherworld Spider Mother were actually the same existence. So, in the legend of the Nether Big World, it was the Mother Spider who led the death? The Black-Furred Monster was the Grim Reaper, and Hongjun could turn the blood-mooned Great God King into a black-furred monster. Then there must be some connection between him and the Netherworld Spider Mother. This guy has a lot of secrets. It's a pity that I can't make him speak. Even if I use my abilities, I can't truly kill him. Perhaps his source is really hidden in that huge city. Ningqi pondered. No matter what secrets there was at least one thing that Ningqi was sure of. There must be a connection between the Nether Big World, the mother of Netherworld Spider, the black-haired monster, and Hongjun. This also explained why the Immortal King was so special and could only stay in this world. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't think that just because the old Ghost King brought you here, we will give you face." When the Ghost King who spoke to Ningqi earlier saw that Ningqi ignored him, his expression immediately turned ugly. "Godly King Spectral Candle, that person you speak of is currently in the Ghost King Palace, right?" Ningqi smiled and said, "Then let's call him out now and make things clear face to face." "Thank you, Divine King Beixian." The Godly King Candle Ghost nodded before looking at his subordinates. "Hurry and inform the new master. Tell him that I, the Godly King Candle Ghost, have returned. I will be the Ghost King of the Nether Big World, and no one else will get it." "Old Ghost King, are the two of you really crazy? Let's go. If we really wake that person up, the two of you definitely won't be able to escape. Go ahead. The divine King Baixian isn't an ordinary person. It's easy for him to suppress him. On the other hand, since you can still remember old times, wait until I finish him off and reclaim the position of Ghost King. I will forgive all of you for your betrayal back then. God King's spectral candle said indifferently, "Not an ordinary person?" The few of them looked at each other, then looked at Ning Qi a few times, and their faces suddenly revealed a trace of surprise. Logically speaking, the old Ghost King had been hiding all these years. The fact that he was able to hide for so long was actually because they were lenient and did not carefully search for him. It could be considered as turning a blind eye. They had followed the old Ghost King for so many years and had some understanding of the old Ghost King's temperament. If he didn't have 30 to 50% certainty, he wouldn't have dared to show himself at this time. Since that's the case, we'll go inform them. You guys wait at the entrance of the Ghost King's palace. After saying that, a Ghost King turned around and flew towards the Ghost King palace. Ning Qi smiled and walked in the direction of the Ghost King palace. After a few steps, he appeared in front of the statue of the Netherworld Spider Queen. Godly King's spectral candle followed closely behind while the other Ghost Kings stood around the two of them in an encirclement. This gesture was obviously made for the new master to see. Godly King Ghost Candle, how do you know that Death God Great Godly Monarch looks so strange? Ning Qi walked around the statue a few times. The details of this statue were slightly different from his impression of the Netherworld Spider Queen. But Ning Qi was absolutely sure that the statue was referring to the Netherworld Spider Queen. Why is he so interested in the statue of Death God Great Godly Monarch? The expressions of the nearby Ghost Kings became a little strange. To be honest, Godly King North Mystery, I'm not sure what Death God Great Godly Monarch looks like. This statue has been passed down since ancient times. There have been countless Ghost Kings living in this Ghost King Palace. It's just that the previous Ghost Kings have long exhausted their lifespan and turned into Death God. God King's spectral candle smiled awkwardly. When you get back the position of Ghost King, I want to read all the ancient books of your nether big world. Ning Qi thought of something and said, "There is so much knowledge in the tomes of arcane, but none of it was related to the nether big world. Maybe he could find something in the ancient books here. Get back the position of Ghost King." A lazy voice rang out. When the surrounding Ghost Kings heard this, their expressions immediately became respectful. God King's spectral candle looked forward with a face full of anger. He saw a handsome young man, accompanied by a few hideous ghosts in Ning Qi's eyes, walking towards them. When God King's spectral candle saw those hideous ghosts, his face became extremely humiliated. "Great Godly King North Mystery, these are my concubines." "These are your concubines?" Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. He looked at God King's spectral candle and then nodded slightly. He could understand. Every world had its own aesthetic standards. Perhaps in the eyes of God King's spectral candle, these ghosts without arms and eyeballs were very beautiful. "My good brother." When the handsome young man Lang Yi saw God King's spectral candle, he immediately smiled passionately and said, "After hiding for so many years, how can you bear to show yourself today?" The ghost concubine beside him stared at God King's spectral candle with a resentful gaze, as if she was silently complaining. "We're not sworn brothers for a long time. Don't call me so intimately. Today I'm here because the North Xian Deity King wants to avenge me. You took my position as the Ghost King and humiliated my ghost concubine. Today I'm going to kill you." God King's spectral candle shouted angrily. "Godly King, North Mystery?" The handsome young man looked up and down at Ning Qi, then sneered. "Even Hong Jun, who is known as the #1 expert in the heavens and realms, is no match for me. Why do you think that a random great godly king can suppress me? Who doesn't know how to brag?" God King spectral candle sneered. "You know Hong Jun?" Ning Qi's eyes lit up slightly. since he knew Hong Jun and came to the nether big world inexplicably and took away the position of Ghost King, there might be some unspeakable secrets. Not only do I know him, but I also know that he is not a good guy. But he can't do anything to me. Now I have become a ghost and become the Ghost King of the nether big world. If not, he would not dare to step into this world. The handsome young man sneered. Then he realized that he seemed to have spilled the beans, so he immediately added, "If he dares to step into this world, I will make sure that he will not return. He can be reborn continuously after death. How can you make sure that he will not return?" Ningqi laughed. "What do you mean? What can be reborn continuously after death? How do you know that Hong Jun can be reborn after death?" The handsome young man glanced at Ningqi and sneered. "Because I have killed him several times. Of course I know." Ningqi laughed. The handsome young man was stunned for a moment, and then he could not help but laugh. He laughed so hard that he could not stop his tears. I didn't expect you to be better at bragging than me. Ha ha ha, you have killed Hong Jun? Ha ha ha. Chapter 42:38. As the handsome young man laughed, the ghost kings nearby also laughed along with him. Godly King Spectral Candle's face was livid as he stared coldly at the handsome youth. However, he also had some doubts in his heart. He had heard of Hong Jun's name before, the #1 expert in the universe. As long as the Divine Lord did not appear, no one among the great Divine Kings was his match. Hence, he had some doubts about whether Ningqi had killed Hong Jun. Regardless, he was the one who found Ningqi. Whether Ningqi was bragging or not, he could only stand on Ningqi's side. Is it that funny? Ningqi laughed too. Isn't it funny? Although Hong Jun is not a good person, his strength is undeniable. You want to kill him? Based on what? What are you going to use to kill him? The handsome youth seemed to have a stomach ache from laughing as he covered his dantian. Then continue laughing. After you're done, we'll talk about what's going to happen next. Ningqi smiled. The handsome young man immediately laughed out loud. Seeing this, the ghost king nearby, who had already stopped, could only sigh in his heart and laugh along with him. The cultivators in the Guiqing city were baffled as they looked in the direction of the Guiqing palace. They did not know why those lords were so happy and could not stop laughing. He's still laughing. Godly King Spectral Candle was furious. It's fine. Ignore him. He'll stop when he's done laughing. Ningqi said indifferently. Godly King Spectral Candle could only clench his teeth and stare coldly at the handsome youth. Gradually, the crowd felt that something was amiss. There was no reason for him to laugh for so long. Godly King Spectral Candle revealed a shocked expression. Godly King North Mystic this is? It's fine. Ningqi smiled. The group of ghost kings who were laughing along with the handsome young man gradually stopped laughing and looked at the handsome young man with their mouths agape. They could clearly see an unusual expression on the handsome youth's face. The other party was laughing, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes. What was going on? They subconsciously looked at Ningqi with a solemn look in their eyes. If there was no accident, the handsome youth's current state might be related to the godly king that the old ghost king brought. Thinking of this, their expressions gradually became strange. There was almost 70 to 80% certainty that the divine king that the old ghost king brought was stronger than the handsome youth. A day had passed, 2 days, 3 days. God King Spectral Candle's expression turned increasingly odd. Ordinary, godly monarchs would be ghosted after staying here for 3 days. But Ningqi did not feel anything wrong. He was very calm from beginning to end. The power in the nether big world seemed to have no effect on him at all. Spare my life, ha ha ha. The handsome youth laughed as he begged for mercy. The fear in his eyes was already very strong. He was really scared. The opponent's method was too strange. They were both god monarchs, so how could the other party directly control his ghost monarch body? sealed all the power in his body. Even the great divine Lord couldn't do this either, right? Could it be that this person really killed Hong Jun? Impossible. When I escaped to this world, I have never heard of an immortal king called North Mystic Immortal King. What kind of technique is this? Ning Qi ignored him. He let him laugh for another 4 days. After 7 days, he stopped the technique. The handsome youth's laughter stopped abruptly. The surroundings were very quiet. The atmosphere became very quiet, as though the air had become sticky, making it hard to breathe. Senior, I was wrong. The handsome youth cupped his fists at Ning Qi. What's wrong? Ning Qi smiled faintly. I shouldn't have been too arrogant. Shouldn't have questioned Senior's methods. Shouldn't have fought for Brother Spectral Candle's ghost monarch position. But Senior, please rest assured, I did not touch any of his concubines. The handsome youth said. I don't believe it. God King Spectral Candle roared. Ning Qi looked at him with a strange expression. God King Spectral Candle, don't be agitated. I believe him on this. Impossible, my concubines! God King Spectral Candle shook his head repeatedly. When his concubines heard that, they hurriedly tried to prove their innocence. Gradually, God King Ghost Candle became doubtful. What's your name? Ning Qi said faintly. This junior is Wang Zongping, a godly monarch of the Hongjun Great World. Wang Zongping said, Since you are a godly monarch of the Hongjun Great World, why did you come to the Nether Big World and even choose to become a ghost? Do you know that after becoming a ghost, it will be difficult for you to leave this world? Ning Qi said faintly, Of course I know, but if it was not for the last resort, I would not have done this. Speaking of which, this is all the fault of that sanctimonious Hongjun. Wang Zongping's face showed a touch of anger. If not for him, I can go to any world. There are so many beautiful worlds everywhere. Why bother to trap myself in this world? God King Spectral Candle looked at him in shock. What's wrong with this world? Since you don't like this world, why do you want to take my ghost monarch position? Since I'm here, I can only give up. Brother Spectral Candle, please don't blame me. I have reflected on myself today and know what I did wrong. I will definitely return this ghost monarch position with both hands. Brother Spectral Candle, please let me go and forget about the hatred of the past. Wang Zongping cupped his fists. God King Spectral Candle's expression was uncertain. He then snorted. How to deal with you will naturally be decided by the divine King Beixian. Tell me, what did you find out about Hong Jun, and why did you choose to escape into this world? Ning Qi smiled and said, If your answer is satisfactory, I can spare you the death penalty. To be honest, I was originally a Dao child by Hongjuan's side. Wang Zongping said slowly after a few moments of silence, and I was a Dao child who reincarnated with him many times. I remember a long time ago, I was just an ordinary cowherd in a certain great world. In that life, Hong Jun was an ordinary scholar after reincarnating. He was chased by his enemies and was about to die. It was me who saved him. Later on, Hong Jun found some of his memories and began to step on the path of cultivation again, so he brought me along to start cultivating. Wang Zongping had a look of reminiscence on his face. I was still very happy back then. I don't know how many times I reincarnated, but things started to change in this life. I found out that he did something to the grand divine kings who came to listen to the lecture. I didn't intend to care about it, but he already knew about it. That day he came to me and asked me if I saw it. I said no, but he said it didn't matter and that it didn't matter even if I saw it because he also did something to me. Senior, you don't know his expression at that time. He was no longer the scholar I knew in that life. Wang Zongping had a look of fear on his face. He told me that after I die in this life, I don't need to reincarnate anymore and will become the guardian god of the world. Chapter 40, 239. Undying Candle King did not know what Wang Zongping was talking about and just listened with a frown. Ning Chi suddenly asked, "So you chose to come to the nether big world. You said that Hong Jun would not chase you here. What's the connection between the two?" "I have reincarnated with him countless times and stayed in every big world." Wang Zongping smiled bitterly, "But he has never been to the nether big world. Based on this, I'm guessing that he was either unwilling or unable to step into this world, so he escaped here. If I don't escape, I'm afraid that one day I will become a black-haired monster." "So you don't know why he never stepped into the nether big world? Everything is just your guess?" Ning Chi said lightly. Wang Zongping quickly said, "This has been confirmed. If he could come to this world, I would have been caught by him long ago. In addition, I have always suspected that the nether big world has something to do with the black-haired monster. Since he did something to me, I might as well turn into a ghost and become a member of the nether big world. In this way, maybe I don't have to become a black-haired monster." "Wang Zongping, the black-haired monster you mentioned is the death god?" Undying Candle King suddenly asked. Wang Zongping nodded slightly. "It is indeed the death god you mentioned, but I don't think they are a kind of god. They are more like a puppet-like existence and can only follow orders." He looked at Ning Chi. "I also have a guess, but I'm not sure." "Tell me about your guess." Ning Chi said lightly. "I think the myriad world should be a kind of existence, of nothingness, not a real world." Wang Zongping said slowly, "In the myriad world, many divine kings and divine lords have set foot in the ancient starry sky, looking for a way to survive. In many people's view, this way to survive means that there is no need to absorb vitality to maintain lifespan. But in my opinion, this way to survive may be the real way to survive. Don't play tricks." Undying Candle King did not quite understand, and there was a touch of anger in his eyes. "You used sweet words to win my trust, and then took away my Ghost King position. Today, I invited the North Mystery Divine King to come and suppress you." Ning Chi raised his hand slightly, stopping Undying Candle King from continuing. Ghost Candle was taken aback and shut his mouth in embarrassment. "Continue. What is your understanding of the path of survival?" Ning Chi said lightly. Wang Zongping suddenly felt that the surroundings seemed to be a bit colder. Looking carefully, he found that there was a cold and deep divine light flowing in Ning Chi's eyes. After several breaths of silence, Wang Zongping slowly said, "Perhaps the myriad worlds in the universe are just existences similar to the samsara of the myriad worlds, just like the small samsara of every great world. The ghosts in the cycle of reincarnation didn't even know that they were dead. They thought that the world they were in was the world of the living. Perhaps those god masters and god kings who had once ventured to the ancient starry sky had realized this. What they saw was, it's just a true reincarnation, no longer a ghost." "You mean," Ning Chi sighed softly, "we're all dead. Countless reincarnations are nothing but an illusion." Wang Zongping nodded silently. "Hong Jun seems to be ensuring that the god kings of the myriad worlds will not go to the ancient starry sky again. He seems to be the ox head and horse face sent by the world of the living, the black and white impermanence." God King Ghost Candle was completely confused. Dead. God King Beixian was clearly still alive. If they were really dead, then cultivators of the nether big world like them should be considered dead, right? Thinking of this, God King Ghost Candle suddenly froze. Was the boundary between life and death really as simple as he thought? Thinking of Wang Zongping's inexplicable and deliberate ghosting to the nether big world, completely trapping himself in this world, perhaps what he said before was somewhat true. If it's true, then, God King Ghost Candle shuddered in his heart, and a trace of fear gradually emerged in his eyes. "You know this thing, right?" Ning Chi suddenly pointed at the statue. Wang Zongping hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. He had returned to so many lifetimes with the Hongjun Wheel, and even saw the Nether Spider Queen with his own eyes. How could he not know the origin of this statue? This is the Nether Spider Queen. The giant city she guards is the only way for the dead to go to the world of the living. Wang Zongping sighed. Although this is just my guess, I believe it is true. The only way. Ning Qi suddenly smiled. You still don't want to tell the truth at this moment? Why? Wang Zongping was slightly stunned and looked at Ning Qi in shock. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes, as though he did not understand what Ning Qi was saying. Since that giant city is the only way to the world of the living, with your temperament, you will not confine yourself in this world and seize the Ghost King Palace. Ning Qi smiled. This is also a way to the world of the living, right? Or there's more than one Nether Spider Queen in this world. Every passage will be guarded by a Nether Spider Queen. And the Nether Spider Queen in this passage has disappeared for some unknown reason, or is completely dead. Behind each Nether Spider Queen might be a different force. Therefore, Hongjun does not dare to step into the territories of other forces. Pausing, his gaze swept across God King, Ghost Candle, and the others. Perhaps they used to be powerful divine masters and divine kings in the outside world. After coming to this world, because there was no Nether Spider Queen, they eventually turned into ghosts and forgot their past memories. They constantly reincarnated here. Your guess makes sense, but it is not very likely. How can there be two existences like the Nether Spider Queen? Having one Nether Spider Queen in this world is enough to make people despair. Wang Zongping smiled bitterly. I have seen the Nether Spider Queen. Ning Qi smiled. He walked in front of the statue and reached out his hand to touch its face. Behind him, Wang Zongping's expression had already turned extremely ugly. You have seen the Nether Spider Queen? That's right, I have seen it. That's why I remember all the faces on his body. I remember every single one of them, clearly. The statue here is very similar to the Nether Spider Queen I have seen, but it is only similar. There are still some differences. Ning Qi smiled faintly. What's the difference? Wang Zongping said in a low voice. They look different. Ning Qi smiled. At that level, it's normal for one face or two faces to be different because of time. But these faces are all men. Do you think the Nether Spider Queen would turn herself into a female because she was too lonely? The faces on the statue were all men. There was not a single woman's face. Chapter 4240. After hearing Ning Qi's words, Wang Zongping fell into silence. He did not expect that Ning Qi had seen the mother of Nether Spider with his own eyes. Otherwise, Ning Qi would not have found the loopholes in his words. When you followed Hongjun, you saw the mother of Nether Spider. Now you see the statue, but you never mentioned the difference between them to me. So I guess that the Nether Big World is the same as that giant city, and there is a passage leading to the world of the living. Ning Qi smiled. How do you know that the mother of Nether Spider I saw was different from the statue? How could they be the same? Even if I lied to you before, that I had never seen the mother of Nether Spider before? Wang Zongping sighed softly. 8 out of 10 of your words are true, and 2 are false. But I believe what you said before, that you saw the mother of Nether Spider with Hongjun. Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, he continued, Since it has come to this, you might as well be frank. Ning Qi glanced at the Ghost King Palace and said, Even if there is a passage leading to the world of the living, you are still here, which proves that it cannot be opened, right? Wang Zongping was silent for a while, and then shook his head. There is no passage leading to the world of the living. The next moment he suddenly felt a chill, and even his skin was covered with goosebumps. He quickly continued, The passage is indeed blocked. Then there is. Ning Qi smiled and said, Just be straightforward. Don't beat around the bush, it's boring. In this situation, I will not leave the Nether Big World until I figure out these things. Are you trying to buy time, thinking that I will be attacked by the aura of this world so that you can escape? That is impossible. I can stay here for 1.5 years. Otherwise, how do you think I killed Hongjun? If his origin was in this world, he would have been dead. Wang Zongping looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Did you really kill him? Ning Qi smiled and did not speak. Okay, I believe you. Wang Zongping nodded and said, there is indeed a passage here, but I don't know why it is blocked. Hong Jun may have known this, and was afraid of the existence behind this world. So he let me stay here. My methods are not as good as yours, since you can even kill Hong Jun. Let's see if the passage can be opened together. I only have one request. I want to live. If the passageway opens, you have to let me in to reincarnate. Wang Zongping looked at Ning Qi calmly. I will naturally satisfy your request. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Ghost King Palace. God King Ghost Candle stared at the dry well in front of him with his mouth agape. Wang Zongping, you said this is the so-called passage? Divine King Ghost Candle had a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He looked at Ning Qi and said, Divine King North Mystery, Wang Zongping is too good at lying. This dry well is clearly ordinary and doesn't have any anomalies. How can it be a passageway? Ordinary? See if you can destroy it. Wang Zongping sneered. That's easy. Godly monarch, Ghost Candle struck out with his palm, and instantly, a crater more than 100 feet deep appeared in front of him. The dry well was also reduced to nothingness. Wang Zongping, what do you have to say now? God King Ghost Candle sneered. Look again, carefully. Wang Zongping smiled calmly. Fine, I'll look. It'll be the same even if I look 10 times. What was going on? Godly monarch Ghost Candle's words choked as he looked at the scene in front of him with his mouth agape. He saw the dry well that he had reduced to nothingness reappear. The surrounding soil had indeed sunk from his palm strike, but the dry well still existed. Furthermore, the length of the dry well exceeded his imagination. Godly monarch Ghost Candle looked into the well in disbelief. It was about 40 to 50 feet deep. However, the exposed dry well was far more than 100 feet deep. A smokescreen. Godly monarch Ghost Candle's mind stirred as he struck out with his palm again. The dry well was reduced to nothingness again. In less than a few seconds, the dry well appeared once more. The other Ghost Kings were stunned as well. Could there really be a passageway in this Ghost King Palace? It was an ordinary dry well, but it was displaying a completely different phenomenon right now. It won't be destroyed by you. Wang Zongping's eyes revealed faint mockery. What's going on? Godly monarch Ghost Candle looked at Wang Zongping. Wang Zongping glanced at Ning Qi and smiled. Because this well is an object of the Yang world. We, the cultivators of the Yang world, are nothing but illusions in front of it, like bubbles. How can we destroy it? Godly monarch Ghost Candle's face turned a little livid as his thoughts raced. The other Ghost King's expressions did not look good either. If the myriad world was an existence similar to the nether big world, and they were imprisoned in this world, wouldn't they be ghosts among ghosts? The objects of the Yang world cannot be destroyed in the Yang world. Only those who are truly alive can destroy the objects of the Yang world. Wang Zongping smiled at Ning Qi. I also found the statue of this world by accident. After coming to this world, I found this dry well in the Ghost King Palace, which verified my guess. Hong Jun may be a living person. He did not die, but was sent to this world to control the order. A light flashed in Wang Zongping's eyes, and there may have been many living people like him. But I don't know what happened in the Yang world that caused the passages to be blocked one by one, and finally only one was left. Apart from the giant city and this place, you only know of 2 passages. How do you know that there are other passages? Ning Qi smiled lightly. Hong Jun said so. Wang Zongping smiled. In one life, my memory had recovered, but his memory had not. In that life, Hong Jun had once said something in his sleep, and it was related to this passageway. I can even tell you that a long, long time ago, as long as the experts reached the Divine King and Divine Master realm. They were qualified to reincarnate and return to the Yang world. Do you believe it? I believe it. Ning Qi nodded slightly. Wang Zongping was slightly surprised. This also explains why those divine masters and divine kings left their hometown and stepped into the void of the universe to go to that giant city, and finally died in a foreign place. Ning Qi said faintly, perhaps they're just following the rules from a long time ago. They're unwilling and hope to receive the same treatment. However, they might have already forgotten the truth. They don't know what kind of ending awaits them in the end. But we know. As long as we can open this passage, we will be able to reincarnate into the world of the living and truly live. Wang Zongping said solemnly, I don't care about the Yin realm or the Yang realm. The people I care about are all in this realm. To me, this realm is the Yang realm. If this was only so secretive, I'm going home now. Ning Qi shook his head and turned to walk out of the Ghost King Palace. Chapter 42-41. Dumbfounded, Wang Zongping stared at Ning Qi's back as he left. His mind was suddenly in a mess. Li Mu came to the Nether Big World and got such a secret from him. How could he just turn around and leave? This was the goal that every God Master and every God King sought after. In order to truly reincarnate into the world of the living, countless divine masters and divine kings were willing to sacrifice their lives in the world of the dead. God King Spectral Candle also looked at Ning Qi in shock as he gaped. Oh, right. Ning Qi turned around and looked at Wang Zongping. Give the position of Ghost King back to Ghost Candle Immortal King. It doesn't matter if you want to study how to open this passage, but don't interfere in the internal affairs of the Nether Big World. Yes, yes, Wang Zongping nodded. Divine King Beixian. What happened? Ning Qi turned to look at him. Are you really not willing to stay and study how to open this passage? You have to understand that the Netherworld is still the Netherworld. No matter how strong you are in the Netherworld, it's still nothing in the mortal realm. It's just an illusion. Wang Zongping said seriously. At first, he was afraid that once Ning Qi learned of the secret, he would harm him. He might even kill him to prevent the news from spreading so that he could enjoy the secret. But he was not afraid now. Wang Zongping did not even want to stay. Instead, he hoped that Ning Qi could study the tunnel together with him. He had already witnessed Ning Qi's strength. If Ning Qi didn't lie and really killed Hong Jun a few times, then he hoped that Ning Qi could stay. In this way, even if Hong Jun came to the Nether Big World one day, regardless of the consequences, he would have a strong backing to fight against Hong Jun. You'll probably be alone for the rest of your life, right? What's the difference between the Netherworld and the mortal realm? Now that I know that I'm not an illusion, the Netherworld and the world of the living are not important at all. Ning Qi smiled faintly. As he spoke, his eyes went blank for a moment as a few special scenes flashed through his mind. These scenes seemed to be related to the time when he was asleep at the Netherworld Spider Mother's side. The mortal realm, prayer beads, violet spirit, Ning Qi was silent for a few breaths. Then he turned and took a step forward, his figure disappearing from everyone's sight. Wang Zongping, do you remember what the divine King Beixian said? Do not interfere in the internal affairs of the Nether Big World. I am still the Ghost King here. God King Ghost Candle looked at Wang Zongping with fear in his eyes. Brother, I plotted to take your position as the Ghost Monarch back then for the sake of this passage. Since all of you already know about this, I won't hide it anymore. The position of Ghost King doesn't benefit me in any way. By the way, I really didn't touch your concubines. Wang Zongping said with a sincere expression. I'll be able to tell if he's moved or not. God King Spectral Candle snorted before looking at the dry well and whispering suspiciously, Is this really a passageway? Can I reincarnate into the mortal realm? Although there is no definite evidence to prove it, but I believe it is the passage. Wang Zongping smiled and said, You haven't seen the Netherworld Spider Mother, so you don't know how terrifying it is. In the Nether Big World, there is a closed passage, and the mother of nether spider is no longer here. So it is an opportunity for us. Opportunity? Just as Divine King North Mystery said, I am the king of this world. Why should I reincarnate into the so-called mortal realm? Won't I have to start all over again? Wang Zongping frowned slightly and shook his head. I won't do such a thing. How can a swallow and sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Alas, Wang Zongping sighed softly. He never expected that not only Ning Qi was not interested in this matter, but even God King Ghost Candle did not want to go to the real mortal realm. He would rather be imprisoned in the nether big world for the rest of his life, and could not even go to other heavens and realms. However, he glanced at the other ghost monarchs and saw a hint of interest in their eyes. Shenluo Big World. Another 100 years had passed since Ning Qi returned from the nether big world. In this 100 years, Ning Qi would occasionally go to other heavens and realms to have a look when he was free, and he would stay in the heavenly court. In the heavens and realms, the reputation of Great Divine King North Mystery gradually spread in this 100 years. Even the news of Hong Jun being defeated by Ning Qi was spread out through the mouth of 9 Saint Great Divine King. Unknowingly, the great divine kings of all realms knew that there was a lord of the heavenly court in the Shenluo Big World, named Great Divine King North Mystery. Whoever stepped into the world he was in would die. Hence, no matter how the great divine kings acted, no matter how fierce the battles in the realms were, no one dared to come to the Shenluo Big World to absorb the vitality. Even some worlds with divine kings in the Shenluo Big World had a moment of peace in this 100 years. Lingxiao Palace. In order to prevent a world from not having enough vitality to support too many great divine kings, Ning Qi sent those who were promoted to divine kings through the sword of gods to other worlds. Now, in the heavenly court, there were only about 10 divine kings left. These 10 divine kings maintained the order of the entire world, and Fong Lingming was the one who dealt with the main matters. You, and Ling are went to play again. Ning Qi walked into the Lingxiao Palace, and Fong Lingming had just finished dealing with some matters. When a few divine lords saw Ning Qi, they quickly bowed and left respectfully. Yes. Fong Lingming smiled. In these 100 years, the integration of the Shenluo Big World has gradually become more natural. It's not like the time when countless worlds were mixed together and seemed so stiff. There are some interesting things that even Xin Shui, and I have taken the time to go and take a look. These 2 girls. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. There's still no news from Haoyan? Fong Lingming smiled. She paused and sighed. Rulai has been in seclusion in Spirited Mountain all these years and has become a true Buddha. He doesn't even want to come back to see us and has become extremely indifferent. Back then, I stopped him from becoming Dipankara's disciple. It's my fault, my fault. Ning Qi chuckled. His attitude was so proper that no one could find an excuse to be angry. Fong Lingming rolled her eyes at him and hesitated for a moment before saying softly, 100 years ago, you came back and told me that this world might be the netherworld. Could that young lady be an old acquaintance of yours in the Yang realm who found her way to this realm? It's possible, but I won't go anywhere as long as you guys are here. I believe Haoyan will find her way back one day. Ning Qi smiled, but Fong Lingming's eyes flashed with worry. Even if she didn't look for trouble, trouble would come to her sooner or later. Chapter 4242. Are you worried about Hong Jun? Ning Qi smiled. Although I can't kill him, he can't do anything to me either. He hasn't appeared in Shenluo Great World for so many years, which proves this. Beixian, according to what you said, he might be someone from the world of the living. Although I don't know what's the difference between the world of the living and this world. His understanding of this world's secrets is definitely higher than ours. If it were you, would you let someone you can't control appear in the world you're guarding? Fong Lingming frowned slightly, and the worry in her eyes could not be erased. Of course not. Ning Qi nodded slightly. But it's useless for you to worry about this. It'll only cause more trouble. If he really has any tricks up his sleeves, we'll deal with it when it comes. Ningqi smiled. I vaguely feel that I've touched the threshold of the ninth step. Once I advance to the Divine Lord realm, I'll at least be able to protect myself in this world. Fong Lingming was pleasantly surprised. You're about to break through? I have a hunch, but I'm still missing an opportunity to break through. I'm not sure what that opportunity is, so I can only take it one step at a time and slowly comprehend it. Ningqi smiled. Divine King and Divine Empress. There are two people who call themselves Nine Saint, Great Divine King, and Celestial Great Divine King, requesting to see you. An ultimate god walked into Lingxiao Palace and bowed respectfully to Ningqi and Fong Lingming. The ultimate gods who stayed in heavenly courts were basically newly promoted in the past 100 years. Ningqi sent the older generation of the celestial heavens to expand their own territories in the myriad worlds of the heavens. Shenluo Great World couldn't afford so many divine kings and ultimate gods. Let them in. Ningqi smiled and nodded. He had already sensed them the moment they arrived. It wasn't an ability that a great divine king should have, so Ningqi felt that he was only a thin layer of paper away from the ninth step. As long as he broke through that layer of paper, he would be able to advance to the Divine Lord realm. By then, Ningqi would be able to sense even the slightest movement in the myriad worlds. He would be able to sense it even more clearly if it was related to him. Shall I leave? Fong Lingming looked at Ningqi. No need. Ningqi smiled and said, You are the empress of this universe god. When I am not in the divine Civ world, you are in charge of all the affairs. Since they have come to this world, how can they not see you? Fong Lingming's eyes flashed with a coquettish smile. The Nine Saint Great Divine King and the Immortal Saint Great Divine King walked into the Lingxiao King Palace very quickly. After 100 years, the Nine Saint Great Divine King had used some unknown method to repair the other 5 heads. Greetings, Divine King Beixian. The two hurriedly bowed to Ningqi. Then, they looked at Fong Lingming and were slightly stunned. Fong Lingming's aura was even stronger than theirs. The two of them had actually heard long ago that many god kings had walked out of the divine Civ world. They estimated that there might be more than 100 of them. Moreover, among these divine kings, the weakest had reached the level of a great divine king, while the strongest had even reached the level of a top-notch, first-rate, great divine king. For example, the two of them didn't know how Ningqi did it, but they were even more in awe of Ningqi's means. This is my wife. We really got to know each other back then. I remember that we weren't even first-step cultivators back then. Ningqi smiled. Qi refinement. Fong Lingming nodded slightly. The Nine Saint Great Divine King and the Immortal Saint Great Divine King were stunned when they heard that. The other party actually cultivated from that realm all the way up? They had never thought of that. For example, the Immortal Saint Great Divine King was already a 4th-step cultivator when he was born. The Nine Saint Great Divine King was slightly weaker, but he was also at the 3rd step. In the memories of the two of them, before Ningqi had appeared, it was extremely rare to find an existence that cultivated from the 1st step all the way to the Divine King realm. Greetings, Divine Empress. The two of them cupped their fists and bowed to Fong Lingming. You don't have to be so polite. Fong Lingming smiled and nodded. You don't come without a reason. Are you here today for Hongjuan's matter? Ningqi smiled. Great Divine King Beixian, you know about it? The Nine Saint Great Divine King was a little stunned. I know who you're here for, but I don't know what happened. Tell me about it. Ningqi smiled. The two of them looked at each other and revealed a hint of solemnity in their eyes. The great celestial saint godly king cleared his throat and began to narrate in a low voice. Ever since the previous incident, we've been on our guard, afraid that Hongjun would make a move on us. But Hongjun never appeared again after that. He didn't show up even once in the past 100 years. Maybe he went to a corner to take a nap in just 100 years. Ningqi smiled. We have also considered this point, but the 9 great godly kings' eyes revealed a trace of horror. The big world that Hong Jun was in completely disappeared yesterday, and not a single godly king could find any traces that belonged to it. There were many great divine kings in this world back then, but they also disappeared without a trace. Now, many great worlds are in chaos. First, it disappeared for 100 years. Then the great world disappeared too? Ningqi's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. His gaze suddenly pierced through the layers of void. At this moment, his eyes became very clear and deep. The 9 great divine king and the immortal great divine king only took a glance and lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact with Ningqi. In that instant, the two of them felt as though their divine souls were about to disperse. The great divine King Beishuan's strength seems to have improved again. It's only been 100 years, but his cultivation speed is too terrifying. The two of them looked at each other, secretly shocked. In the past, all the divine kings in the universe thought that Hong Jun might be the first to step into the divine master realm. Now, the two of them felt that Ningqi had the possibility to become the only divine master in the world. After a while, Ningqi retracted his gaze and nodded at the two of them. The great world where Hong Jun was has indeed disappeared. You can see it? The 9 great divine king was shocked. Then he reacted, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The great divine King Beishuan's cultivation is unfathomable. I'm really impressed. Now is not the time to flatter. Apart from the disappearance of this world, what other guesses and clues do you have for coming here? Ningqi smiled faintly. We guess that Hong Jun is already dead. The 9 great divine king was silent for a few breaths before he slowly opened his mouth. You're saying that his source was destroyed by someone? Ningqi's eyes flickered. It's not impossible, but we haven't seen it with our own eyes, so we can't be sure. Maybe he just used some means to hide the great world. Hide it? A hint of cold light suddenly flashed in Ningqi's eyes. He thought of a possibility. This possibility might be related to him. Chapter 40-43. During this time, Ningqi felt that his cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. Occasionally, he would look at the other big worlds through the void. Just a few years ago, he had seen the big world where Hong Jun was. He suspected the other party might have sensed this, which was why he hid the great world. If this suspicion was correct, that meant that Hong Jun might be doing something behind the scenes that could affect all the heavens and realms. Divine King Beishian, I often feel uneasy recently. I always feel that Hong Jun's disappearance is not that simple. The 9 divine king smiled bitterly. There must be something wrong. Fong Lingming said lightly. She looked at Ningqi and said, Beishian, you have to investigate this matter. She had to be cautious, now that the forces of the heavenly court were all over the big worlds. If they could not determine what Hong Jun was doing behind the scenes, the divine kings under the command of the heavenly court would be in danger. Ningqi nodded slightly, paused, and said with a smile, You two don't have to be so anxious. If you really have nowhere to go, you can go to the nether big world. Although you will be trapped in that place for life after becoming a ghost, it may not be a bad thing for you. Nether big world? Where is it? The 9 divine king was slightly stunned. The great divine king was also stunned. He had heard of most of the heavens, but he had never heard of the nether big world that Ningqi mentioned. You don't know this place? Ningqi nodded. It seems that this place was indeed similar to the giant city deep in the void of the universe. Hong Jun should have deliberately used some means to hide this place. Great divine King Beishian, please tell us more. The two said curiously. Similar to the giant city deep in the void of the universe? Was there really such a big world in the heavens? Ningqi smiled and said, To enter this world, you have to go to the reincarnation of the infinite world first. The gate of this world is in the reincarnation of the infinite world. If you have nothing else to do, I will take you there and you will know the rest. Thank you, great divine King Baixian. The two nodded quickly. With Ning Qi's help, they would be safe no matter where they went. This time they actually wanted to discuss with Ning Qi to live in the divine Luo world. Otherwise, Hongjuan's disappearance would always make the two of them feel uneasy. Lungming, are you coming? Ning Qi looked at Fong Lingming and smiled. I won't be going. There are still many things waiting for me. Fong Lingming smiled and shook her head. Many decisions in the heavenly court required Fong Lingming's approval before they could be implemented. Thus, she was very busy the entire day. Fortunately, his cultivation had already reached the level of the great divine king. There was no need to specially cultivate in this realm, and his cultivation would increase day by day. Seeing this, Ning Qi nodded. Then he brought the 9 Saint Great Divine King and the Celestial Saint Great Divine King to the Myriad World reincarnation. Not long after, he found the entrance to the Nether Big World. There is one thing you need to pay attention to when you enter this world. You must not be corroded by the aura of this world. Otherwise, it will be almost impossible for you to leave this world. Ning Qi smiled and paused. If a ghost turns into a cultivator of this world, then after death, there is a certain chance that it will turn into a black-furred monster. This kind of creature is called the Grim Reaper in this world. Grim Reaper? The two of them immediately revealed a solemn expression. They did not expect that the world that Ning Qi wanted to bring them to would be related to the black-furred monster. This meant that in the past 100 years, Ning Qi had not been idle at all. Instead, he had discovered many secrets. Great divine King Baixian between this world and Hongjun. The 9 Saint Great Divine King's expression changed slightly. Between it and Hongjun, there is a little relationship. But logically, Hongjun will not step into this world unless it is absolutely necessary. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Wang Zongping once said that there might be another group of forces in the Yang world behind this world, which did not belong to the same group as Hongjun. But this reason could not really explain why Hongjun never stepped into the Nether Big World. Ning Qi believed in another reason that he had guessed. In this world, there was an existence that could kill him. After all, there was a dry well that did not belong to the Nether world. Will not step into this world unless it is absolutely necessary. The curiosity in the hearts of the two was completely aroused. What kind of existence was Hongjun? He was once the #1 expert in the heavens and realms. Could it be that in this world there was an expert that was more terrifying than him? Although there was a trace of worry in the hearts of the two, seeing that Ning Qi was so calm, the trace of worry dissipated. Nether Big World. It was also the first time that the 9 Saint Great Divine King and the Saint Immortal Great Divine King stepped into this world, and they were instantly shocked by the strange spiritual qi around them. The smell of this spiritual qi was extremely similar to the aura that the Blood Moon Divine King emitted when he turned into a black-haired monster. They immediately believed what Ning Qi had just said, that this world was indeed related to Hongjun. Do you know Wang Zongping? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Wang Zongping? The 9 Saint Great Divine King was slightly shocked. Isn't that the Taoist child beside Hongjun? But it is said that he has been dead for many years. Who told you that? Ning Qi smiled and said, It was Hongjun who said it himself. The 9 Saint Great Divine King was slightly stunned. Is he still not dead? Not dead, he is in this world. Ning Qi smiled and said. The two's faces revealed a touch of seriousness, and the Saint Immortal Great Divine King took a deep breath. Great Divine King Baixian, Hongjun is also in this world. I have already said that he will not easily step into this world. Wang Zongping is also hiding here to avoid Hongjun. Ning Qi smiled and said, Hiss. The two's faces revealed a touch of surprise. They did not expect that the Taoist child beside Hong Jun would fake his death and avoid Hong Jun at the same time. Didn't that mean that the other party had found out that something was wrong with Hong Jun? What you are thinking is right. Wang Zongping's understanding of Hong Jun is much deeper than that of you and me. And the secrets that he knows are also not known by ordinary people. He will stay in this world because this world was once like the giant city, with a netherworld spider mother guarding it. In this world, there are hidden things that countless divine lords and divine kings are looking for. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Bei, great divine King Beishian, you mean? The 9 saint great divine kings' throat was a little dry. You will know when you reach the place. Ning Qi took a light step forward and disappeared in front of the two. The two looked at each other and then hurriedly chased after him. Not long after, the 3 appeared in front of the Ghost King Palace. Who dares? A Ghost King sensed something and walked out to scold loudly. But when he saw Ning Qi's appearance, he swallowed the latter half of his words. Great divine King Beishian. The Ghost King took a few steps forward in surprise and bowed respectfully. Is Divine King Ghost Candle and Wang Zongping here? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Chapter 40-44. They're here, they're here. The Ghost King and Wang Zongping have been there for the past 100 years. The Ghost King wanted to mention the existence of the dry well, but he glanced at the holy immortal great godly king and the 9 saint great godly king with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Is immortal king Undying Candle also studying that dry well? Ning Qi smiled. Bring us in. Dry well? 9 saint great godly king and sage immortal great godly king looked at each other. They did not know what Ning Qi was talking about, so they could only follow Ning Qi into the Ghost King Palace. In front of the dry well, immortal king Undying Candle and Wang Zongping sat in different directions, looking conflicted. For the past 100 years, you have used countless methods, but it never had any reaction. Immortal king Undying Candle suddenly said, Could it be that you guessed wrong? This dry well is not a passage to the world of the living? Impossible. Wang Zongping shook his head. My guess is definitely not wrong. It's just that I have not found a way to open it. As long as I can open it, believe me, you and I can leave this world. He? Believe you? Immortal King Undying Candle's eyes flashed with mockery. If it wasn't for mysterious, great godly king, I would have chased you away long ago. You still want to stay in my Ghost King Palace? Dream on. You can't chase me away. You're not as strong as me. Wang Zongping shook his head lightly, then ignored Immortal King Undying Candle and continued to study how to open the passage to the dry well. Immortal King Undying Candle snorted. At this moment, a Ghost King rushed in and whispered in his ear, My lord, mysterious, great, godly king is here. What? Immortal King Undying Candle was slightly shocked. Then his face revealed a hint of joy. Let's go out and welcome mysterious, great, godly king with me. No need, we're coming in. Ning Qi welcomed them with a smile. 9 saint, great, godly king, and sage immortal, great, godly king, followed behind. Mysterious, great, godly king, you haven't come to the nether big world for the past 100 years. I missed you so much. Immortal King Undying Candle welcomed them enthusiastically. 9 saint, great, godly king, and sage immortal, great, godly king glanced at his cultivation, and their faces instantly became a little strange. This was just an ordinary god king, not even a great god king. Was he the most powerful person in the nether big world? After glancing at godly king's spectral candle, their gazes landed on Wang Zongping. At that instant, they completely believed that Wang Zongping had faked his death and escaped. Wang Zongping heard the commotion and woke up from his deep thoughts. After that, he saw Ning Qi and hurriedly stood up to welcome him. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he stopped and his gaze fell on 9 Saint, Great God King, and Celestial Saint, Great God King. Brother Wang, long time no see. The 9 Saint, Great Godly King said with a smile. Indeed, it's been a while. I didn't know you knew the divine King Beixian. Wang Zongping said with a strange expression. What do you think? Have you figured anything out after all these years? Ningqi looked at Wang Zongping and smiled. Sigh. Wang Zongping couldn't help but shake his head. I suspect that my cultivation is too low. If I don't reach the divine master realm, I might not be able to open this passage. Passage? 9 Saint, Great God King's expression suddenly changed. Then he pointed at the dry well and said in bewilderment, Could this be the legendary Passage of Life? You're lucky to know the divine King Beixian. Wang Zongping glanced at him and smiled. This dry well is the passage of life that countless divine masters and divine kings are looking for. It's the passage to the world of the living, the world of the living, the world of the living. 9 Saint, Great God King, and Celestial Saint, Great God King's expressions changed slightly. In the next moment, 9 Saint, Great God King suddenly walked quickly to the side of the dry well and looked at it with a fiery gaze. Celestial Saint, Great God King's feelings were very complicated. It was said that in the depths of the ancient starry sky, in the giant city guarded by the netherworld Spider Mother, there was the legendary Passage of Life. However, he never expected that in another world that he had never heard of, there was also a similar giant city. In it, there was also the legendary Passage of Life. However, this is clearly an ordinary dry well. Celestial Saint, Great God King's expression was a little strange. His divine thoughts had already scanned the dry well countless times. It was very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. However, reason told him that this dry well was definitely not simple for Wang Zongping to study here for so many years. If we can reopen the passage, we can all reincarnate and go to the real world of the living. Wang Zongping's eyes revealed a hint of pride. In the past, he didn't dare to let others know about this place because he was afraid that someone would obstruct him. However, since Ningqi already knew about this place, he was not afraid of anything. Given Ningqi's personality, he would not fight with him for this passage at all. He could finally receive these guests with the mentality of a host and let them see the good things that he had discovered over the years. Brother Wang, how should this passage be opened? 9 Saint, Great God King asked hurriedly. I haven't found a way yet. If divine King Beixian is willing to stay and study with us, I think it won't take long to open it. Wang Zongping looked at Ningqi with some hidden bitterness. Ningqi smiled. I came here today to ask you something. Hongjun has been missing for 100 years. Now, even the Hongjun Great World has disappeared. Based on your understanding of him, do you know what he is going to do? He has been missing for 100 years. Wang Zongping's face gradually revealed a hint of shock. Then he said with a very solemn expression, he never does unnecessary things. Since he has hidden the Hongjun Great World, it means that he has some conspiracy brewing. Conspiracy? Ning Qi pondered for a moment. However, no matter what conspiracy he has, he will never set foot in the nether big world. Wang Zongping continued, For safety's sake, divine King Beixian, why don't you stay in this world for this period of time? Let's study this passage together. As soon as he finished speaking, the ordinary dry well suddenly emitted a faint layer of white light. This layer of white light became brighter and brighter, making the whole dry well look like it was made of pure white light. How can it be? Wang Zongping's face revealed a touch of shock. 9 Saint, Great God King was pleasantly surprised. Brother Wang, divine King Beixian, does this mean that the passage has been opened? Divine King's spectral candle was stunned. He subconsciously looked at Ningqi, a touch of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Could it be that Ning Qi opened it? Otherwise, how could they explain that after studying for so many years, there was no abnormality in the dry well, but as soon as Ning Qi arrived, the dry well immediately began to change? This passage may have been opened. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a rare touch of seriousness. Wang Zongping also nodded slightly. It is indeed possible. After a pause, he slowly stepped back. This passage is now opened, which means that someone is coming from the opposite side of the passage. 9 Saint Great God King and the others suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect that we could still find the legendary Netherworld Road in this barren land. A voice came from the dry well. Chapter 42-45. Someone really came over. Apart from Ning Qi, 9 Saint Great Godly King, and the others all felt their hair stand on end. 2,000 years ago, the passageway to the Great Een was completely sealed. All the sects didn't allow the people of the Great Een to reincarnate here. One day in the human world is 10,000 years in the Nether Realm. How many years has it been since someone stepped into the Great Een realm? I'm afraid that the cultivation resources in here are inexhaustible. It's also thanks to the Een sect being exterminated many years ago that the person who attacked couldn't find this passageway. In the end, you and I were able to benefit from it. As they spoke, 2 figures climbed out of the dry well. Their faces were brimming with happy smiles, but when they saw Ning Qi and the others, their expressions became somewhat strange. Why are these ghosts here? Where's the Netherworld Spider Mother used to guard this place? Looks like after a long time, some changes in the Great Een realm can't be controlled by us. There's only one possibility for them to be here. The Netherworld Spider Mother may have died because of some accident. After the 2 people were stunned, they started to discuss in low voices. Ning Qi and the others just stared at them, not saying a word. A trace of excitement surged in Wang Zongping's eyes. The other party was very likely from the Yang realm. This passageway is still open. Wang Zongping's gaze suddenly fell on the dry well. His throat was a little dry, and his body seemed to be trembling slightly because of excitement. You ghost, what's with that gaze? You want to reincarnate? Suddenly, one of them raised his head and looked at Wang Zongping with a hint of faint ridicule in his eyes. So what if you're from the Yang realm? Now that this passageway is open, we can reincarnate if we want to. Can the 2 of you stop us? Wang Zongping sneered. Looks like we people from the Yang realm haven't stepped into the Nether realm for too long. You ghosts don't even know what it means that evil can't prevail over good. The other party laughed hideously and suddenly struck out with a palm. Wang Zongping's eyes revealed faint ridicule. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air, and a terrifying power directly swept towards the other party. However, originally, the difference in strength between the 2 people should be huge, but Wang Zongping's attack was like a light breeze, sweeping past the other party's body, and the other party's fist momentum seemed to carry raging flames, directly causing Wang Zongping's body to be on fire, and it was the kind that couldn't be extinguished. Wang Zongping rolled on the ground, howling in pain. The 2 of them looked at this scene with a faint smile, their eyes filled with mockery. When godly monarch Ghost Candle saw this, he hurriedly used his means to extinguish the flames on Wang Zongping. But no matter what he did, he could not extinguish the flames. Even because he was careless and came into contact with the starlight, it caused his body to also emit flames. The 2 of them rolled on the ground and howled miserably, causing the expressions of the 9 Saint, Great Godly King, and the others to change rapidly. Grand Divine King Beixian. The sacred celestial Great Godly King looked at Ning Qi with a hint of shock in his eyes. Their strength seemed to be mediocre at best. In fact, they seemed to be just like 2 mortals. But why was Wang Zongping's attack ineffective against them? But their fists could cause Wang Zongping so much pain and ignite an inextinguishable flame? Are you guys scared? I remember that many years ago when the spirits of the Netherworld saw us, they were all very careful. How would they dare to be as savage as he is now? The man spoke again with a smug smile on his face. Because ghosts can't touch the living. Ning Chi suddenly said, "Hey, you know a little bit. Not bad. Not to mention killing us. You ghosts can't even touch us, even if you touch us. But the yang qi on our bodies is enough to make you suffer." The other party sneered. "It's just that it's not enough to kill us." Ning Chi continued with a smile. "People of the mortal world are also divided into strong and weak, right? With the cultivation of the two of you, the yang fire on your bodies can at most make them feel pain for a while, but it can't cause too much damage." Just as he said that, the flames on Wang Zongping's body disappeared, followed by Godly Monarch, Ghost Candle. The two stood up in shock and anger and hurriedly hid behind Ning Chi. The pain just now was truly unbearable, but when they carefully checked their bodies, they discovered that they indeed did not suffer too much damage. "Yo, you know a little. But aren't you afraid at all seeing them in so much pain? How can you be so calm?" One of them suddenly laughed. Then, without any warning, he punched out. Swish! Ning Chi's body also ignited with a layer of yang fire. The terrifying yang fire sizzled, but Ning Chi, who was enveloped by it, did not feel any discomfort. He continued to look at the other party calmly, very strong-willed. The two exchanged glances as anger flashed in their eyes. Then they constantly attacked Ning Chi. The flames grew stronger. Your yang fire should also be exhausted, right? With your cultivation level, this yang fire can burn third step cultivators to death. But to me, it's just a little lacking. Ning Chi smiled. The two subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Ning Chi while panting. "Don't you feel pain?" One of them asked. "Yes." Ning Chi smiled. "But why can you smile when you're in pain? Is it only painful if you roll on the ground?" Ning Chi smiled. When Wang Zongping and Godly Monarch Ghost Candle heard that, a look of embarrassment flashed across their faces. In just a few short conversations, everyone had a slight understanding of the situation in front of them. They, the people of the netherworld, could not touch the living. However, the yang qi of the living could hurt them. If the person who came had an extremely high cultivation level, Wang Zongping and Godly Monarch Ghost Candle might have been burned to death. Godly Monarch Beixian, if that's the case, why did Hong Jun? Wang Zongping suddenly said in surprise. He might have entered this world as a soul, while his body is in the world of the living. There must be some special method in between, which is why we can touch him but not kill him. Ning Chi said, "There are still existences that can enter the netherworld?" When the two heard that, they were stunned. "The two of you know quite a lot. Can you tell me what it means to have Yin's soul enter the netherworld?" Ning Chi looked at the two and smiled. "What's there to talk about with you ghosts?" The two curled their lips in disdain. "Although we can't do anything to you, you can't hurt us either. Puchi!" For arms were severed. The two, who were boasting shamelessly, stared at their severed arms with their mouths agape. Then they looked at Ning Chi in shock. Ning Chi held the God Legion sword in his hand as blood dripped from it. "Oh, the God Legion sword is really an item from the world of the living." Ning Chi smiled and walked slowly to the dry well. He said to the two, "Since there's a saying that Yin's souls enter the netherworld, for people like you who brought your bodies directly to the netherworld, if you can't return to the world of the living in time, will you die?" When the two heard that, fear gradually surged on their faces. Chapter 42-46. How can he have a Dharma treasure from the Yang realm? The two stared at the sword of death in Ning Chi's hands, and the horror in their eyes intensified. Wang Zongping and the rest watched this scene dumbfounded, and their faces gradually surged with a hint of ecstasy. "Ha ha ha!" Godly King Spectral Candle laughed wildly. "You two brats are dead. Burn him to death!" The two looked at each other and charged straight at Ning Chi. The yang qi on their bodies surged, turning into layers of flames that enveloped Ning Chi. I've said it before, your yang qi can cause pain, but it can't even burn a fourth step cultivator to death, let alone an existence like me who has already stepped into the pinnacle of the eighth step. Ning Qi shook his head with a smile, and there was not even a trace of pain on his face. When the two saw this scene, their eyes revealed a trace of despair. The other party had a Dharma treasure from the Yang realm, and his strength was extremely strong in the Yang realm. With him blocking the passage, they could not return to the Yang realm at all. What do you want? One of them spoke slowly. I want to know something about the Yang realm. Why don't you tell me? Ning Qi smiled. But we can't stay here for long. The two revealed a trace of embarrassment. We can stay here for at most 2 hours, and then we need to return to the Yang realm. Otherwise, the Yang Qi on our bodies will gradually be worn away, and we will eventually become ghosts like all of you. That's even better. I'll wait for you to become ghosts, and then we can talk about the Yang realm in detail. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. What? The two looked at Ning Qi dumbfounded, and a wave of despair surged in their hearts. Were they really going to die here today? This was the Great Yin realm, and it had been many years since ghosts were allowed to reincarnate into the Yang realm. If they died here, they would never have a chance to return to the Yang realm, and could only reincarnate in this Great Yin realm. Even their memories in the Yang realm would be wiped out after one reincarnation. I'll tell you everything. I just hope that you can let us live. Whatever you want to know. I, Zhang Ping, will tell you everything I know. Zhang Ping begged for mercy. Let's talk about the Great Yin realm and the Lesser Yin realm first. Why is this world called the Great Yin realm, and why is it not allowed to reincarnate into the Yang realm? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Wang Zongping and the others immediately pricked up their ears. This was a secret that was difficult for ordinary people to know. For example, the nine-saint, great godly king was painstakingly pursuing this secret all those years ago. This place is called the Great Yin realm because the reincarnation of a myriad of worlds exists here, and it forms a world of its own. If no one points it out, then existences like all of you would be utterly unaware that you're merely Yin spirits. Zhang Ping said in a low voice. As for the Lesser Yin realm, it was originally one with the Greater Yin realm, but for some reason it was separated. Later on, due to some matters, the top sects in the world joined forces to change the world, causing those who died in the Yang realm to go to the Lesser Yin realm. Because of what? Ning Qi said lightly. Zhang Ping and the nine-saint, great godly king looked at each other and said in a low voice, "We're just small characters with low cultivation bases. We don't know the specifics, but it's rumored that it's to prevent a certain existence from leaving the Great Yin realm and reincarnating into the Yang realm. Therefore, the Great Yin realm was abandoned, and the Lesser Yin realm became the place for the people of the Yang realm to reincarnate. Just to prevent a person from leaving the Great Yin realm, the people of the Yang realm used a trick to imprison the Great Yin realm for so many years. One day in the Yang realm is 10,000 years in the underworld." The nine-saint, great godly king and the others' faces turned slightly ugly. No wonder countless divine masters and divine kings had died in the ancient starry sky all these years. It seemed that a long time ago reincarnation was not a difficult thing for the Great Yin realm. Tell me about the Yin spirits entering the underworld. Ning Qi said lightly. Yin spirits entering the underworld was the control that the top sects had over the Great Yin realm when it was still in use. They would send people to transform into Yin spirits and enter the Great Yin realm to select Yin spirits with aptitude, allowing them to reincarnate into the Yang realm to replenish the needs of the Yang realm's great sections. Zhang Ping said in a low voice. He paused for a moment. However, more than 2,000 years ago, the Yang realm abandoned the Great Yin realm. All the passageways leading to the Great Yin realm were destroyed and sealed, and Yin spirits were no longer allowed to enter the underworld. If people found out that there were still sects doing this, they would definitely be attacked and annihilated. Realization flashed in the eyes of Ning Qi and the others. Do you know of Hongjun? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. The two of them shook their heads. He should be an Yin spirit. Yin spirits can't be killed and can be resurrected after being killed? Ning Qi said with a smile. Yes, I see. Shock flashed in the eyes of Zhang Ping and the other man. There are still people using Yin spirits to enter the underworld. It seems that there are still people in the Yang realm who are secretly breaking the rules. Ning Qi smiled. My lord, if there are really people who are still using Yin spirits to enter the underworld, their goal might be extremely ambitious. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to take the risk of being annihilated. Zhang Ping muttered to himself. That's right. The other man nodded as well. That's right. Zhang Ping's face suddenly revealed a trace of astonishment. The supreme treasure of the Yang realm's top sect, the Divine Soul sect, was stolen by someone some time ago. Could it be the Divine Soul sect's supreme treasure? Ning Qi said lightly, What are you thinking of? The Divine Soul sect's supreme treasure can collect Yin spirits and bring them directly to the Yang realm in one go, where they can be reincarnated in a specific way. Zhang Ping said, You're saying that Hongjun is very likely related to the disappearance of the Divine Soul sect's supreme treasure? They want to take away a batch of Yin spirits from the Yang realm? Ning Qi frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have guessed wrong. If the Netherworld's Spider Mother and Hongjun knew each other, there was no need to use such a roundabout method to take away Yin spirits. Unless the two did not belong to the same force. It was very likely that Hongjun stopped those god kings from going to the depths of the universe to prevent the Netherworld's Spider Mother from absorbing their power to improve itself. However, this was only a guess and could not be confirmed for now. Ning Qi continued to ask Zhang Ping and the other man about the distribution of forces in the Yang realm. Gradually, everyone had a concept of the Yang realm. Zhang Ping suddenly said in a low voice, Sirs, if you reincarnate and go to the Yang realm, then all your previous memories will disappear. Other than your own talent, everything else. Impossible. There must be a way to reincarnate with your memories. Wang Zongping immediately said. Zhang Ping and the other man did not say anything, but a trace of mockery flashed in the depths of their eyes. Reincarnate with memories? Dream on. If you go to the Yang realm, your memories will disappear. Why would the top sects in the Yang realm be afraid of a Yin spirit coming out of the Yang realm? Ning Qi suddenly said, Retrieving memories is actually not difficult. If you can step into the realm of true immortals, you will be able to remember everything. However, this realm is not something that can be achieved just because you want to. Zhang Ping shook his head slightly. Chapter 42-47 Perfected Immortal Realm. Ning Qi smiled. This is the realm of the Yang realm. Zhang Ping nodded. When you reach Perfected Immortal Realm, you are an immortal of the land. There are very few who reach Perfected Immortal Realm, and every one of them is a paragon of the Yang realm. Call the wind and rain. Sacred, celestial, great, godly king suddenly said, That's all? Even a godly king can easily pluck the stars and chase the moon. Zhang Ping revealed a sincere expression. Lord, this is the Netherworld after all. Everything in the Netherworld has no substance to us in the Yang realm. With your strength, if you were in the Yang realm, you might not even be able to walk in the air. What a joke! We are great godly kings. Anger flashed in Nine's saint, great godly king's eyes. But at this point he fell silent. The other party did not seem to be lying. Could it be that even the strength they had now was just an illusion? Let me give you another example. Zhang Ping spoke again. Even if it wasn't the two of us who came here today, if it was the most ordinary mortal, none of you would be able to hurt him without the Yang realm's Dharma treasures. The methods of the Netherworld are only useful in the Netherworld. In the Yang realm, you have to follow the rules of the Yang realm. Wang Zongping revealed a determined expression. Can this passage let me reincarnate into the Yang realm? Yes. Zhang Ping nodded. Mystic North, Grand Godly King. Wang Zongping looked at Ning Qi with a pleading expression. If you want to go, go. Ning Qi nodded. Godly King Ghost Candle, I'm sorry for what happened back then. If you reincarnate into the Yang realm one day, I'll make it up to you when I reach the perfected immortal realm. Wang Zongping cupped his fists at Godly King Ghost Candle. Godly King Ghost Candle had a complicated expression. Then he said lightly, I'm just afraid that you won't remember the past before you reach the perfected immortal realm. Then I'm willing. I'm satisfied to be a human for once. Wang Zongping smiled, then cupped his fists at Nine Saint, Great Godly King, and Sacred Celestial, Great Godly King. Then he nodded at the surrounding godly kings before jumping into the dry well. In that instant, everyone seemed to see his body shatter, turning into light spots of energy that were sucked into the dry well. Sir, we really can't stay here any longer. If we stay any longer, we'll also become ghosts. Zhang Ping and the other two looked at Ning Qi with pleading expressions. Why was this passageway closed before? Ning Qi suddenly said, With your strength, how did you reopen this sealed passage? Passageway? Oh, there's only a talisman on it. Because it's been too long, the effect of the talisman has already been reduced to the lowest level. That's why the two of us can easily remove it. If it was a newly drawn talisman, the two of us wouldn't even be able to approach it, let alone open this passage. Zhang Ping smiled bitterly. At this point, the two of them felt a little regretful. If they had known this would happen, they would not have stepped into the netherworld so hastily. Who asked the rumors in the world to be like this? It was said that if the people in the world of the living could find the passageway and step into the netherworld, they would obtain great benefits and would not be hurt by the ghosts in the netherworld. Unexpectedly, not only did they not obtain any benefits, but they also lost their arms. Now, they might even be left behind and become ghosts. If you return to the other side and cover the talisman, this passageway will be completely sealed, right? Oh, there's another possibility. You might sell this passageway to a stronger person and let them step into the netherworld. Ning Qi smiled faintly. We don't dare to. We definitely don't dare to. Zhang Ping and the other two hurriedly promised. I don't really believe in your promises. The best way now is... Ning Qi smiled, and the Zhuge sword in his hand swept across the two's necks in an instant. Pft, pft. Two heads fell to the ground, but Zhang Ping and the other two stood on the same spot unscathed. The two of them looked at each other and revealed a touch of sadness in their eyes. They had also become ghosts. Go and reincarnate. Ning Qi smiled faintly. One day in the Yang realm was 10,000 years in the netherworld. In a short period of time, he did not need to consider whether the two of them could cultivate to the perfected immortal realm after reincarnating and remember what happened today. Zhang Ping and the other two looked deeply at Ning Qi, then turned and jumped into the dry well. Divine King North Mystery, are they really going to reincarnate? Divine King Spectral Candle revealed a doubtful look. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Ning Qi said faintly, That's right. Great Godly King Sage, Immortal Side. If we really lose our memories, even if we reincarnate into the world of the living, we won't even know who we were in the past. If they didn't even know who they were, who could answer Godly King Spectral Candle's question? There is such a passageway here. If it can really reincarnate to the Yang realm, then everyone will have an additional choice. There will be no need to go to that huge city in the depths of the universe. Ning Qi looked at Nine Saint Great God King and Divine Sage Great God King. Do the two of you plan to be like Wang Zongping? I will definitely reincarnate. But before that, I want to bring some people to reincarnate to the Yang realm. Nine Saint Great God King said firmly. Divine Sage, Great God King, was silent for a few breaths. Then he shook his head. Losing my memory is equivalent to dying. I will just stay in my own place. His tone was somewhat self-deprecating. "When you are tired of staying here, you can come and find me. But by then, I'm afraid I will have made a big fortune in the Yang realm." "Nine Saint, Great God King," said half-jokingly. Divine Sage, Great God King, nodded slightly. "That's settled. Isn't everything fine now? What's the point of reincarnating?" God King, Spectral, Candle grumbled. Ningqi smiled. "Then we will leave this place first. You will guard this dry well. If anyone wants to reincarnate, don't stop them." "Yes." Divine King Spectral, Candle, nodded quickly. The three of them left Nether Big World and returned to Shenluo World. However, compared to before they went to Nether Big World, Shenluo World seemed to be a little quiet at this moment. Even the cries of insects and birds could not be heard. "Something is wrong." Nine Saint, Great God King's face revealed a hint of seriousness. Before the two of them could react, Ning Qi had already disappeared. Heavenly Court. There was no one. Whether it was Fang Lingming, Wang Shui, or Li Xian, they were all gone. Ning Qi stood in the sky above the heavenly court with a gloomy face. He looked around. His gaze pierced through the layers of void and instantly saw the entire Shenluo world. There was no one. The steamed buns in some stalls were still giving off steam. But no matter where he was, there was no trace of anyone. Not even a trace of beasts could be seen. Nine Saint, Great God King, and Divine Sage, Great God King, appeared behind Ning Qi one after another. "Great God King Beixian, what exactly happened? Why did all the living beings in the entire Shenluo world disappear?" Nine Saint, Great God King, was shocked. "Let's go to other worlds to take a look." After a few breaths of silence, Ning Qi spoke slowly. Chapter 42-48. Ning Qi and the other two went through many great worlds, including Nine Saint Great World and Celestial Saint Great World. But just like Shenluo World, they couldn't find any trace of living beings in every great world they went to. It was as if all living beings disappeared in a single night, no matter what they were doing. Zhang Ping said that someone stole the treasure of the Divine Soul Sect. It can collect souls and bring them to the Yang realm. Celestial Saint, Great Godly King, said slowly. Nine Saint, Great Godly King said immediately, "Impossible. No matter how strong the treasure is, can it take away all the souls in the universe at once?" "It's not impossible." Ning Qi's eyes flashed coldly. "The Divine Soul Sect is a top sect in the Yang realm, right? The treasure in its hands should be a top item in the Yang realm. The power it can unleash in the Great Yin realm is not something you and I can imagine." If this matter was really related to Hong Jun, Ning Qi swore to chase him to the ends of the earth to find him. In the Yang realm, he wouldn't have the ability to be immortal anymore. But there's something that doesn't make sense. Nine Saint, Great Godly King frowned. "We were stopped by Hong Jun when we went to the ancient starry sky. This means that he doesn't want anyone to step into that huge city, and he's preventing anyone from reincarnating into the Yang realm. This is quite consistent with what Zhang Ping said. In order to stop a ghost from reincarnating, the entire Great Yin realm was sealed up, and Hong Jun is very likely to be one of its minions, and he's in charge of guarding us here. There's another possibility." Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of thought. "What possibility?" Nine Saint, Great Godly King, and Celestial Saint, Great Godly King looked at Ning Qi. Now that all the worlds in the universe had undergone such a hair-raising change, Ning Qi had become their pillar of support. The Yang realm sealed the passage and abandoned the Great Yin realm because they were afraid that the soul would reincarnate into the Yang realm. This means that when the soul was alive, it was very likely to be a big shot that even the top sects in the Yang realm had to be wary of. Hong Jun, or the force behind him, violated the rules and sent the Yin spirit into the Yin realm, perhaps to find this soul. He's preventing others from reincarnating, but it's more likely that he's preventing the Yin soul they're looking for from slipping through their fingers. Ning Qi said lightly. The nine saint, great, godly king and the celestial saint, great, godly king looked at each other, and their eyes gradually revealed a hint of realization. In that case, Hong Jun was afraid that the person he was looking for would leave the Great Een, so he deliberately stopped him from reincarnating. If that's the case, why did he take away all the souls in the universe at once? If we weren't still in another big world, maybe the nine saint, great, godly king was a little scared. There are many possibilities, but I'm inclined to believe that he couldn't wait any longer. He probably felt that he couldn't complete the mission and couldn't find him or the spirit they were looking for. In the end, he became desperate and took all the spirits with him. In their opinion, the Een spirit they are looking for will definitely be here. Ning Chi said, faintly. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the sky. Perhaps it won't be long before the forces of the Yang realm react and reopen the passageway to enter the Great Een realm to investigate. When that time comes, the empty Great Een might have a chance to be used again. Pausing for a moment, he said, "Let's go to another place. Once we get there, we'll know if things are as we guessed." Where? In the depths of the void of the universe. The three of them disappeared on the spot. When they reappeared, they were already in the depths of the void of the universe. This time, there were no arms in the void to stop them, just like the heavens and realms. The void of the universe seemed to be lifeless. Time passed year after year. The three of them kept traveling in the void of the universe. "It's gone." Ning Chi sighed softly. "The giant city has disappeared, which means that this passageway should be completely sealed. The dry well in the nether big world could still exist. Supposedly, the sect that controlled this passageway in the past did not really want to seal it, but only temporarily. And the giant city in the void of the universe, which was guarded by the mother of Nether Spider, had really disappeared. Otherwise, they would have found a trace of it after so many years. Great Divine King Beishian, what should we do?" The Great Divine King Celestial's face was a little pale. He originally did not intend to leave this world, but now the situation. If they were taken away, they should have been reincarnated by now. Zhang Ping said that the treasure of the Divine Soul sect could be used to choose the reincarnation. The other party should be using this method to select the people they are looking for. Ning Chi said in a low voice, "If that's the case, then we might as well reincarnate into the world of the living. I believe that with our qualifications, it will not be difficult for us to step into the realm of true immortality and retrieve our memories. By then we can find Hong Jun." Nine Saint Great Divine King said with a gloomy face. "That's the only way." Great Divine King Celestial sighed softly. "You go to the nether big world first. I want to go back to Shenluo world to take a look." Ning Chi was silent for a moment and said lightly, "Then the two of us will take our leave first." Nine Saint Great Divine King and Ning Chi of the Great Divine Dynasty cupped their fists. Before leaving, Nine Saint Great Divine King suddenly turned around and said, "Divine King Beishian, I will wait for you in the world of the living. Don't forget the past." Shenluo world, Heavenly Court. Ning Chi and the other two went to find the giant city and spent more than 100 years. When they returned to the Heavenly Court this time, he noticed something different. In front of the Lingshao Palace, someone seemed to have carved a sentence with a sword. "Hong Jun is desperate. Everyone in the heavens and realms, including Haotian, have been taken away by the soul-gathering pearl. I have to return to the world of the living immediately to deal with this. If you are not there, you will see this sentence I left behind. Remember, no matter what, go to the world of the living to find us. Ziyin." So, she also came from the world of the living. Ning Chi muttered to himself. This sentence already showed that his guess was basically right. All the ghosts in the heavens and realms were in the hands of Hong Jun. Go to the world of the living. Ning Chi turned and left expressionlessly. Even if he had to forget the past, he still had to go to the world of the living. Nether big world. In front of the dry well, Divine King Unholy Candle looked at Ning Chi with a complicated expression. Great Divine King Beishian, just now 9 Saint Great Divine King and Great Divine King, Celestial Saint Great Divine King, have already reincarnated. There will be changes in the heavens and realms. When the people from the world of the living come, they may not keep you old ghosts. Reincarnation is the best way for you now. Ning Chi looked at Divine King Unholy Candle and said slowly, "People from the world of the living?" Divine King Unholy Candle's expression changed slightly. When he thought of the pain of being burned by the yang fire, he could not help but shiver. When he came back to his senses, he had already seen Ning Chi walk into the dry well with his own eyes. Chapter 42-49 Nine Dragons Continent, Yanqing City. Today, for some reason, all the pregnant women in the city gave birth at the same time, regardless of whether their babies were 1 month old or not. The cries of babies resounded throughout Yanqing City. The Ning family, one of the 3 major families in the city, also gave birth to dozens of babies today. Among them, 3 babies were shrouded in golden light. As soon as they were born, they had the dragon and tiger vision. The heavens have eyes. The heavens have eyes. Our Ning clan can finally produce 3 cultivators. The head of the Ning family burst into tears and looked crazy. The other children of the Ning family also looked happy. The dragon and tiger vision meant that the babies were born with spirit roots. No matter what kind of spirit roots they had, they would have a chance to cultivate. The Ning family was a martial family. They had a good reputation in Jianghu, but in Yanqing City, they were the last of the 3 major families. This was because the children of the other 2 families had joined the legendary immortal cultivation sects and became cultivators. Cultivators could ride the clouds, control lightning, and even a simple spell could kill a martial arts expert who had cultivated for decades. His divine ability was simply unfathomable. However, to become a cultivator, the first obstacle was spirit roots, and the second was money. Without spirit roots, no matter how much money they had, they couldn't become cultivators. Without money, even if they had spirit roots, they might be burdened by the terrifying resources needed for cultivation. In the end, they would be mediocre and wouldn't be much stronger than martial artists. Ning Niu was also very happy. He had a silly smile on his face. He was a servant of the Ning family. He was in his 40s and had a son in his old age. Today, one of the 3 babies with the dragon and tiger vision was his son. Your Ning family is really blessed by the heavens. The great changes in the Great Yin realm have caused countless ghosts to reincarnate into the world of the living. However, in such a big Yanqing city, the only 3 children with spirit roots are all in your Ning family. A voice sounded in the sky above Yanqing City. Everyone looked up at the sky subconsciously. The expressions of the other 2 major families in Yanqing City changed suddenly. Spirit roots? The Ning family, which had been passed down for more than 200 years in Yanqing City, actually had 3 people with spirit roots? From the heads of the 2 families to the servants, everyone's expressions turned ugly. If this was true, then in a few decades the 2 families would have to live under the Ning family's control. Bang! The teacup smashed to pieces. Why is it that my Lin family has also given birth to dozens of Qilin sons, but none of them have spirit roots? It just had to be the Ning family. The Ning family. The head of the Ning family, and the others stared at the old man descending from the sky with their mouths agape. A few breaths later, the Ning family's patriarch hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists in greeting. Immortal elder, I am a cultivator of Mount Fuyu's Purple Pure Palace, spiritual master Ziyang. I passed by this place and saw that your family has given birth to 3 people with spirit roots. I wanted to take a look at their spirit roots. If the quality is good, I will come again when they are 5 years old and take them as my disciples. Perfected Ziyang smiled. The members of the Ning family were excited. He didn't expect that an immortal would come knocking on the door as soon as the baby was born. This was definitely a blessing for the Ning family. After the Ning family had reacted, he hurriedly said, "Immortal Elder, please come this way. The 3 children are currently in the house." The crowd clustered around Perfected Ziyang and entered the house. Ning Niu also followed behind them happily. Many of the servants looked at him with envy and jealousy. Some of the Ning family members who had once looked down on him were now laughing and chatting with him. One of the 3 people with spirit roots was Ning Niu's son. Now, no one dared to treat Ning Niu as an ordinary servant. The cries of babies could be heard continuously in the house. Because the pregnant women were suddenly about to give birth, there were not enough midwives. Therefore, the pregnant women of the Ning family were all gathered in one house and had successfully given birth. Among the crying babies, there was only one who seemed especially quiet. His eyes rolled around as he looked at everything around him. "Immortal Elder, this is my eldest daughter-in-law, and this is my second daughter-in-law." The Ning family head quickly introduced them to Perfected Ziyang. The 2 women had just given birth and were very tired. Seeing a strange man like Perfected Ziyang step into their house, they immediately blushed. 2 people with spirit roots. Both of them are of your direct bloodline? Perfected Ziyang looked at the Ning family head with a faint smile. The Ning family head immediately nodded with a smile. Yes, yes. He couldn't help but be happy. What about the other person? Spiritual Master Ziyang glanced at the 2 babies and nodded slightly before he asked. "Oh, he's the son of my servant, Ning Niu. But Ning Niu will no longer be a servant soon." The Ning family head hurriedly said. An honest smile appeared on Ning Niu's face as he looked into the distance. There was a woman with a pale complexion, and she was carrying a quiet little boy in her arms. "Let me take a look at these 2 first." Perfected Ziyang nodded slightly. Spirit roots were divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and extreme. Within each grade, there were some strong and weak ones, but there was no specific division. However, the strong and the weak would ultimately be reflected in the speed of cultivation. The results would be clear in the future. Apart from grade, there were also differences in attributes. Perfected Ziyang wouldn't say too much to these mortals. He only introduced the method to verify the grade of a spirit root. Blood was needed. The 2 women looked at their children's fingertips being lightly pricked, and the blood dripped onto a jade slip that Perfected Ziyang took out. Swish! As soon as the first child's blood dripped onto the ground, an inch-long flame appeared. Perfected Ziyang waited for a while. Then he smiled in satisfaction. An inferior grade fire spirit root. Moreover, it's a single spirit root, with no other spirit roots accompanying it. It won't be a problem for him to embark on the path of cultivation in the future. What's his name? When he's 5 years old, I'll take him in as my disciple. This child was the son of the Ning family head's wife. When the couple heard that, they were ecstatic. Their son finally had the chance to become a legendary cultivator. "We haven't chosen a name yet. How about Perfected Ziyang?" The Ning family head said tentatively. "All right." Perfected Ziyang's face lit up. "I'll be the best candidate. His surname is Ning. He has a fire spirit root, and he was born in Yanqing City. Let's call him Ning Yanqing." "Good name." Everyone immediately clapped. Perfected Ziyang smiled and began testing the second child. After a while, inferior grade spirit root and metal spirit root? Perfected Ziyang frowned slightly. The second son and the second daughter-in-law of the Ning family immediately revealed nervous expressions. "Perfected Ziyang, this child is—" The Ning family head whispered, "Dual spirit root. Although his cultivation speed is not as fast as a single spirit root, he can still enter my sect." Perfected Ziyang said calmly, "Give him a name. I'll take him in as my disciple when he's 5 years old." From the fact that Perfected Ziyang did not name the child, everyone could tell that the dual spirit root was not a good thing. However, since the child could still enter the sect, the Ning family head's second son and wife heaved a sigh of relief. I hope this one can surprise me. Perfected Ziyang's gaze landed on the last baby, and he dripped his blood on the jade slip. The next moment, multicolored rays of light rose from the jade slip. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. There were so many lights. Could it be that Ningnyo's son was the most talented? To mortals, Ningnyo's son's talent test was much more dazzling than the other two young masters. Perfected Ziyang, my son. Ningnyo stammered. Spiritual Master Ziyang was dumbstruck. He was silent for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Then he shook his head with a sneer. I've never seen such a messy spirit root. This child is the first one I've seen in my life. His aptitude is terrible. He's not fated to enter the sect of immortals. With that said, he handed over a token to the Ning family's patriarch. This is the token of my violet pure palace. If any fellow Taoists come, show it to them, and they'll know that these two kids are already under my violet pure palace. I'll come to Yanqing City again when they're 5 years old. You must prepare at least 2,000 pieces of pure gold for each person. Otherwise, they won't have enough money to cultivate when they enter the sect of immortals. With that, Master Ziyang waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Before he left, he glanced at the quiet baby with a look of disgust in his eyes. How can there be such messy talent in this world? He's really a blockhead in the cultivation world. Is my poor talent a hindrance to you? Ning Qi sighed softly in his heart. He had reincarnated. Moreover, he did not lose his memories. He suspected that it had something to do with the Buddha bead in his body. However, he would have to slowly explore the specific reason in the future. This person just said that tens of thousands of babies are born in Yanqing City in a day. I'm afraid there will be countless ghosts reincarnating today. Trying to find them is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Ning Qi felt a headache coming on. His mother frowned slightly when she saw Ning Qi. She also reacted from Perfected Ziyang's reprimand and quickly hugged Ning Qi. She did not care about the spirit root. As long as her son was healthy, everything would be fine. Ningnyo stood on the ground in a daze. The Ning family head and the others also fell silent. After a while, Ningnyo, Perfected Ziyang, said that your son is not fated to cultivate. I don't think he's lying. Let's just act like before. This time, let's just treat it as a dream. The Ning family head gently patted Ningnyo's shoulder. Ningnyo came to his senses and smiled foolishly. He did not care about Ning Qi's talent at all. Instead, he was happy to hear that Ning Qi would not be taken away by Perfected Ziyang after he was 5 years old. Chapter 4250. Ning Xian, you want to sneak out again today. Go back quickly. How worried will your parents be if they know you are missing? An auntie with strong arms carried Ning Qi all the way from the gate to the yard where Ningnyo and his wife lived. Auntie Wu, I told you that my name is Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. It had been a year since he was reincarnated in the world of the living. He was 1 year old now. During this year, no matter how hard he tried to practice his old cultivation method, it didn't work at all. Gradually, Ning Qi guessed that the cultivation method of the underworld might not work in the world of the living. At first, people were a little afraid of him because he had a spiritual root and didn't dare to get close to him. But as time went by, people had concluded that Ning Qi's spiritual root was just, as Immortal Ziyang said, a useless spiritual root. He couldn't set foot on the road of cultivation at all. So people's fear of Ning Qi turned into curiosity and ridicule. Occasionally, people saw him and teased him, saying that he should take good care of them when he became an immortal. But they all knew that Ning Qi couldn't set foot on the road of immortality. Auntie Wu, sorry to trouble you again. Ning Qi's mother had just washed a basin of clothes when she saw Ning Qi being carried by Auntie Wu. She knew that her son was going to sneak out as usual. Alas, your child, although according to the immortal, can't set foot on the road of immortality. He has a spiritual root and is much smarter than ordinary children. He can run and jump at such a young age. You'd better keep an eye on him, in case he is secretly taken away one day." Auntie Wu murmured and finally turned to leave after Ning Chi's mother repeatedly assured her. "Xian, why did you sneak out again?" Ning Chi's mother looked at Ning Chi sternly. "Mom, I just want to go out for a walk." Ning Chi sighed softly. Ning Chi's mother's stern face gradually relaxed, and then she put on a kind smile. She gently touched Ning Chi's head. "I know you are very sensible since you were born, and you will be a little bored after staying in the Ning mansion for so long. But you are not grown up yet. If you go out alone, you may be taken away by a beggar. I don't want you to appear in front of me with broken legs and hands." "I see." Ning Chi nodded slightly. Held difficulty. He just wanted to take advantage of the limited time to go out and see if he could find some clues. If he could find something related to Hongjun, he would know what to do in the future. If he really couldn't cultivate in this life, mortals could only live for 70 to 80 years at most. It would be too difficult to find the reincarnations of Fang Lingming and the others in such a short period of time. After a pause, Ning Chi looked at his mother sincerely and said, "Mom, my name is Ning Chi." "All right. Your name was given to you by Master. You can't just change it." Ning's mother smiled and patted Ning Chi's head. "I'm going to wash clothes. You go back to the room and stay there. I'll cook for you after I wash clothes. Then I'll go back to my room." Ning Chi nodded and turned back to his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed as sets of cultivation methods that he had once cultivated flashed through his mind. He sat for about an hour. Ning Chi opened his eyes and sighed again. This won't do. Whether it was the martial Tao or the immortal Tao, everything he knew was useless in this world. System, I can preserve my memory, which means you are still in my body. When are you going to activate it? Can you give me a definite answer?" Ning Chi murmured to himself. "Could it be that you don't have the means before in the world of the living? Even so, it is still a special magic treasure, right?" There was no movement. Ning Chi shook his head and lay on the bed to sleep. A few days later, it was his birthday. He thought that this year's birthday would be spent with Ning Niu and his wife. Unexpectedly, Ning Chi's mother hurriedly found a clean and decent dress for Ning Chi to wear, and then carried him away. "Mom, where are we going?" Ning Chi asked. "Have you forgotten? Today is also the birthday of first young master and second young master. Master asked me to take you to this birthday party on account that your father has been helping him manage the stone mine outside the city this year." Ning Chi's mother said happily. She muttered in a low voice, "The two madams should reward us with a few taels of silver. Then we can add some clothes for you this month. It's going to be winter soon." Ning Chi was silent. Birthday party. He needed to add more clothes for the winter. How long has it been since he had the concept of spring, summer, autumn, and winter? The life of mortals. It's been a long time. The birthday party was very lively. Ning Chi was carried by Ning Chi's mother and sat at a table in the corner. The main characters of today's birthday party were naturally the two chubby, first young master and second young master of the same age as Ning Chi. The eldest and second son of the Ning family's master sat on both sides of him, and then next to them were their wives. There were countless small objects on the main table. The two young masters were placed on the table, allowing them to grab these objects. Soon, the young master grabbed a peach wood sword. Everyone cheered. The young master will definitely be a dragon among men in the future and become a member of the immortal sect. The Ning family's master smiled happily. His eldest son was also very happy and clasped hands with his wife. Seeing this, the second son quickly looked at his son. During the aptitude test, his son wasn't favored by Immortal Zeon and didn't get a name. He didn't want to fall behind this time. Got it, it's Jin Yuan Bao. The second young master will definitely be rich in the future, everyone exclaimed. Seeing this, the second son of the Ning family's master looked a little disappointed. However, the Ning family's master was very happy. Jin Yuan Bao is good. Yan Dong can also set foot in the immortal sect in the future. If he can buy some property in the immortal sect, he can assist Yan Qing in his cultivation. Father is right. The second son smiled apologetically. Suddenly, the Ning family's master's eyes fell on Ning Qi's mother in the distance and laughed. Ning Xian, come and grab something too. Ning Xian. Everyone looked a little strange. No matter what, Ning Xian was a servant. It was already a great kindness to be able to attend the birthday party here today. Now he was going to grab something like the young master and the second young master? Master, I can't do that. Ning Qi's mother quickly declined. Why not? Ning Xian also has a spiritual root, and he has been very smart since he was a child. The master of the Ning family glanced at his two grandsons who were giggling foolishly, and then looked at Ning Qi's calm eyes. He could not help but sigh in his heart. As long as one had a spirit root, he would definitely not be an ordinary person. I have high hopes for Ning Xian. He will be responsible for the Ning family in the future. Bring him over to grab something. The Ning family's master said in an unquestionable tone. Seeing this, Ning Qi's mother had no choice but to bring Ning Qi to the main table. She felt a little uncomfortable under the gazes of all the nobles at the main table. Mother, I want that. Ning Qi suddenly opened his mouth and pointed at one of the items on the table. Everyone was secretly amazed. Although a 1-year-old child could walk and talk, his speech was not as organized as Ning Qi's. Book? You want a book? The Ning family's master was slightly stunned and then stood up in surprise, staring at Ning Qi. Yes, I want to read. Everything was inferior. Since he could not cultivate for the time being, he could only read. Reading was the shortcut that Ning Qi could think of to temporarily change his life and let him master more means in the future. Ha ha ha. Reading is good. Our Ning mansion is going to have a scholar. The Ning family's master laughed happily. Chapter 4251. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 years had passed since that incident. Ning Qi was already 4 years old. From that day onwards, the head of the Ning family hired a teacher to teach Ning Qi. His 2 grandsons only started to learn from Ning Qi when they were 2 or 3 years old. According to the teacher, Ning Qi was precocious and talented. He could learn anything as soon as he learned it. As for Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong, although they were also smart, they were far from being comparable to Ning Qi. In everyone's opinion, Ning Qi was compensated by God for his inability to cultivate. In short, those with spiritual roots were not ordinary people. This made them yearn and revere the gate of immortality even more. Because of Ning Qi, Ning Niu was more and more valued by the head of the Ning family. He was promoted from an ordinary servant to a steward, and Ning Qi's living conditions were much better. Most importantly, whether it was the head of the Ning family or his 2 sons and daughters-in-law, they all treated Ning Qi very well. They already treated Ning Qi as a true disciple of the Ning family. In terms of food and clothing, Ning Qi's standards were the same as Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong's. Since Ning Qi was smarter than them, these 2 brats would run around Ning Qi in diapers whenever they had the chance. Sigh. Ning Qi closed the book and looked out the window, sighing softly. It was very convenient for him to go out now. He could call for 2 servants to go with him at any time, and Mother Ning wouldn't care about these things anymore. After studying with the teacher for a few years, Ning Qi had more freedom than anyone else in the Ning family, because he usually gave people the impression that he was mature and steady. In the past few years, he wanted to find out what happened in the underworld through various ancient books. Unfortunately, the Ning family's ability was limited. Among the ancient books he obtained, there were only a few words mentioning the underworld and reincarnation. Ning Qi didn't find any clues about the ghosts in the Great Yin realm being taken away. Even the outside world didn't know about it. Besides looking for clues, Ning Qi was also trying to find a way to cultivate. If he couldn't cultivate, he would choose to practice martial arts first. The Ning family was built on martial arts. The head of the Ning family, his 2 sons, and other members of the Ning family were all skilled in martial arts. The head of the Ning family was a powerhouse in the 7th tier of the physical body realm. Even in Yanqing City, he would be a top-notch expert. Brother Xian. 2 figures, one fat and one thin, walked into Ning Qi's house. "I told you to call me Brother Qi," Ning Qi said lightly. "But Mother said that Brother Xian's name was given by Deacon Yeo, and we can't change it without permission. She told us to call him Brother Xian." The skinny figure said in a low voice. "All right." Ning Qi felt a little helpless. As for his name, he could only wait until he was a little older before changing it. The fat one was Ning Yanqing, who had been personally named by Taoist Violet Sunday. He was his future disciple, and the skinny one was Ning Yandong. He had dual low-grade spirit roots. Yanqing, Yandong, you were punished by Mr. to copy the 100 surnames 20 times. Are you done already? Ning Qi said. We haven't finished yet, but Grandpa asked us to come over and tell Brother Xian that there's a guest visiting. Ning Yanqing cupped his fists. Although he was chubby and young, he had been following behind Ning Qi all these years and had learned to act like Ning Qi. A guest visiting? Ning Qi calculated the time and his eyes flickered slightly. The 5 years seemed to be up soon, and it was very likely that the guest was the Taoist from the Purple Pure Palace. You guys can go. Why did you call me? Ning Qi said with a smile. Grandpa said that Brother Xian should go with us. It seems that the guest requested it. Ning Yanqing said. Since that's the case, let's go. Ning Qi nodded slightly. The 3 small figures walked toward the reception hall together. The servants they met on the way all cupped their fists and saluted, watching the 3 of them go into the distance. A servant couldn't help but sigh when he saw Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong following behind Ning Qi. Eldest young master and second young master really have a good relationship with Ning Xian. It's good, but it's a little overstepping the boundaries. Don't gossip behind our backs. Today, perfected Ziyang came again. Eldest young master and second young master are going to the celestial sect soon, after they become immortals. Why would they worry about our secular affairs? I think Ning Xian will be the one to support the Ning family in the future. No matter what, he is famous far and wide. It won't be difficult for him to get an official's title. With 2 young masters in the celestial sect and 1 in the secular world as an official, our Ning family is going to soar. That's true. In the reception hall, the Ning family head and his 2 sons were drinking tea with perfected Ziyang respectfully. I heard that your Ning family is already the head of the 3 big families in Yanqing City? Perfected Ziyang said with a faint smile. This is all thanks to Perfected Ziyang's care. After the news that he came to accept a disciple spread, the Lin and Huang families gave way to the Ning family in all aspects, not daring to be enemies with the Ning family at all. The Ning family had hurriedly said in a flattering manner. Perfected Ziyang smiled without saying anything. He was already used to the fact that a casual word from the celestial sect could affect the secular world. They're here. The Ning family head suddenly looked outside the door with a gratified look on his face. 3 figures walked into the reception hall one after another. Perfected Ziyang's eyes lit up when he saw them. He walked toward Ning Qi and said, Yanqing, do you still remember your master? Everyone's expression instantly became somewhat strange. Perfected Ziyang, I'm the blockhead you mentioned. This is Ning Yanqing, and this is Ning Yandong. Ning Qi smiled and moved to the side. Perfected Ziyang was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Ning Yanqing, who looked like a winter melon, then at Ning Yandong, who was as skinny as a monkey, and finally at Ning Qi, who was as handsome as jade. Yanqing greets spiritual master Ziyang. Ning Yanqing bowed to Perfected Ziyang with some fear. Ning Yandong ran to his father's side, somewhat afraid of strangers. Ha ha ha! Back then, the three of them were only the same size. I was blind. Perfected Ziyang suddenly laughed, dissolving his own awkwardness. Master, are you going to bring Yanqing and Yandong to the mountains to cultivate? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Before the Ning family had said anything, Perfected Ziyang looked at Ning Qi first. The two of them are indeed going to Pure Z Palace with me to cultivate. From then on, they will be part of the immortal sect. What do you think? Think. Reluctant, right? Ning Qi said in a low voice. Reluctant? Perfected Ziyang looked at Ning Qi from head to toe. In the end, he really did not see any jealousy or envy in Ning Qi. There was indeed only reluctance. Sigh. Perfected Ziyang sighed softly and said to the Ning family head, although this child can't set foot in the immortal sect, he will be of great use in the secular world. When the Ning family had heard that, a look of wild joy flashed in his eyes. I heard that you've been studying since you were young. Do you want to take the imperial examinations? Perfected Ziyang looked at Ning Qi. I need a way to protect myself. Ning Qi said lightly, protect yourself? Studying can indeed protect you, but in the secular world, martial arts are better than studying, although your spirit root is heterogeneous, which is the first I've seen in my life. Practicing martial arts isn't a problem. I have a cultivation technique here to pass on to you. Do you want to study it? Perfected Ziyang asked on a whim. Chapter 4252. Martial Arts Cultivation Method. The Ning family patriarch and the others revealed looks of pleasant surprise. A martial arts cultivation method that came from an immortal must be very powerful. Thank you, Spiritual Master Ziyang. Ning Qi cupped his fists. You'll be my in-name disciple once you learn my cultivation method. There are a few rules. Spiritual Master Ziyang's lips curled up. In-name disciple? The Ning family head had a strange look on his face. When Spiritual Master Ziyang first saw Ning Qi's talent, he had snorted disdainfully. Why did he want to take him in as an in-name disciple now? But it was a good thing. Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong could become Spiritual Master Ziyang's personal disciples and enter the immortal sect. Ning Qi could also become an in-name disciple. This was even better than having 3 top scholars in the Ning family. The Ning family head looked at Ning Qi expectantly. But, in-name disciple? Thank you for your kindness, Spiritual Master Ziyang. Ning Qi shook his head with a smile. Master, if there's nothing else, I'll go study. Xianu. The Ning family head was stunned. His eldest and second sons were also staring at Ning Qi with their mouths agape. This child actually rejected them politely. The smile in Spiritual Master Ziyang's eyes also froze. He slowly frowned, then snorted coldly and said to the Ning family head, Is the pure gold ready? Yes, yes. Here are 4,000 taels of gold. Yanqing and Yandong, 2,000 taels each. The Ning family head had no time to teach Ning Qi a lesson. He quickly took out the gold he had prepared. Ning Qi saw ingots of dazzling gold. It was different from ordinary gold. He had heard from the teacher that this kind of gold could be used in the immortal sect. If the Ning family wanted to gather these 4,000 taels, it would likely be a severe blow. They would have to dig out all of their savings that they had accumulated over the past few decades. Spiritual Master Ziyang nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the 4,000 taels of gold were instantly put into his sleeve. The Heaven and Earth sleeve was an eye-opener for the Ning family head and the others. Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong were children after all. Although they did not know much about certain things, their eyes were filled with yearning when they saw such a marvelous technique. You too, come with me. Spiritual Master Ziyang waved at them. Reverend Ziyang, are you leaving today? The head of the Ning family was stunned for a moment. Yes, there's no need to be too involved with the secular world. In the future, if you want to visit them, you can come to the Purple Pure Palace once every 3 years. However, You must bring at least 1,000 taels of pure gold. Only then will the purple pure palace open its doors." Spiritual Master Ziyang chuckled. After he finished speaking, he didn't continue chatting with the crowd. With a wave of his hand, he brought Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong along as they transformed into a gust of wind. They tore through the sky and instantly disappeared from everyone's field of vision. "Father, we can only visit once every 3 years, and we have to bring 1,000 taels of pure gold each time. Even with our Ning family's wealth, we can't afford that." The eldest son of the Ning family's patriarch, Ning Shuran, smiled bitterly. "Then we'll go once every 6 years. In short, Yan Qing and Yan Dong won't suffer in the purple pure palace," the Ning family patriarch said. After saying that, he paused and looked at Ning Qi with a serious expression. "Ning Xian, do you know your mistake?" "Master, what did I do wrong?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. The solemn expression on the Ning family's patriarch's face didn't last long. In the end, it turned into a dejected look. "I know that you've been intelligent since you were young, and that you're steady and mature, just like an adult. But do you know that you just missed a great opportunity? The secular cultivation method that spiritual Master Ziyang bestowed must be a peerless martial art." Ning Shuran also nodded slightly. The second son of the Ning family's patriarch, Ning Zishu, sighed softly. "Speaking of this, Master, can I learn the Ning family's martial arts?" Ning Qi smiled. "You." The Ning family's patriarch was so angry that he turned around and left. "What a blockhead. Zishu, you'll be teaching Ning Xian martial arts from now on." Ning Shuran patted Ning Qi's head and also got up to leave. He had to think about how to tell his wife that Ning Yanqing had been taken away by spiritual Master Ziyang. "Ning Xian, do you really want to learn martial arts?" Ning Zishu said slowly after a few breaths of silence. Ning Qi nodded slightly. "Originally, our Ning family's martial arts were never taught to outsiders because there were very few martial arts in the world. The qi condensation method, passed down by our ancestors, was something that our ancestors had gone through untold hardships to obtain from an immortal. But since my father asked me to teach you martial arts, it's obvious that he sees you as a member of the Ning family. I hope you won't let my father and the Ning family down. From tomorrow onwards, your study time will be reduced by half. I'll personally teach you the qi condensation manual." Ning Zishu said. "Thank you, second young master." "Don't call me second young master, call me second uncle. Your father is older than me," Ning Zishu said. Ning Qi smiled and nodded when he heard this. The next day, the teacher seemed to have known that Ning Qi was going to practice martial arts, so he cut the time by half. When he saw Ning Qi walking towards the yard where Ning Zishu was, he couldn't help but shake his head and say, "Practicing martial arts is not as brilliant as studying. This is the incantation for the first level of the qi condensation manual. Memorize it today. I'll give you 4 hours." Ning Zishu looked at Ning Qi and said slowly. He changed into a set of martial arts clothes and prepared a set of martial arts clothes for Ning Qi. It seemed that he had asked someone to work overnight. "Second uncle, I've memorized it." Ning Qi smiled. "Memorized it? I only said it once." Ning Zishu's face revealed a look of astonishment. "Don't forget that Xian is a famous child prodigy. What's so surprising about him memorizing your incantation only once?" A beautiful woman walked over slowly. She was Ning Zishu's first wife and Ning Yandong's mother. "What are you doing here, madam?" Ning Zishu frowned. "I heard that Xian'er is practicing martial arts here, so I came to have a look." The beautiful woman squeezed out a smile and looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of love. Ning Zishu sighed in his heart, but it was good that Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong were taken away. Having Ning Qi to accompany him occasionally was a good thing. "Madam, then you can sit aside. You can't interfere when I'm teaching Ning Xian," Ning Zishu said. The beautiful woman nodded and sat to the side. She was served fruits and tea by a servant girl. Ning Xian, listen carefully. Follow the incantation I taught you and try to condense your qi. If you succeed, you'll have reached the first level of the qi condensation manual. Depending on your talent, it'll take about 1 to 6 months. If it takes more than 6 months, it means your talent is too low. Ning Zishu looked at Ning Qi and said cautiously, "You can only practice when I'm here. When you go back, don't practice on your own, lest you make mistakes. Do you understand?" Ning Qi nodded slightly and sat down cross-legged to practice. In just a few breaths, a virtual image appeared in front of him. On it were the words Qi Condensation Manual, followed by a number. "System, you finally appeared." Ning Qi was very pleased. Chapter 4253. In Ning Zishu's eyes, Ning Qi was concentrating on cultivating the Qi Condensation Manual. In fact, Ning Qi was studying the virtual panel in front of him. After coming out of the Great Yin, the system seemed to be a little different. The panel was very simple, with only the Qi Condensation Manual and the plus sign behind it. Does that mean I can directly click the plus sign to upgrade the Qi Condensation Manual? After studying for a long time, Ning Qi decided to try it himself. With an idea, he clicked the plus sign behind the Qi Condensation Manual. Insufficient spiritual energy value to upgrade. The system notification sounded. This sound, it's been a long time. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. Why is this child laughing while cultivating the Qi Condensation Manual? Ning Zishu sat next to the beautiful woman. He had been paying attention to Ning Qi's cultivation so that he could correct it immediately if anything went wrong. However, he found that Ning Qi was smiling. Cultivation methods can't be mastered overnight. He might be thinking of other funny things now. Don't be too strict with Xian. He's only 5 years old after all. The beautiful woman covered her mouth and chuckled. Sigh. Ning Zishu sighed softly, thinking that Ning Qi should have had another encounter. If he hadn't offended Taoist Master Ziyang, the cultivation method he was cultivating now would probably be top-notch in the world. Insufficient spiritual energy value? Ning Qi's heart moved slightly. System. What is the spiritual energy value you mentioned? What's the standard? Everything with spiritual energy can be absorbed and converted into spiritual energy value. The system notification sounded. Everything with spiritual energy value. Ning Qi pondered, paused, and asked again, how much spiritual energy value do I need to upgrade the Qi Condensation Manual? First level, 10. Got it. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes and cupped his fists at Ning Zishu and the beautiful woman. Second uncle, second aunt, I suddenly remembered that my mother wants me to go back early today. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Ning Qi turned around and left. Wait, Ning Zishu shouted. Second uncle, is there anything else? Ning Qi turned to look at him. Starting tomorrow, you have to tell your mother that you can't miss any time to cultivate here. Today is your first time cultivating, so I'll let you go. Practicing martial arts is very hard. Back then, even with my talent, I had to spend 3 months to sense my true energy and step into the physical body realm. You have a spiritual root, so a month or 2 should be enough. But if you slack off, you might not be able to reach the first level of the Qi condensation technique even after 3 to 5 years. Do you understand? Ning Zishu said solemnly. Got it. Ning Qi nodded and turned to leave. This child is indeed much more mature than Yan Qing and Yan Dong. Husband, do you think that people with spiritual roots are all different from others? The beautiful woman walked to Ning Zishu's side and looked at Ning Qi's departing figure. She suddenly sighed. Not bad. Ning Zishu nodded slightly. The spirit root is the stepping stone to the immortal sect. It must be extraordinary. Ning Xian is like an adult at such a young age. He must have been influenced by the spirit root. But Yendong, the beautiful woman hesitated. Don't worry, madam. Yendong is more mature than ordinary children. His talent may be different from Ning Xian's in cultivation. Ning Zixu smiled. That's true, but we don't know how many years it will be before we see Yendong again. If we see him every 3 years, we will have to spend thousands of pure gold. Our Ning family has a large business in Yanqing City, but we can only save 100 or 200 pure gold a year. We can't spend it all on Yanqing and Yendong. The beautiful woman sighed softly. Indeed. Ning Zixu nodded slightly. This time we took out 4,000 pure gold. 2,000 of them were borrowed from the Lin and Huang families. Father tried his best and took out all the Ning family savings, plus the silver we earned in the past few years, to scrape together 4,000 pure gold. The money used by the immortals is not something we ordinary people can afford. I hope Yanqing and Yendong can work hard and earn more pure gold for the Ning family in the future. Fortunately, it doesn't matter if we don't see Yendong. Xian is still in our Ning family. If he succeeds in his studies in the future, he can help our Ning family. The beautiful woman smiled. Indeed, Ning Zixu nodded slightly. He recalled what Immortal Ziyang had said to his father yesterday. Although this child could not enter the immortal sect, he would be of great use in the mortal world. He knew that his father had privately asked Immortal Ziyang to read Ning Qi's fortune. Immortal Ziyang's words were enough to hint to them that Ning Qi was not a cold-blooded person, and that the Ning family could use him without worry. Otherwise, the Qi condensation manual would not have been passed on to him so easily. After Ning Qi left Ning Zixu's courtyard, he did not return to his own courtyard. Instead, he went to the courtyard where the Ning family had lived. Hey, Ning Xian, what are you doing here? A young man ran into Ning Qi, his eyes filled with curiosity. He was from a side branch of the Ning family and could be considered a distant relative. Because the Ning family had valued his relatives very much, he had been helping distant relatives for many years. Therefore, there was a large group of distant relatives living in the Ning mansion. They could be considered a family. I heard that master has collected many antiques. I want to see what they look like. Ning Qi smiled. Antiques? Can you understand them? Only the master knows how to appreciate them. I've seen them from afar. They're just vases and jars. There's nothing special about them, but they're extremely expensive. The young man might be a chatterbox, but Ning Qi found him rather long-winded. I'm just curious to see. Ning Qi grinned. His body moved slightly, and he nimbly flashed past the young man. This kid. The young man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had already heard that Ning Zixu was personally teaching Ning Qi martial arts. The rest of the Ning mansion had basically been informed as well. Therefore, from now on, no one in the Ning mansion would treat Ning Qi as the son of a servant. The Ning family head's antiques were placed in the study. Without the permission of the master, ordinary people could not set foot there. But Ning Qi was different. He had received a special privilege from a young age. No matter where in the Ning mansion, even the inner courtyard where the women lived, he could step foot there. A servant saw Ning Qi enter the master's study, but he only smiled and ignored him. If it were other children, he might step forward and catch them. But Ning Qi, he was very assured. It was impossible for him to break the master's antiques. After all, he was a child prodigy. Entering the study, Ning Qi's eyes moved. With his previous experience, he came to a jade ruby. Aura value +1. Sure enough, Ning Qi's eyes lit up slightly. Then he walked around the study. Aura value +1 aura value +1 aura value +2. In an instant, he harvested about 40 aura values from these hundreds of antiques. Many of the antiques had no aura at all. They were likely to be counterfeits. Chapter 4254. A total of 43 points. After walking around a few times, Ning Qi stopped. He had already taken all the antiques with spiritual chi in them, so he couldn't take any more spiritual chi. He opened the property panel. Ning Chi pressed the plus sign behind the chi condensation technique. A stream of spirit chi, like an electric current, suddenly appeared in his body. It instantly flowed through his limbs and bones, and layers of black mud were squeezed out of his pores. The process only lasted for a few breaths of time. Ning Chi felt that his small body was full of strength. This was the first time he felt that his strength had surpassed that of an ordinary person after his reincarnation. The first level of the chi condensation technique is the so-called LV, one of the physical body realm. It can add 1,000 pounds of strength. Ning Chi's eyes slightly moved. There was a fake broadsword in the corner of the room. Although there was no spirit chi to be taken from it, its weight should have reached 700 or 800 pounds. Ning Chi walked in front of the broadsword, grabbed it, and then raised it. Swish! The broadsword was lifted up in an instant, and he could even easily wave it a few times. It really had 1,000 pounds of strength. At this moment, the door of the room suddenly opened. Seeing this scene, the Ning family head hurriedly shouted, "Put down my peerless broadsword that was used by a peerless master 200 years ago." Hearing this, Ning Chi put it down. The Ning family head hurriedly came in front of the broadsword and carefully examined it. Seeing that it was not damaged, he put it back on the shelf. Then he turned around with a stern face and scolded, "Who allowed you to let Ning Xian into my study?" The servants behind him all stared at Ning Chi dumbfoundedly, as if they did not hear the Ning family head's words. The Ning family head also seemed to feel that something was wrong. He suddenly turned around and looked at Ning Chi with a trace of astonishment in his eyes. "You just—" "Master, this broadsword is not an antique. It has at least 200 years of history. You must have been cheated," Ning Chi said with a serious face. "Cheated? No. The one who sold me this broadsword was my best friend. This is his collection." The Ning family head shook his head, then reacted and hurriedly said, "That's not what I want to say. How could you lift my peerless broadsword just now? Your strength. First level of chi condensation, 1,000 pounds of strength." Ning Chi said with a smile, "First level of chi condensation. Then wouldn't you be at the first level of the physical body realm?" The Ning family's patriarch couldn't believe it. He quickly stepped forward and put his hand on Ning Chi's shoulder. Ning Chi felt a stream of true chi flowing from his hand, as if it was circulating around his body. "There really is chi in your Dan Si. I just asked Ning Zishu to teach you the chi condensation technique yesterday, and you've already reached the first level of the chi condensation realm in one day. Could it be that those with spirit roots can have such a terrifying speed even when practicing martial arts?" The Ning family head was shocked. After a few breaths of time, he immediately turned around and looked at the servants behind him. "You haven't seen what happened just now. Do you understand? Patriarch, we understand. We definitely won't reveal anything. From now on, you don't have to practice martial arts with Ning Zishu anymore. I'll teach you the chi condensing technique myself." The master of the Ning family looked at Ning Chi with a dignified face. "You must never tell anyone about your cultivation speed, not even your mother. The tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be destroyed by the wind. You should understand this, right?" "All right." Ning Chi nodded with a smile. He had the same intention. "Come to me tomorrow," the master of the Ning family said with a smile. It didn't take long for Ning Chi to return to his small courtyard. The attribute panel showed that the second level of the chi condensing technique still only required 10 points of spiritual energy, which meant that the later levels might only require 10 points of spiritual energy. Ning Chi clicked the plus button again, and the chi condensing technique was upgraded to the second level. He clicked again, and the chi condensing technique was upgraded to the third level. He clicked again, and the chi condensing technique was upgraded to the fourth level. He only had 3 points of spiritual energy left, but his chi condensing technique was upgraded to the 4th level. Feeling the surging power in his body, Ning Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least in the world of the living, he had some ability to protect himself. He was no longer the weak, 5-year-old child he used to be. I have to find a way to get some spiritual energy points tomorrow. The next day, Ning Qi came to the master of the Ning family's courtyard. The qi condensing technique is at the 4th level? The master of the Ning family stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. Ning Zishu taught you all the qi condensing technique at once? Ning Qi was slightly stunned. Ning Zishu only taught him the 1st level of the qi condensing technique, but the system didn't seem to care about that. As long as he learned the 1st level, he would be able to add points like crazy, as long as he had enough spiritual energy points. Forget it. I can't teach you anymore. You reached the 4th level of the qi condensing technique overnight. What a pity. If you hadn't refused Reverend Xion that day, he would have given you a better technique. The highest level of the qi condensing technique in the Ning family is only at the 10th level. The master of the Ning family sighed softly. You don't have to come to my place in the future. Just don't show your skills in front of others. You're still too young. It's easy for people to be jealous. Some people might even think that you've obtained Reverend Z Yang's technique and secretly covet it. Got it, master. Ning Qi nodded slightly. After a pause, he smiled and said, Master, I saw the antiques in your study that day, and I like them. Where can I see them? He suspected that since the master of the Ning family was a bronze rank expert, the antiques he collected might only be of the lowest level and could only give him 1 or 2 spiritual energy points. If they were really valuable and had been passed down for a long time, he might be able to get a lot of spiritual energy points from them. You like them too? The master of the Ning family's eyes lit up with joy, but then his face darkened. You should focus on practicing martial arts and studying. These things are distracting. I'm already at the 4th level of the qi condensing technique. Ning Qi smiled and said, It'll be good for me to learn more about these things in the future. That makes sense. In fact, you can learn a lot from antiques. Let me tell you. Perhaps it was because no one knew what the master of the Ning family liked, not even his son, so he explained a lot to Ning Qi. In the end, he said, If you like them, I'll take you to the auction house in Yanqing City. There are all kinds of antiques there. Master, shall we go now? Ning Qi smiled. Prepare the carriage, prepare the carriage. The master of the Ning family was excited and immediately ordered the servants behind him to prepare the carriage. Soon the carriage was ready. Ning Qi sat in the carriage with him and left the Ning mansion. Ning Zishu and his wife watched the carriage leave and sighed softly. Why didn't father let you continue to teach Ning Xian? The beautiful woman was puzzled. I don't know. Forget it. We don't need to care about the old man's business. Ning Zishu shook his head slightly, but he was still somewhat dissatisfied. Chapter 42:55 Yanqing City, Auction House. Seeing that it was the Ning family head, the steward immediately used the highest standards to welcome him. Of the 3 major families in Yanqing City, Ning, Huang, and Lin, the Ning family used to be the weakest, but now they were the strongest. Who didn't know that 2 of the Ning family's disciples had entered the gate of immortality? Master Ning, this is... Steward Lin led the master of the Ning family inside, while quietly sizing up Ning Qi. Ning Xian. The Ning family head smiled faintly. He really is Ning Xian, a child prodigy. Steward Lin's eyes were filled with curiosity, and then he sighed inwardly. The Ning family had 3 people with spirit roots, but 2 of them were accepted into the gate of immortality. Only one had a mixed spirit root and was rejected, but that didn't mean that he was an ordinary person. In just a few years, the entire Yanqing City basically knew that Ning Xian, the son of a servant who wasn't accepted into the gate of immortality, was already a famous child prodigy. At such a young age, he knew as much as an adult. Today was the first time Steward Lin had seen Ningqi. Seeing that the Ning family head had brought him to the auction house, he knew that the rumors were definitely true. The Ning family no longer treated Ning Xian as a servant. Therefore, when he looked at Ningqi, his eyes were filled with respect. He didn't dare to be careless. "Old master, did you buy all your antiques here?" Ningqi suddenly asked. "Yes." The head of the Ning family smiled and said, "There are always some good things here. If it wasn't for my face, some of them might not have gotten to me. They would have been bought by the Huang family and the Lin family." Ningqi sighed inwardly. Since they could sell fake items like the peerless saber here, it didn't seem like there was anything good here. But fortunately, as long as there was enough, he could absorb dozens or hundreds of spirit energy points. "Steward Lin, I won't look at the things outside. Bring me to your treasure house," the Ning family head said. This was a specialized antique auction house, but the Ning family head didn't like the things in the hall. He directly asked to choose from the best treasure house. Okay. Steward Lin hurriedly nodded. But when the two were about to leave, they realized that Ningqi was gone. This kid, the head of the Ning clan, frowned and found that Ningqi had already run to every corner of the hall, stopping in front of the antiques. "Old Master Ning, why don't I call young Master Xian?" Steward Lin said. "Forget it. Since he's interested in this Tao, let him see to his heart's content. There's no hurry," the Ning family patriarch said. The two of them waited quietly. After about 10 minutes, Ningqi returned. 20 points of spiritual energy. There were hundreds of antiques in the hall, but only a dozen of them were real, and the value of aura was pitifully low. However, these 20 points were enough for Ningqi to raise his qi condensation manual by another 2 levels. His ability to protect himself was a little stronger. Auction house treasury. Steward Lin personally brought Ningqi and Li Xiandao to the entrance. Upon seeing this, the guards at the entrance immediately let them in. In Yanqing City, apart from a few people, no one else had this kind of treatment. They could only participate in auctions to buy what they wanted. "Yo, isn't this Master Ning?" Inside the treasury stood an old man, a young man, and a middle-aged man who was dressed similarly to Steward Lin. When he saw the Ning family head, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Ah, it's Master Huang." The Ning family head walked up to him with a smile. He was the Yanqing family head of the Huang family. Originally, the relationship between the 3 families was not very good. However, ever since someone from the Ning family entered an immortal sect and the Huang family took out a sum of pure gold to support the Ning family's family head, the relationship between the 2 sides became much better. Occasionally, they would quarrel when they met. The Huang family head had a little girl with him. She was about the same age as Ningqi, and she was his granddaughter. She was also one of the countless children born in Yanqing City that day. At this moment, she was looking at Ningqi curiously. This is who?" The Huang family head's gaze suddenly fell on Ningqi. He was a little curious. He knew that Ning Yandong and Ning Yanqing had already followed immortal Ziyang to cultivate. The only person who could be brought by the Ning family head was Ningqi. "Ning Xian, this is Master Huang." The Ning family head smiled faintly, a hint of pride on his face. "Master Huang." Ningqi cupped his fists, but his gaze fell on the antiques around the treasure vault. The treasure vault was very big. There were many shelves with antiques on them. "Oh, Master Ning, this child is just like you. He also likes these things." The Huang family head said with a smile. "Yes, Ning Xian, go take a look yourself. I'll have a chat with Master Huang." The Ning family head nodded with a smile. Ningqi couldn't have asked for more. He walked directly to a giant cauldron in the center of the treasure vault. He vaguely felt that this giant cauldron contained a lot of spirit qi. He had noticed at the moment he entered the treasure vault. This might be the reason why people with spirit roots were more sensitive to spirit qi than ordinary people. He walked to the giant cauldron. Spirit chi value plus 100. In an instant, Ning Chi's spirit chi value increased by 100. Now, it was a total of 123. Not to mention upgrading 2 levels. It was enough to upgrade the chi condensation manual to the maximum. He even had to consider finding a stronger cultivation method, because he heard that the chi condensation manual could only be cultivated to the 10th level of the physical body realm. However, in the Jianghu, the 10th level of the physical body realm was also a first-class expert. The Ning family head, who was only at the 7th level of the physical body realm, could dominate a region. "Brother, what are you looking at?" A soft voice came from behind Ning Chi. Ning Chi turned around and found it was the little girl with Master Huang. If Lung Ming and the others were reincarnated on the same day as me, they would be the same age as this little girl. Ning Chi sighed softly in his heart, then smiled and said, "What's your name?" "My name is Huang Xian," the little girl said. "It's a nice name." Ning Chi nodded with a smile and walked to the next antique. This time, he could earn a lot of spirit chi in this treasure vault. Seeing this, Huang Xian hurriedly followed and looked at Ning Chi curiously. It was a piece of jade, carved into the shape of Maitreya Buddha. Ning Chi approached. Spirit chi value plus 5. Ning Chi approached another armchair. No spirit chi value, fake. After walking around, he found a lot of fakes, but the proportion of authentic ones was still quite large. Spirit chi value plus 1 spirit chi value plus 2 spirit chi value plus 4. When the Ning family head and Master Huang were almost done talking and called the 2 over, Ning Chi had already collected all the antiques in the treasure vault and collected a total of 360 spirit chi value. "The 2 of you look very compatible. Master Ning, what do you think? Do you want to consider what I just said?" The Huang family head glanced at Ning Chi with a smile, then looked at the Ning family head with a touch of expectation in his eyes. "The marriage." The Ning family head pondered. "Marriage?" Ning Chi frowned slightly. Chapter 4256. Old Master Ning, don't forget that when you first came to our Huang family, you gave us 1,000 pieces of pure gold. The Huang family head said with a smile, "I'll always remember this favor. Can you stop talking about it all the time?" The master of the Ning family snorted and said, "They are still too young for me to make a decision. Although Ning Xian can't enter the celestial sect, he is still a top-notch talent in the secular world. No one in Yanqing City can compare to him in martial arts or literature." "Martial arts? Ning Xian has the talent to practice martial arts?" "Yes, how can a person with spiritual roots not practice martial arts?" The Huang family head's eyes lit up. The Ning family head seemed to feel that he had let the cat out of the bag, so he said something vague, using Ning Chi's young age as an excuse to change the topic. "Xian, you're interested in antiques. What do you like in here?" The Ning family head said with a smile. Ning Chi shook his head. "Old master, are there any other auction houses in Yanqing City?" Young Master Ning Xian, you don't like the things here." Steward Lin's expression changed slightly. "No, there's only this one." The Ning family head shook his head slightly. "Since you don't like them, let's go back." He looked at Steward Lin. "Steward Lin, remember to inform me when something good arrives." Of course. Rest assured, Old Master Ning. I'll definitely inform you as long as there's something good." Steward Lin hurriedly said. "Humph," the Huang family head snorted. Steward Lin smiled apologetically. "Same to you, Old Master Huang. Kid, look at my granddaughter. She's fair and chubby and she looks blessed. Not bad, right? I'll let her go to the Ning mansion to play with you often. You have to take good care of her." The Huang family head looked at Ning Chi with a smile in his eyes. If he could unite with the Ning family through marriage, it would be of great benefit to the Huang family in the future. Moreover, Ning Chi had spiritual roots, so he was smart from a young age. When he had a great-grandson in the future, the Huang family would also benefit. Yes, old Master Huang, do you have any antiques in your house? Ning Qi's eyes moved as he cupped his fists and smiled. The Huang family's patriarch was overjoyed. Yes. Do you want to come with me to take a look? Ning Xian, haven't you seen enough in my study? The Ning family's patriarch glared at him. Master, you should broaden your horizons. Ning Qi smiled. Master Ning, don't worry. He will go back with me later. I will send him safely back to the Ning family before dinner, okay? The head of the Huang family said with a smile. You really want to go? The Ning family head hesitated for a moment before asking Ning Qi. If it was another child, he wouldn't have asked so many questions. However, he had always known that Ning Qi was mature from a young age, so he still had to ask for his own opinion on this matter. I'll just take a look. Ning Qi said. He would not give up this opportunity. He even thought of paying a visit to the Lin family if he had the chance in the future. Also, those rich families in Yanqing City would more or less have a few antiques at home, right? All right then. The master of the Ning family nodded and glanced at the master of the Huang family. Master Huang, if Ning Xian loses even a strand of his hair, don't blame me for falling out with you. Why don't Master Ning come along too? The master of the Huang family smiled. I won't go. The master of the Ning family shook his head and glanced greedily at the antiques around him. Obviously, he had changed his mind and decided to stay to look at the new goods in the auction house. The carriage drove towards the Huang family. The master of the Huang family looked curiously at Ning Qi, who was sitting cross-legged. He suddenly asked, Ning Xian, I heard that you have been familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics since you were young. A little. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Did the Ning family teach you the Qi condensation manual? The master of the Huang family asked again. No. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. It seems that the Ning family only hopes that you can make some progress in the literary Tao. But it is a pity that a smart person like you doesn't walk the literary Tao. The master of the Huang family smiled. Ning Qi continued the conversation. Not long after, the carriage entered the Huang family's residence. Because he had promised Ning Qi to show him his collection, Master Huang did not break his promise. He took Ning Qi and Huang Xian to the study. His study was smaller than the master of the Ning families, but Ning Qi found that his eyesight might be much better than the master of the Ning family. Some of the antiques in the room were quite spiritual. Only a few of them were fakes. Spiritual energy value plus 1 spiritual energy value plus 1 spiritual energy value plus 2 spiritual energy value plus 5 spiritual energy value plus 1 spiritual energy value plus 1,000. There seemed to be something strange mixed in. Ning Qi's footsteps paused slightly. His eyes fell on somewhere in the cabinet. There was a tray with a black stone on it. The 1,000 spiritual energy value was drawn from this stone. The stone was round and seemed to have been specially polished. Seeing Ning Qi stop, the master of the Huang family said with a smile, You think this thing is interesting? Speaking of which, I saved a swordsman in the Jianghu when I was young. In order to repay my kindness, he gave this ancestral item to me. I kept it as a memento. Now that 50 or 60 years have passed, I wonder what that swordsman has become. Swordsman? Ning Qi's mind moved slightly. This thing might be a sword pill that had not been recognized as its master. If it could turn into a flying sword at any time. The ancestor of the swordsman might also have been a member of the celestial sect. However, his descendants declined, and he didn't even know the origin of this thing. Due to fate, it fell into the hands of the master of the Huang family. He also didn't know that this suspected sword pill contained an extremely large amount of spiritual power. Even Ning Qi himself, if it wasn't for the system absorbing 1,000 spiritual energy value from it, he might have overlooked this point. Since reincarnation, all his supernatural powers had basically been abolished. Even his thoughts and senses were only a little stronger than ordinary people. Only his eyesight and knowledge could be preserved. However, his previous knowledge might not be applicable in this world of the living. The cultivation methods of the great Een world were useless in the world of the living. It's very good. Ningqi nodded. However, now that the spiritual energy had been absorbed by him, this sword pill had become an ordinary item. Even if it was obtained by the people of the celestial sect, it would be useless. If you like it, I'll give it to you. The master of the Huang family said with a smile. Give it to me. Ningqi hesitated for a moment. Then he nodded slightly and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. Thank you, Master Huang. Although this sword pill had lost its spiritual energy, it was enough for Ningqi to understand the uniqueness of this magic treasure in the world of the living. Master, the young lady is back. Suddenly, there was a shout of surprise from the servant outside the door. Huang Xianer, that girl is finally willing to come back? The master of the Huang family was slightly stunned. Then he immediately broke the door and left Ningqi and Huang Xian in the study. Who is Huang Xianer? Ningqi looked at Huang Xian. She seems to be Aunt. Huang Xian was also a little uncertain. Oh, Ningqi nodded, and then he walked around again. After taking away all the spiritual qi he could, his spiritual qi value had reached 1,500 points. Ningqi glanced at Huang Xian, then smiled and began to add points to the qi condensation manual like crazy. Level 5, Level 6, Level 7, Level 8, Level 9, Level 10. With only 60 points of spiritual energy, Ningqi's qi condensation manual reached Level 10. The power in his body was extremely strong. Can I add more points? Seeing that the plus sign was still there, Ningqi's heart moved slightly, and he tentatively clicked again. Level 11. The spiritual energy and power in his body both skyrocketed. Chapter 42:57. Ningqi felt the increase in strength and true qi of the 11th level of the qi condensation manual. The increase was the same as before, and the consumption of spiritual energy was still 10 points. His strength had quadrupled, and his cultivation had far surpassed that of the head of the Ning family. However, he had only consumed 70 points of spiritual energy. The attribute panel showed that he still had 1,430 points of spiritual energy to use. This is a bit monstrous, but the Qi condensation manual is only the most basic martial arts technique. If I learn a technique from the immortal sect, maybe the amount of spiritual energy needed to increase by one level will be doubled. Ningqi thought to himself. However, he couldn't verify this for the time being. Apart from the Qi condensation manual, he couldn't find any other techniques in his current situation. Saving up spiritual energy to wait for other techniques? Impossible. Ningqi wouldn't miss this opportunity to improve his strength. He continued to add points. 12th level, 13th level, 14th level, 15th level, 16th level, 17th level, 18th level, 19th level, 20th level. The Qi condensation manual was instantly upgraded to the 20th level, and it consumed 90 points of spiritual energy. Plus the previous 70 points, it consumed a total of 160 points. However, when Ningqi upgraded it to the 20th level, he found that the plus sign behind the attribute panel had disappeared. The highest level was the 20th level. That was the upper limit of the Qi condensation manual. In addition, Ningqi also felt that the true Qi in his body had become extremely turbulent. His body also felt a little swollen because of the sudden increase in physical strength. Not only that, he vaguely felt that his physical defense had undergone a qualitative change because of the upgrade of the Qi condensation manual to the 20th level. His body was still the same as before, and his skin was white and tender. However, the muscle fibers inside had been transformed by the true Qi. It was as if he had put on a layer of armor under his skin. The first realm of martial arts in the world of the living is the physical body realm, but the limit of the physical body realm is only the 10th level. Because of the technique, I can't break through to the next realm. So, am I now a martial artist of the 20th level of the physical body realm? Ning Qi thought to himself. One layer could increase one's strength by 1,000 jin. His small body contained a strength of 20,000 jin. In Yanqing City, he should be regarded as the #1 expert. He had 1,340 points of spiritual energy left and could no longer add points to the Qi condensation manual. The next step was to find techniques. Whether it was martial arts techniques or immortal sect techniques, they were all Ning Qi's goals. Brother Ning Xian, what are you thinking about? Huang Xian sucked her fingers while tilting her head to look at Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi had been in a daze for a long time, she was a little curious. What do you want to eat tonight? Ning Qi returned to his senses and smiled at her. At this moment, a servant ran in. Seeing the two of them, he hurriedly said, Young Master Ning Xian, little miss, Master asked me to call you to the front hall. I won't go. I'll go back to Ning Mansion. Ning Qi laughed. Hearing this, the servant revealed a troubled expression. Young Master Ning Xian, this is not appropriate. If you leave like this, the master will definitely blame me. Fine, I'll go and inform Master Huang. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The servant heaved a sigh of relief and brought the two of them to the front hall of the Huang residence. When they arrived, there was a burst of hearty laughter coming from inside. Sitting in the front hall were the master of the Huang family, a woman in her 20s dressed like a Jianghu martial artist, and a young man in his late 20s. The young man had a saber at his waist, and his eyes were shining. His martial arts cultivation seemed to be no weaker than that of the master of the Huang family. He was at least in the 7th tier of the physical body realm. Xian, you came at the right time. Do you still recognize your aunt? The master of the Huang family waved at Huang Xian. Hearing this, the woman's gaze fell on Huang Xian. She immediately smiled and said, Last time when you left, you didn't even know how to walk. Now that you're back, you've grown so big. Come here and let Aunt take a good look at you. Aunt. Huang Xian walked in front of the woman and said timidly. The young man looked at Ning Qi with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. He smiled and said, Uncle Huang, is this the person with the spiritual root you mentioned before? The famous child prodigy? That's him. Nephew Shangguan, you don't know this. 5 years ago, Yanqing City gave birth to so many children in one night, but only 3 people with spiritual roots appeared. They were all in the Ning family, and Ning Xian was one of them. The master of the Huang family said with a smile. Then he waved at Ning Qi and said, Ning Xian, come here too. Master Huang, I'm here to say goodbye to you. I suddenly remembered that I still have some homework that the teacher assigned me to do, so I can't stay outside for too long. Ning Qi cupped his fists and smiled. You're leaving now. I'll order someone to send you back. The master of the Huang family was slightly stunned, but then he nodded with a smile. Uncle Huang, he speaks like a little adult, which is quite appropriate. But why can't people with spiritual roots enter the immortal sect like the other 2 people? Are there strong and weak spiritual roots? The young man looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. My spiritual root is too heterogeneous. The immortals won't accept me. Ning Qi smiled at him. Heterogeneous spiritual root. The young man pondered. At this time, Huang Xianer, who had just returned from the experience, suddenly said to the master of the Huang family, Father, do you still have that round black stone? Senior brother Shangguan came back with me this time because he wants to take it back to the sect for master to see. It may have another origin. I gave it to Ning Xian. The master of the Huang family was stunned for a moment. You gave it to him? Huang Xianer looked at Ning Qi and frowned slightly. Then she got up and said with a smile, Give me the black stone, and I'll give you a tael of silver. How about it?" Ning Qi originally heard that the other party came to ask for the sword pellet, which originally belonged to the master of the Huang family. He planned to return it directly, but he didn't expect the other party to ask for such a sky-high price. A tael of silver? The master of the Huang family secretly cursed in his heart. Sure enough, Ning Qi smiled. "The thing given by Master Huang is very precious. I plan to take it back and keep it well." Huang Xian'er's expression changed slightly, and then she said, 100 taels! She could see that Ning Qi was indeed different from ordinary 5-year-old children. "Not for sale." Ning Qi smiled and said to the master of the Huang family, "Master Huang, I'm going back." "Okay, I'll order someone to send you back first." The master of the Huang family nodded. He didn't particularly care about Huang Xian'er's master. After all, this was Yanqing City, and the Ning Mansion was what he valued more. If he wanted to sit on the same chariot as the Ning Mansion, Ning Xian in front of him was the key figure. Seeing that Huang Xian'er was about to speak again, the master of the Huang family immediately stopped her. After Ning Qi left, Huang Xian'er said angrily, "Father, how can you give this thing to a child so casually?" "Is that thing very important?" The master of the Huang family smiled faintly and glanced at the young man. "Master suspects that it's something, but we can only know after confirming it." Huang Xian'er frowned. "Since I've already given it to someone, it belongs to Ning Xian. If you want it, buy it from him yourself. But I'll say the ugly words first. Don't treat him like a child like before. Be sincere and don't hurt him. There are 2 young masters in the Ning Mansion who have entered the immortal sect. Our Huang family and your master can't afford to provoke them." The master of the Huang family said with a smile. Chapter 4258. Huang Xian'er and the young man's expressions changed slightly when they heard this. "Father, it doesn't matter even if 2 people from the Ning family join the immortal sections," Huang Xian'er said slowly after a few breaths of silence. The Huang family's patriarch frowned. "Where does your confidence come from? No matter how strong your master is, he is just an ordinary warrior. How can he compare to the immortal sect? Uncle Huang, you might not know this, but this time our 7-sword sect has a patriarch who has returned. This patriarch is a member of the legendary immortal sect." The young man suddenly said, "Oh." Patriarch Huang's expression changed slightly. "Is this true?" "Of course," Huang Xian'er said. "Yes, the patriarch said that there is a Dharma treasure in the immortal sect called the Sword Pill. It could transform into a flying sword and behead people from 1,000 miles away. Its divine ability was extraordinary. After I heard that, I felt that the stone in your collection was most likely a sword pellet. Didn't you say that after you saved a swordsman, you were rewarded by him? Logically speaking, he wouldn't use an ordinary and worthless item to repay the favor of saving his life, would he? If that's the case, then wouldn't I have suffered a great loss?" The head of the Huang family was dumbfounded. After several breaths of silence, he sighed. "But I always keep my word. Since I gave it to that boy Ning Xian, then it is his. It's fine if you can really buy it, but if he doesn't want to sell, I won't allow you to take it by force." Huang Xian'er frowned and then nodded. She regretted not coming back earlier. If that was the case, there would be no need to complicate matters like today. On the way back to the Ning Mansion, Ning Qi was in deep thought. The 20th level of the Qi condensation incantation had been fully raised, but he still had 1,340 points of spiritual energy left. The most important thing now was how to obtain the cultivation technique. "Young Master Ning Xian, Miss Huang has come to visit and asked to see you. Young Master Shuren asked me to call you over." Not long after returning to the courtyard, a servant ran in and saw Ning Qi standing in the courtyard basking in the sun, seemingly deep in thought. "Miss Huang?" Ning's mother came over with some doubts. "Why does Miss Huang want to see Xian? Mother Ning looked at the servant and asked with a frown. I don't know either. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the servant's face. They even chased us all the way to the Ning family. It looks like they are very confident that this is a sword sphere. Ning Qi took out the black orb and glanced at it. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He had already absorbed all the spiritual qi inside. Even if it really was a sword orb, it had long been useless. Perhaps he could use it to exchange for a set of cultivation methods. Mother, I just saw her at the Huang Manor. I think she has something to discuss with me. I'll go take a look. Ning Qi laughed. Ning Mu slightly nodded. Then you go and come back quickly. Tonight I will stew you pig trotters. In the Ning family's reception hall, as the young master of the Ning family, Ning Shuran was usually responsible for receiving guests who were not particularly important. At this moment, he was chatting happily with Huang Xianer and Shangguan Nong in the reception hall. Most of the things they talked about were related to the Jianghu, such as where experts were fighting or where a demonic Dao cultivator was wreaking havoc. Eldest young master, I've brought young Master Xian. The servant led Ning Qi into the reception hall. After bowing respectfully, he turned around and left. As soon as Huang Xianer saw Ning Qi, she stood up and smiled. Ning Xian, I haven't been in Yanqing City for many years, so I haven't heard of your name before. Please forgive me for offending you. Ning Shuren's eyes flashed with curiosity. Offending him before? Did Ning Xian have a dispute with them when he was at the Huang Manor? It's okay. Ning Qi smiled lightly. Shangguan Nong smiled. Ning Xian, Xianer, and I are very sincere. We hope to buy the black orb that Uncle Huang gave you. Black orb? Ning Shuran was slightly startled and immediately said, Wait, what do you want to buy from Ning Xian? It's like this. Huang Xianer explained the cause and effect of the matter. Ning Shuran was stunned for a moment and looked at Ning Xian with a strange expression. He secretly thought that the miser must have some ulterior motives for giving Ning Qi something. But there was one thing that made him quite suspicious. Why did the other party chase him all the way here to buy that thing? Could it be that the thing given by the Huang family head was extremely valuable? Thinking of this, Ning Shuren calmly looked at Ning Qi and gave him a look. I can give it to you, but let's get straight to the point. I have heard about the Immortal Sect. This thing is very likely to be the legendary sword pellet. Ning Qi took out the black orb and smiled. If you really want it, you can exchange it with a martial arts technique. Sword pellet? What's that? Ning Shuran was slightly startled. His eyes fell on the black orb in Ning Qi's hand, and his expression was a little strange. Isn't this just an ordinary stone? How do you know it's a sword? Huang Xianer looked shocked, but before she could finish her words, Shangguan Nong stopped her with a stern look. Ning Xian, we don't know what you are talking about, but this thing is indeed helpful for martial arts. Name your price. Cultivation techniques are impossible. Martial arts techniques are inheritances that are not easily passed down to outsiders. Shangguan Nong said in a low voice. Then there's nothing to talk about. You are not sincere enough. Ning Qi shook his head with a smile and turned to leave. Shangguan Nong's eyes flashed, and he instantly rushed towards Ning Qi. His target was the sword pellet in Ning Qi's hand. Ning Shuran didn't expect Shangguan Nong to attack directly, and he didn't expect Shangguan Nong to have such powerful qi and blood. He was obviously an expert at the LV8 physical body realm, and he was only at the LV5 physical body realm. There was a gap of 3 levels between them, and he couldn't stop Shangguan Nong in time. As long as I get the sword pellet, even if someone from the Ning family joins the Immortal Sect, they can't do anything to me. These thoughts flashed in Shangguan Nong's mind. At this moment, there was only the sword pellet in his eyes. You want to snatch it because you can't come to an agreement. Ning Qi turned around and slapped him. The power of the LV20 physical body realm exploded, and Shangguan Nong's body flew back at a faster speed. He smashed the screen in the hall and fell heavily to the ground. Ning Shuran and Huang Xianer looked at him subconsciously and saw that his arm had been broken and separated from his arm. Blood kept gushing out from his wound, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Ning Shuran was dumbfounded. He twisted his stiff neck and looked at the indifferent Ning Qi. He suddenly gasped in his heart. How is this possible? An expert at the LV8 physical body realm was defeated by a 5-year-old child? Senior brother, are you okay? Huang Xianer hurriedly ran to Shangguan side. While checking his injury, she looked at Ning Qi in horror. Chapter 4259. Huang Xianer was really frightened. Although the Seven Swords sect was not one of the top sects in the underworld, it was still considered a first-rate sect. The sect master's martial arts cultivation was unfathomable, and he was a force to be reckoned with within the boundaries of the Seven Sword sect. Shangguan was the eldest disciple of the sect master. He had been taught by the sect master since he was a child. Although he was less than 30 years old, he had already reached the 8th tier of the physical body realm. In the future, he would also have the opportunity to break through the shackles of the physical body realm and step into the next realm of martial arts. Geniuses of this level didn't have many opponents in the pugilistic world. Moreover, there were only 3 experts at the 7th tier of the physical body realm in Yanking City. They were the Ning, Huang, and Lin family heads. Therefore, they were very relaxed when they came here. However, he did not expect that Shangguan would be reduced to such a state by a single slap from a 5-year-old child. How could he possess such a terrifying martial arts cultivation at such a young age? Huang Xianer couldn't believe it. Ning Shuran was even more shocked than her. He stared at the scene in front of him with his mouth agape. Ning Xian, you. Eldest young master. Old master asked second young master to teach me the qi condensation technique. Ning Qi smiled. But even if you're a martial artist, how could you? Ning Shuran was speechless. Shangguan had just fainted for a short while, but now he finally woke up. When he found that his arm had been broken by Ning Qi, he couldn't help but let out a miserable howl. Senior brother, I'll take you to see a doctor now. Huang Xianer quickly helped him up, picked up the broken arm on the ground, and staggered outside. Ning Shuran did not stop them from leaving. He felt that the most important thing now was to determine what level Ning Qi's cultivation had reached. Not long after, the master of the Ning family and Ning Zishu arrived one after another. They looked at the blood on the ground and their faces darkened. What happened? Ning family's patriarch asked in a deep voice. This matter? Ning Shuran glanced at Ning Qi and said with a strange expression, It's like this just now. The story was finished. The master of the Ning family and Ning Zishu both stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. You defeated an expert at the 8th tier of the physical body realm in one move? Ning Zishu couldn't believe it. I just taught you the qi condensation manual. Ning Xian had already advanced to the 4th tier of the physical body realm. However, I felt that it would not be good to spread this news, so I did not tell the two of you. Now, it seems that he is not only at the 4th tier of the physical body realm. His martial arts cultivation might be even stronger. However, he does not have any cultivation experience, so he does not know what level he has reached. The Ning family patriarch said slowly after a moment of silence. What? Father, you already knew. Ning Zishu was slightly shocked, and then a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. No wonder his father suddenly wanted him to stop teaching Ning Qi martial arts. So this was the reason. Ning Xian, come with me to the martial arts practice field. I want to confirm your martial arts realm today. The head of the Ning family said solemnly. Ning family's martial arts practice field. Apart from the Ning father and son trio and Ning Qi, the rest of the people were ordered to leave this place and were not allowed to approach. The huge martial arts practice field was cleared. Right now, there was a huge cauldron in front of Ning Qi. This giant cauldron weighs 4,000 kilograms. If you are really at the 8th tier of the physical body realm, you will definitely be able to lift it. The Ning family patriarch said to Ning Qi. Ning Qi nodded and went forward to grab one of the handles of the cauldron. He lifted the huge cauldron with one hand. He had the strength of 20,000 kilograms. So a huge cauldron weighing 4,000 kilograms was really nothing to him. Ning Shuran and Ning Zishu gasped in unison, then looked at the Ning family patriarch with a strange expression. This was because even their father could not lift this huge cauldron. This was enough to show that Ning Qi's cultivation was at least at the 8th tier of the physical body realm. The person that Huang Xianer brought was at the 8th tier of the physical body realm. Ning Xian defeated him in one move, so his realm should be even higher. The Ning family patriarch's eyes flickered. Go and bring a 2,000-kilogram cauldron over. Father, you mean? Ning Xian might already be at the 10th tier of the physical body realm. He has mastered our Ning family's qi condensation technique to the perfected realm. Ning Zishi was stunned. Go and bring a 2,000-kilogram cauldron over, and you will know. The Ning family patriarch said. Yes. Ning Zishu ran to a corner of the martial arts practice field with a strange expression and picked up a 2,000-kilogram cauldron from there. Xian, I want you to lift both of these cauldrons at the same time. The Ning family patriarch said to Ning Qi with a serious expression. Ning Qi nodded slightly, then casually lifted the 2,000-kilogram cauldron and threw it on top of the 4,000-kilogram cauldron. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Then Ning Qi lifted both cauldrons at the same time in front of the three of them. He really is at the 10th tier of the physical body realm. The Ning family patriarch muttered to himself. Then his eyes filled with ecstasy. Although Xian does not have the talent to cultivate, his talent in martial arts is superb. Father, it turns out that people with spirit roots are also geniuses in martial arts. Ning Shuran sighed. You are wrong. Spiritual Master Ziyang said that Xian's spirit roots are heterogeneous and cannot cultivate. This means that Xian is definitely not the only one with heterogeneous spirit roots. But have you ever heard of someone who can advance from an ordinary person to a 10th tier of the physical body realm expert in a day or two? Xian's talent in martial arts is definitely not brought about by the spirit roots. It is innate. The Ning family patriarch's tone was a little excited. Hearing this, the two of them suddenly looked a little strange. It is a pity that our Ning family does not have a more advanced martial arts skill. The Ning family patriarch's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. Then he gritted his teeth and said to Ning Qi, Xian, I plan to send you to a sect to learn martial arts. There are more advanced martial arts skills there. Are you willing to go? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. If that was the case, it seemed that the problem of the martial arts skill could be solved. Father, are you planning to use that opportunity? Ning Shuran and Ning Zisu suddenly froze, their faces suddenly showing a trace of seriousness. That's right. Although that favor is your grandfather's, we have given them a lot of pure gold over the years to maintain this favor. This time, Xianer has such talent, it is worth it for us to use it. The Ning family patriarch nodded. His tone was a little serious. Master, the sect you are talking about is? Ning Qi asked. The Great Development Sect, a martial arts sect backed by the Immortal Sect, the founder of which is a disciple of the Immortal Sect. If you go there, not only will you be able to practice more advanced martial arts skills, you may even meet someone from the Immortal Sect. Maybe someone who thinks differently from Spiritual Master Ziyang is willing to accept you into the Immortal Sect. The Ning family patriarch said in a low voice, I will go. Ning Qi nodded decisively. If what the Ning family patriarch said was true, it would be helpful for him to obtain the Immortal Sect skills. Chapter 4260. Ever since they decided to go to the Grand Development Gate, the Ning clan's master informed Mother Ning of this news. After Ningmu learned, although the heart is happy, but also some reluctant. Seeing this, the head of the Ning clan told Ning Qi to wait for a month until Ning Niu came back from outside. Then the family of 3 could reunite and send Ning Qi to the Grand Development Gate. Meanwhile, the head of the Huang family looked at Shang Guannong, who was lying on the bed, and frowned deeply. He had never imagined that Shang Guannong, a martial arts expert of the 8th tier of the human body realm, would be defeated by Ning Qi in a single move. The doctor had said that Shang Guannong would be able to get out of bed and walk on his own after resting for about half a month. However, it was impossible to reattach his arm. The 7 Swords sect behind Shang Guannong was quite famous in the Jianghu. Although the Huang family would not be implicated because of this, it would inevitably cause some trouble in the future. Ning Xian has such a powerful martial arts cultivation at such a young age. No wonder the Ning family treats him like a treasure. Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong had joined the immortal sect and wouldn't be able to return in a short period of time. In the future, they might not get involved in mortal affairs. From the looks of it, Ning Xian has become the future pillar of the Ning family in this mortal world. The Huang family's patriarch's mind spun rapidly. Ning Yanqing and his brother joining an immortal sect could bring about an invisible deterrence to the Ning family. But in the short term, they would not be able to provide any substantial help to the Ning family. Ning Xian was different. In his opinion, Ning Xian had such a terrifying martial arts cultivation at such a young age, and he would only become stronger in the future. It could also be of great help to the Ning family. Sighing softly in his heart, the Huang family's patriarch turned around and walked out of the room with a sullen face. Not far away, Huang Xianer stood with her head lowered. When she saw the Huang family's patriarch walk out, she looked a little frightened. "Father," senior brother lost an arm here, "I'm afraid Master will be furious." Huang Xianer said in a low voice, "I've already warned you. Who knew that your senior brother would actually take the initiative to attack a 5-year-old child?" The head of the Huang family snorted coldly. Huang Xianer's expression changed slightly, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Who knew that a person with a spiritual root would have such a terrifying martial talent? I and senior brother never thought that his cultivation could reach the 10th level of the physical body realm. Are you sure it's the 10th tier of the physical body realm? The Huang family patriarch said after a few breaths of silence. If he wasn't at the 10th tier of the physical body realm, he wouldn't have been able to severely injure senior brother in one move. Huang Xianer said, "Alas, I've known for a long time that Ning Xian is talented and a well-known child prodigy, but I never expected his martial arts talent to be so terrifying. I really don't know why Reverend Ziyang didn't take him in as well. Could it be that the difference between cultivation and martial cultivation is really that big?" The head of the Huang family sighed softly. "Father, what should we do now?" Huang Xianer whispered, "You said that your 7 Swords sect has a patriarch who cultivated immortal techniques. If he knows about this, will he come directly to Yanqing City?" The Huang family's patriarch said solemnly, "Probably." Huang Xianer nodded. "Then write a letter saying that it's a misunderstanding, and mention the matter of the 2 Ning boys entering the Purple Pure Palace. If that ancestor still wants to come to Yanqing City at that time, I will go to the Ning family and get that thing back. I believe that it will be able to appease that ancestor's anger." The head of the Huang family said, "Father, why are you helping the Ning mansion?" Huang Xianer was slightly startled. She could see that such a decision was clearly beneficial to the Ning mansion. It was equivalent to the Huang family wiping the Ning family's mess. "I'm not helping them. Yanqing City is a tripod and it can't be chaotic. If there is a mess, even our Huang family may be involved." The head of the Huang family said lightly, "Just do as I tell you. If that ancestor is afraid of the Purple Pure Palace, then this matter will be even easier to solve. Your senior brother only lost an arm, not his life. Yes. Huang Xianer hesitated for a few breaths and nodded slightly. Go write a letter. Someone is watching your senior brother. Don't be afraid. The head of the Huang family said. Huang Xianer turned and left. After she left, a young man in his 30s walked slowly to the side of the Huang family. He was the only son of the Huang family's patriarch, Huang Zhen. Did you hear what I said to your sister just now? The head of the Huang family said lightly. Yes. Huang Zhen nodded slightly. After a pause, he asked, Father, do you like Ning Xian? Ning Xian is a good child. I'm just afraid that he won't like us. Besides, do you think there's no reason for the Ning family to have 3 spiritual roots this time? I'm getting old, and I believe in fate more and more. The head of the Huang family said lightly. Then I'll go to the Ning family now and tell them to be careful of the 7-sword sect. Huang Zhen said in a low voice. Go. The head of the Huang family nodded. Half a month later, Shang Guannong recovered from his injuries and left Yanqing City with Huang Xianer. On that day, several burly men covered in wounds ran into the Ning family. In the front hall, the head of the Ning family watched the doctor treat the bruised men while listening to their narration. Ning Shuran and Ning Zishu were also present. After listening to the narration of the bruised men, their faces gradually became a little gloomy. 200 miles away from Yanqing City, there was a green summit town. The Ning family had a jade mine there. Although the mining was extremely difficult and costly, the annual income of the jade mine for the Ning family accounted for more than 50% of the total income of the Ning family. Ning Niu was the deacon of the jade mine, responsible for supervising the miners and handling some miscellaneous matters. Of course, Ning Niu was only following orders. The person in charge of the jade mine was the uncle of Ning Shuran and Ning Zishu. Now the jade mine was in trouble. A few hundred miles away from Green Summit Town, there was a Tao Sha city. There was only one big family in the city, unlike Yanqing City, which was divided into 3 branches. This big family had the compound surname of Zhuqiu. Its strength was much stronger than the 3 families in Yanqing City. It was said that the Zhuqiu family had a martial arts expert who could release his genuine qi from his body. This expert was far stronger than the 10th tier of the physical body realm. He had already stepped into the 2nd realm of martial arts, embryonic breathing. The Ning clan would occasionally cooperate with the Zhuqiu clan to sell some furs and silks. Everyone lived in harmony for many years, but no one expected that just a few days ago, the Zhuqiu clan would suddenly launch a surprise attack on the Ning clan's jade mine, causing the Ning clan to suffer heavy losses. These bruised men were the only ones who managed to escape. The rest were now under the control of the Zhuqiu family. Father, the Zhuqiu family has always lived in harmony with us. Why did they attack our jade mine without saying a word? Ning Shuren's expression was solemn. The head of the Ning family was silent, as if he was also thinking about the reason. Master, Master. A bruised man's eyes flickered as he said hesitantly. Deacon Ning Niu resisted too fiercely and was broken by the experts of the Zhuqiu family. If he is not treated in time, I'm afraid that in the future. The head of the Ning family immediately stood up, his eyes extremely fierce. Chapter 42:61. Did something happen to Ning Niu? Ning Shuran and Ning Zishu looked at each other, thinking that things were getting serious. Don't tell Ning Xian and his mother about this. Let's send someone to save Ning Niu first. We'll deal with the Zhuqiu family about the jade mine later. The master of the Ning family said in a low voice, Master, Master. The eyes of the burly man who spoke earlier flickered, and a hint of guilt appeared on his face. We met Ning Xian when we entered the mansion, and he already knows about this. You guys really don't hold back your words. Send someone to bring Ning Xian here immediately. The master of the Ning family shouted angrily. If it were any other 5-year-old child, they would know. But Ning Qi was different. The master of the Ning family knew that Ning Qi's mind was very mature and could not be treated as an ordinary child. Moreover, Ning Qi was now a martial arts expert at the 10th tier of the physical body realm. If he knew about this, it would be dangerous for him to sneak to Green Summit Town. Even if one's martial arts cultivation was high, cultivation was only a part of the factor when it came to a real fight. The real factor was experience. The master of the Ning family was not optimistic about Ning Qi. Ning Zishu immediately left the front hall. Soon, he returned to the front hall alone with a serious face. Someone saw Ning Xian go out. Send someone to chase him back immediately. Don't let him go to Green Summit Town. The master of the Ning family made a prompt decision. I'll go after him. Ning Zishu nodded and turned to leave. Father, we have never had any misunderstandings with the Zwichio family. Even if there are some conflicts in business, we have solved them. We won't let them suddenly attack our jade mine. Could this matter be related to the Seven Swords sect? Ning Shuran suddenly said. The master of the Ning family waved his hand to dismiss the rest of the people. Then he said with a serious face, since Ning Xian injured Shangguan Nong, a disciple of the Seven Sword sect, they have not taken any action. This time, maybe they are testing us. If we can't solve this matter, I'm afraid they will use all kinds of connections to force us to a dead end. Even if we send someone to the Purple Pure Palace, because the Seven Sword sect has not really taken action, I'm afraid that the Purple Pure Palace can't do anything to them. We have to rely on ourselves. Outside the city of Yanqing, Ning Qi ran much faster than a horse with just his legs. He was probably the only martial artist in the world who had reached the 20th level of the physical body realm. With the strength of 20,000 jin, he could travel more than 10 meters with every kick. Based on his previous experience, Ning Qi's figure was like a wisp of green smoke. The head of the Ning family was worried that he did not have enough experience in fighting and would fall at the hands of others when he went to Green Summit Town. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Ning Qi had absolute confidence in his experience. In his hands, it would not be a problem for him to multiply the force of 20,000 jin. Compared to Ning Qi's speed, Ning Zisu was much slower. Even if he spurred his horse at full speed, it would still take him at least 4 hours to reach Green Summit Town. As for Ning Qi, he could cover the distance of 200 miles in half an hour. He was at least 4 times faster than Ning Zishu. An hour later, Ning Qi finally arrived at Green Summit Town. The Ning family's jade mine was at the top of a mountain in Green Summit Town. He could see it at a glance as soon as he entered the town. Who would have thought that the Zwichio family of Tasha City would actually take down the Ning family's jade mine? Yeah, this time the Ning family was caught off guard and lost the jade mine before they could react. I heard that hundreds of miners were detained by the Zwichio family. I think they will have to eat the Zwichio family's rice bowl in the future. How strange. The Zwichio family and the Ning family have never had any enmity. Why would they suddenly do this time? I heard that the biggest steward of the jade mine is the brother-in-law of the Ning family's head. He was immediately killed by the Zwichio family's martial artists. There were many people chatting in Green Summit Town. As Ning Qi walked towards the top of the mountain, he heard a lot of gossip. The biggest steward of the jade mine was directly killed. Ning Qi's expression became somewhat strange. He had seen that steward 2 or 3 times in the past year or two. Due to his identity as the brother-in-law of the Ning family's head and the fact that he controlled the jade mine, his position in the Ning family was not low. Not long after, Ning Qi arrived at the foot of the mountain. In the distance, there were still many idlers standing and pointing in his direction. However, these idlers did not dare to approach because there was a group of people with stern expressions standing at the foot of the mountain. Kid, don't go that way. Whose family are you from? Someone saw Ning Qi walking towards the foot of the mountain and hurriedly went forward to stop him. Ning Qi smiled and planned to go around. In the end, that person refused to let Ning Qi near the foot of the mountain. Kid, why don't you listen to me? Hurry up and go back. What are you doing here? After saying that, he even reached out to grab Ning Qi. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, I am a disciple of the Ning family. Right now, my father is on the mountain, and I don't know if he is dead or alive, so I want to go take a look. Hey, why do you speak like an adult? That person was stunned, but then he reacted, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. A disciple of the Ning family? Go right now. Old man scrammed to the side. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the ears of the old man who was blocking Ning Qi. The old man was slightly startled, and hurriedly turned to look, only to see that the group of people at the foot of the mountain had already surrounded him. Little old man, this has nothing to do with you, the other party shouted coldly. Yes. The old man sighed inwardly and stood to the side. The Zuoqiu family was a big family in Tasha City. How would he dare to go against them? He could only think that the kid in front of him was unlucky. However, he believed that the other party would not go too far with a 5-year-old child. Thinking of this, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Did you just say that your father is on the mountain? The person who spoke had a scar on his face and looked quite fierce. At this moment, he was looking at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Yes. Ning Qi nodded slightly. Your father is a miner. The other party asked again. My father, Ning Niu, I heard that he was injured. I wonder how he is now. Ning Qi said with a smile. Oh, so you are the son of that bad-tempered man. Ha ha ha, you came at the right time. Your father is indeed on the mountain. Come up with me. A hint of surprise flashed in the other party's eyes, and then he said with a smile, Don't go. Many people of Green Summit Town secretly said, What a pity. They were disappointed. Ning Qi obediently followed them up the mountain. The other party was so surprised to see him. It was possible that Ning Niu had offended some big shot. Otherwise, the other party would not have such an expression. This also explained why the group of people who escaped back to the Ning family said that Ning Niu's legs were broken. Hey, this kid has small arms and legs, but he can walk so fast and he doesn't seem tired? When they reached halfway up the mountain, a few people who were slightly out of breath looked at Ning Qi in surprise. The scar-faced man pointed to a shed not far away and said with a smile, Your father is there, let's go! Chapter 42:62. Ning Qi saw many shirtless, muscular men kneeling around the shed in the distance. They should be the miners of the jade mine. Behind them, there were many martial artists wielding long sabers. These miners didn't dare to move at all. They didn't even dare to lift their heads. Walking slowly to the shed, Ning Qi immediately saw Ning Niu lying on the ground. His whole body was covered with small wounds. It seemed that someone had just tortured him. Dirty ant, how dare you offend me? In front of Ning Niu stood a young girl who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. She was beautiful, but her eyes were filled with hatred, making her look gloomy. Beside the young girl stood a few warriors with smiles on their faces. Their cultivation was higher than knife scars, and their qi and blood were at least in the 6th tier of the physical body realm. First Miss, I think we should just kill him. This kind of ant is not worthy of First Miss's personal torture. A warrior smiled ingratiatingly. Ning Qi's eyes moved and saw a small saber in the girl's hand. This meant that Ning Niu had been tortured by this girl to leave so many wounds on his body. First Miss, if you still don't feel satisfied, this guy's son is here. Knife Scar walked behind Ning Qi with his subordinates and smiled ingratiatingly at the girl. Only then did the people in the shed realize that there was a short figure outside the shed. Their gazes all fell on Ning Qi. This kid is this guy's son. Everyone's expression became strange, and a faint smile appeared in their eyes. They did not expect a kid of this age to come to their door. Ning Niu was originally in a coma, but he seemed to have heard something. He tried his best to open his eyes and raise his head. Very soon, he saw a familiar figure. Xiana, hurry up and leave. Ningyo was energized. He grabbed the ground with both hands and crawled towards Ning Xian. Unfortunately, his ankle was stepped on by a warrior before he could crawl far. Ningyo could only look at Ning Xian emotionally as tears rolled down his eyes. "Father, sleep. You'll be fine after a sleep," Ning Qi said softly. "Sleep." Everyone was startled and looked at Ning Qi strangely. They felt that there was something wrong with Ning Qi's tone. This doesn't sound like something a 4 or 5-year-old kid would say. He doesn't seem to be afraid at all. "Scar, did you catch him?" The woman narrowed her eyes and looked at Ning Qi. "Eldest miss, I was waiting at the foot of the mountain, and this brat came to me on his own. If first young miss doesn't mind, I can torture him on behalf of first young miss to vent your anger." Scar said with a flattering smile, "My father, what did he do to offend you that you would torture him like this?" Ning Qi suddenly raised his head and looked at the woman. "Hee, your father just used his dirty hands to touch young Miss's clothes. This is the greatest blasphemy to the first miss." Scar spared no effort in flattering the woman. The expressions of the few cultivators beside the woman changed a few times. They were very dissatisfied with him. "He only touched the corner of his clothes, and he injured my father like this?" Ning Qi was a little surprised. "Are you really not afraid at all?" The woman was suddenly curious about Ning Qi. "Scared? Just don't be afraid later." Ning Qi suddenly smiled extremely brightly. He turned around and jumped up. In front of everyone, he instantly slapped the heads of Scar's subordinates into their chests. 1 head per palm. "What's going on?" Everyone's eyes revealed a look of shock. Some of them even rubbed their eyes. When they realized that the scene in front of them was not an illusion, they all sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. A few experts at the 4th tier of the physical body realm had actually been instantly killed by a little kid who did not even reach his waist. Ningyo, who had been holding on and not fainting, also revealed a look of shock when he saw this scene. "Kill him!" The woman reacted extremely quickly. She immediately shouted and quickly retreated a few steps. Her eyes were filled with shock and anger as she looked at Ning Qi. "You're courting death." Scar immediately pulled out the long saber at his waist and directly slashed at Ning Qi. Unfortunately, when the long saber was about to fall on Ning Qi's head, it could no longer fall. 2 delicate fingers gently clamped the blade of the saber. Impossible. Scar's face revealed a look of disbelief. He then shouted loudly and wanted to pull the long saber back. However, no matter how much strength he used, the long saber was still clamped by Ning Qi's fingers and could not move at all. He's at the 6th tier of the physical body realm. How can he not be a match for this kid? Is this kid a human or a ghost? The few martial artists around the woman revealed a look of horror. At this moment, they suddenly remembered Ning Qi's words. "Don't be afraid. You dare to kill people so easily with such little strength?" Ning Qi sighed softly and pulled his elbow. Scar immediately loosened his grip, and the long saber fell into Ning Qi's hand. The length of the saber was even taller than Ning Qi. The way he held the long saber looked a little comical, but no one could laugh at this moment. The scene before them was beyond their understanding of martial arts. How could a 5 or 6-year-old kid have such terrifying skills? "All of you, attack together and take him down for me," the woman shouted again. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other, then roared and brandished their long sabers as they rushed towards Ning Qi, as if this could boost their courage. Ning Qi's footsteps moved slightly, his figure like a ghost dodging through the crowd's encirclement. In just a few breaths of time, the woman and Saber Scar discovered that all the martial artists surrounding Ning Qi had stopped moving. "What are you waiting for? If you can't take down this kid today, I'll teach you a lesson when we return to the Zwichio family," the woman shouted sternly. "They're dead and can't hear you. However, you can go down and repeat your words to them. I think it won't be long before the entire Zwichio family reunites with you in the underworld." Ning Qi's voice sounded again. Immediately after, the surrounding martial artists fell to the ground one by one, their heads falling from their necks and rolling far away. Scar and the woman then realized that they had all been beheaded by Ning Qi in an instant. Is this really Xiana? There was a trace of doubt in Ning Yo's eyes, but he could not help but pass out again. At this moment, the martial artists outside the shed had also noticed the commotion. They abandoned the miners and surrounded the shed. "Brat, are you a human or a ghost?" Scar said with a pale face, "Sometimes I'm a human." Ning Qi smiled. "Don't play tricks. There are many martial artists from the Zhuqiu family here. If you continue like this, you'll definitely die. How about this? You take your father away, and we'll call it a day." Dao Ba said in a fierce manner. The woman's lips moved slightly and a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. However, in the end, she did not refute. Chapter 42:63. I saw that there are only about 100 people. Do you think these people can stop me? Ning Qi smiled. Dao Ba was slightly startled, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He only felt that the child in front of him gave him a very sinister feeling. 100 people can't stop you? I don't believe it. Dao Ba said as he signaled the woman to retreat. As long as he could save this woman's life today, nothing else mattered. However, in the next moment, he saw Ning Qi suddenly disappear from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of him. "Young miss, run!" Dao Ba roared and slashed at Ning Qi with his saber. At the same time, the martial artists outside heard the sound and immediately rushed into the shed. "Run? Where can you go?" Ning Qi raised his saber and slashed down. Dao Ba was too weak in terms of speed and strength. He had just raised his saber when Ning Qi's saber had already slashed across his body, from his left shoulder to his right waist. Puff! Dao Ba's face revealed a look of astonishment, and then deep fear surged in his eyes. The saber in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. In the next moment, the woman turned around and saw a shocking scene. Dao Ba's upper body fell diagonally, and his internal organs fell to the ground. At this moment, the martial artists who had rushed into the shed also saw this scene and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. How could a 4 or 5-year-old kid kill a martial artist at the 6th tier of the physical body realm with one slash? "Protect the young miss!" Someone cried out. In an instant, they subconsciously rushed towards Ning Qi, regardless of whether the situation was a little strange. Ning Qi protected Ning Yo as he raised his saber and slashed down, one at a time, sometimes two. Gradually, the miners kneeling on the ground outside also felt that something was wrong. At the same time, in another wooden house, a group of managers of the jade mine was imprisoned. Why is it so noisy outside? Could it be that our Ning family sent someone? It's unlikely. The one who attacked is the Zhuqiu family. I'm afraid the old master won't send someone so soon. 2 martial artists walked into the house and shouted coldly. Everyone immediately shut their mouths. Why is it so noisy at the foot of the mountain? Go take a look. The 2 martial artists looked at each other, and one of them frowned. All right, you keep an eye on them. I'll go take a look. The other warrior nodded and walked out of the house towards the mountainside. When he reached halfway up the mountain, he saw corpses all over the ground. There were pools of blood everywhere, and among these corpses stood a child holding a long knife. The cultivator from the Zhuqiu clan was slightly stunned, and a trace of horror immediately surged in his eyes. What happened? Why did so many people die? From the heads scattered on the ground, he recognized a few familiar faces. Just a few days ago, he had been drinking and eating meat with them, but now their heads had been separated from their bodies, and they died with their eyes wide open. What the hell is going on? The martial artist twisted his stiff neck and saw another figure. It was the eldest miss of the Zhuqiu family, who was in charge of protecting them. You must be a ghost. Zhuqiu Lingyin forced a smile. Ning Qi smiled and slowly walked towards her. Don't come over. Zhuqiu Lingyin finally could no longer maintain her demeanor. She fell directly to the ground, supported herself with her hands, and kept retreating. Her face became extremely distorted because of horror. With a smile on his face, Ningqi approached Zhuqiu Lingyin step by step. At this time, she saw a Zhuqiu clan martial artist standing nearby, and hurriedly shouted, "Stop him! Stop him!" Ah, yes, eldest Mississippi, the martial artist, had not figured out the reason. He only saw a child holding a long knife approaching Zhuqiu Lingyin, and he subconsciously walked towards Ningqi. Puff! A head flew up. Ningqi did not look at it and continued to approach Zhuqiu Lingyin. Zhuqiu Lingyin's eyes showed a touch of despair. She never thought that, as the eldest miss of the Zhuqiu clan in Tasha City, with hundreds of guards at any time, she would encounter such a thing in a small place like Green Summit Town. Most of her guards were dead. Even if there were a few alive, they could not be a match for this terrifying guy. "Don't come any closer." Zhuqiu Lingyin's voice was a little sobbing. "You weren't like this when you tortured my father." Ningqi walked up to Zhuqiu Lingyin and said lightly, "Your father is not dead. I've been merciful. Yes, I've been merciful. You've also killed so many of my guards. Let's write off the enmity between us, okay?" Zhuqiu Lingyin begged for mercy. At this time, she found that the surrounding miners had gathered around and were looking at this scene with strange expressions. In despair, Zhuqiu Lingyin hurriedly asked for help from these people who she had once regarded as extremely dirty. "Save me! Please save me! I'm the eldest miss of the Zhuqiu clan. Whoever can save me, I'll guarantee him a lifetime of glory, splendor, and wealth." These miners looked extremely strange. One of them stepped forward cautiously and asked Ningqi, "Young master, are you the son of Deacon Ningnyo? Do you have any medicine? Heal my father first. If not, send someone to Green Summit Town to find a doctor." Ningqi said lightly, "Yes, yes, yes." The miner nodded hurriedly. He seemed to be the head of the miners. He turned around and gave an order. Immediately, miners ran down the mountain, apparently to find a doctor. It's said that Deacon Ningnyo's son has been smart since childhood and is a well-known prodigy, but now... The crowd was shocked and frightened. "You see, they won't help you and they can't help you." Ningqi's eyes fell on Zhuqiu Lingyin again, and he said with a smile, "If you have any last words, you can leave them. I'll pass them on to the Zhuqiu clan for you. You still want to go to my Zhuqiu clan?" Zhuqiu Lingyin's face gradually became resentful. "Then I hope you can do what you say. Go to my Zhuqiu clan. My father will definitely kill you, and he won't let you die so easily. These are your last words? I'll remember them. I'll definitely bring them to you." Ningqi nodded and raised his hand. Poochie! Blood spurted from the broken neck like a fountain. The lifeless head fell to the ground and rolled far away. Although there was no vitality in the eyes that could not be closed, there was still a trace of resentment in them. The miners around looked at Ningqi, who was standing in a pool of blood. His body was stained with blood, and even his hair was dyed red with blood. They could not help showing a trace of awe in their eyes. Ningqi walked slowly to Ningnyo's side and sat cross-legged. Ningnyo's injuries were all superficial and not life-threatening, but if his legs were not treated well, it would probably affect his walking in the future. Chapter 4264. After waiting for about half an hour, a little old man with a fearful face was carried up by a few miners. "Dr. Chin, quickly take a look at Deacon Ning's injuries." The leading miner quickly said, "Why are there so many corpses here?" Dr. Chen was dumbfounded, and the fear on his face was even stronger. But after a while he reacted and hurriedly trotted to Ningnyo's side with the medicine box on his back. While checking his injuries, he also looked at Ningqi with the corner of his eyes. "His injuries are all superficial. Although there are some internal injuries, it is not life-threatening. Send a few people to help me take him to my pharmacy. But this pair of legs is not easy to handle." I'm afraid it will not be convenient to walk in the future. After Dr. Chin finished looking at Ningyo, he looked at Ning Chi. Kid, you are injured all over. Where are you hurt? Thank you, Dr. Chin. I am not injured. Ning Chi smiled. Then his eyes fell on the leading miner. How should I address you? Ah, my name is Lin Dong. The leading miner quickly said. Uncle Lin, you deal with the matters on the mountain. You know where the other deacons are, right? I will go to the pharmacy with my father. Ning Chi got up and said. Okay, leave it to me. Lin Dong quickly nodded, looking at Ning Chi with a trace of awe in his eyes. One person, one knife, killed so many martial artists on the mountain. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such a method. What was even more frightening was that Ning Chi's age was similar to the children in their family. This was not a child prodigy at all, but a complete monster. Lin Dong secretly pondered in his heart. Qingfeng Town Pharmacy. After Ning Yo's injuries were carefully treated by Dr. Chin, he gradually woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he subconsciously wanted to sit up, but was pressed down by Ning Chi's hand. Father, your injuries are quite serious. Rest well during this time, especially your legs. Dr. Chin has already set your bones. You must not move around, otherwise it will leave a root cause in the future. Ning Chi said. Xianer, why are you here? Ning Yo's eyes showed a trace of confusion, then said anxiously, Something happened in the jade mine. But after saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but frown slightly. The matter of the jade mine has been solved for the time being. Now we just need to wait for the Ning mansion to send someone over. Ning Chi smiled. It's settled? Ning Yo's face suddenly showed a trace of horror, as if he remembered the scene he saw before he fainted. He looked at Ning Chi in astonishment and said, I seem to have seen you. I learned some martial arts from Master some time ago. Ning Chi laughed. But Ning Yo was slightly stunned. Just by learning some martial arts, he could defeat a group of people who were like wolves and tigers in his eyes. Father, rest well. Take care of your injuries. There's no need to think too much about anything else. Ning Chi smiled. Ning Yo was indeed a little sleepy. Not long after, he fell asleep with doubts and a trace of confusion. Ning Zishu spurred his horse and finally arrived at Green Summit Town. Where the hell did Ning Xian go? Ning Zishu's eyes were filled with doubt. When he chased Ning Chi out of the Ning mansion, he did not see any trace of Ning Chi along the way. Fortunately, as long as he did not come to Green Summit Town, Ning Zishu breathed a sigh of relief and then immediately went to the top of the hill where the jade mine was located. He wanted to ask the Zwichio family why they attacked the jade mine of the Ning mansion for no reason. There was no hatred between the two sides. If it was really the doing of the ancestor of the Seven Swords sect, who was rumored to have come from the Immortal sect, the Ning mansion should consider going to the Purple Pure Palace to report this matter to the Immortal. Along the way, Ning Zishu suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he reached the hillside, he saw Lin Dong and the others digging a pit and disposing of the corpses of the warriors killed by Ning Chi. The other deacons in the jade mine were also rescued, and now they were in charge of commanding. Hey, second young master is here. When the crowd saw Ning Zishu, their eyes lit up with joy and they immediately surrounded him. Ning Zishu's eyes fell on one of the deacons. What the hell happened here? Didn't they say that the Zwichio family attacked our jade mine? Where are the people of the Zwichio family? And my uncle? The chief steward was killed by the Zwichio family. One of the deacons had a look of grief and indignation. What? Ning Zishu's body trembled. After a while, he stood in front of a corpse with a look of sorrow in his eyes. The Zwichio family just left after killing my uncle? Were those the miners of the jade mine buried just now? After a moment of silence, Ning Zishu said in a heavy voice. Everyone looked at each other with a look of hesitation. Why aren't you saying anything? Ning Zishu frowned slightly. Lin Dong knows this the best. Let Lin Dong tell, second young master. We were trapped together and didn't see what happened, so we dare not say anything. One of the deacons said with a strange look, What the hell happened? Ning Zishu looked at Lin Dong. As the head of the miners, although he was just a poor man, Ning Zishu had seen him a few times and knew his name. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, then he seemed to be organizing his words in his mind. After 7 or 8 breaths, he said in a low voice, Second young master, we were originally detained by the martial artists of the Zwichio family. When Deacon Ning Nyo resisted, he accidentally touched the clothes of the Zwichio family's eldest daughter and was constantly tortured by them. Yes, where's Ning Nyo? Ning Zishu's expression changed. Deacon Ning Nyo is fine. He has been sent to the pharmacy. Lin Dong hurriedly said, As long as Ning Nyo is fine. Ning Zishu murmured to himself. Seeing this, Lin Dong continued, Later, Deacon Ning Nyo's son, young Master Ning Xian, also came. You said Ning Xian came? Ning Zishu's expression suddenly changed. Where is he? Second young master Xian is fine. Can you let me finish? Lin Dong smiled bitterly. Fine? Ning Zishu was startled. Then he let out a sigh of relief. Lin Dong was one of them, so he would not lie to him about this. Go on. Ning Zishu nodded. After young Master Ning Xian came, what happened next? Lin Dong smiled bitterly and said, Later, young Master Ning Xian snatched a knife and killed all the people of the Zwichio family, including the eldest daughter. The bodies you saw just now were left by the Zwichio family. In our jade mine, except for the chief steward, no one was injured. Ning Zishu's expression changed several times. After a long silence, he looked at the place where they had just buried the bodies with a strange expression and said, You said those hundreds of bodies were all killed by Ning Xian. Young Master Xian had no choice. Lin Dong hurriedly said, This. Chapter 42, 65. Green Summit Town, Chen's Pharmacy. Led by Lin Dong, Ning Zishu finally found Ning Qi. Ning Qi had already changed into a new set of clothes. He looked clean, white, and tender. Lin Dong couldn't help but reveal a look of awe when he saw Ning Qi. He didn't even feel this way when he saw Ning Zishu. You are really mischievous. Ning Zishu was silent for a few seconds when he saw Ning Qi, then scolded him with a hint of anger. Second uncle, have you dealt with the matter at the jade mine? Ning Qi smiled. It's been dealt with properly. Ning Zishu nodded, then frowned. Don't change the subject. Why are you so insensible? Why did you come to Green Summit Town alone? Although your martial Tao is strong, you don't have the slightest bit of experience in battle. Speaking up to here, Ning Zishu had a strange look in his eyes. A child without the slightest bit of experience in battle had actually annihilated over 100 Zwichio clan martial artists. If he hadn't seen those corpses with his own eyes and Lin Dong and the others hadn't assured him in every way, he still wouldn't have believed it. Could it be that a naturally intelligent person could even bring out killing skills from the womb? Were people with spiritual roots so monstrous? But he didn't see any similar signs in his son Ning Yandong. If I didn't come, father would have been tortured to death by Zwichio Lingyin. Ning Qi smiled. You killed Zwichio Lingyin. There is no room for reconciliation between the Ning mansion and the Zwichio family. I'll order someone to take you and Ning Nyo back to the Ning mansion. Leave the rest to our master. Don't get involved. Ning Zishu said with a complicated look. Leave it to you? Does our Ning mansion have a warrior at the 10th level of the physical body realm? Ning Qi asked with a strange look. No. Ning Zishu was slightly startled. The Zwichio family has a warrior at the 2nd level of martial arts. The current situation is irreconcilable. Second uncle, don't even think about negotiating with them. Either kill them in one blow or let the Ning mansion disappear from Yanqing City. There are only 2 outcomes. Ning Qi said, Send my father back to the Ning mansion to recover. Then we'll go directly to the Zwichio family in Tasha City. Anyway, this place is not far from Tasha City. We can go quickly and come back quickly. One day is enough to take care of things. What are you talking about? How are we going to settle things in one day and one night? Ning Zishu's face was filled with astonishment. Kill all the people from the Zwichio clan and take over their business. Won't the matter be resolved then? In the current situation, if we don't use such a thunderous method, do we have any other choice? Ning Qi looked up at Ning Zishu calmly. Lin Dong sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart and stared blankly at Ning Qi. Was this something a 5-year-old child could say? Kill every single member of the Zwichio clan? Even if we can really annihilate the Zwichio clan, such a method will inevitably attract criticism from all sides. Ning Zishu said with a strange expression. Not to mention that you also know that the Zwichio clan has a second realm in martial Dao. Even you won't be a match for him. This matter can only be resolved by the Purple Pure Palace's spiritual Master Xiang. Second uncle, what kind of existence do you think warriors are? Ning Qi suddenly laughed. Martial artist? Ning Zishu felt that there was a deeper meaning in Ning Qi's words, so he subconsciously thought for a while, but in the end he did not give an answer. Instead, he asked Ning Qi, "What do you think?" "I think that warriors are also ordinary people. So what if they have a second realm in martial Dao? Can they still live if their heads are cut off? Even if they are from the immortal sect, they have to return to their roots after losing their heads." Ning Qi laughed. "But the Zwichio clan has not reacted yet. If we give them time, it will be even more difficult to solve this matter. Even if we ask the Purple Pure Palace's spiritual master, how much do you think it will cost?" Ning Qi smiled. "The immortal sect's spiritual master values pure gold, just like how people in the market value money. They won't help our Ning mansion for free just because of Yan Qing and Yan Dong. How confident are you?" Ning Zishu said, slowly after a few moments of silence. 100%. Ning Qi smiled. 100%? Ning Zishu was slightly stunned, a touch of doubt in his eyes. But he thought about it. It seemed that Ning Qi's decision was the most suitable for the current situation. If the Zwichio clan was really given time to react, the Ning mansion would indeed be hard to resist. However, if anything happened to Ning Qi, his father would probably beat him to death. "You have to promise me one thing. Then I will decide whether to support you or not," Ning Zishu said with a serious expression. "Second uncle, please tell me." Ning Qi smiled. "If it's impossible, I want you to save your own life first. You can't do anything rashly. As long as there's life, there's hope. I think teacher has taught you this," Ning Zishu said. "Of course." Ning Qi nodded. "Lin Dong, go hire a carriage and send Ning Niu back to the Ning mansion. Also, tell my father that I've taken Ning Xian to Tasha City and ask him to send someone to pick us up," Ning Zishu said. "Yes, second young master." Lin Dong nodded solemnly. "By the way, don't spread the conversation between me and Ning Xian," Ning Zishu said. Lin Dong nodded quickly. "I know." In Tasha City, since Ning Zishu insisted on coming in person, Ning Qi could only ride on his horse. As a result, the speed of the journey was greatly reduced, and it took them 2 to 4 hours to arrive. By this time it was already night. "Stay in the inn for one night, and we'll act tomorrow," Ning Zishu immediately decided. He was still a little hesitant. Ning Qi did not refute, but nodded with a smile. Late at night, when Ning Zishu's breathing had gradually stabilized, Ning Qi quietly left the inn. The largest residence in Tasha City was not the governor's mansion, but the Zwichio clan. Ning Qi easily found this place and deftly jumped over the wall. There were guards patrolling the grounds of the Zwichio clan even late at night. However, Ning Qi's reaction was quick and his figure was short, so none of the guards were able to notice his presence. In less than 10 minutes, Ningqi had arrived at the Zhuqiu clan's inner residence, which was the most heavily guarded. In the largest courtyard, there was a room that was still brightly lit. Ningqi quietly approached from the shadows and stood by the window. The conversation in the room was clearly heard by him. "Father, you let little sister go to Green Summit Town. Was it really the idea of that person from the Seven Sword sect?" "Yes, I received a letter from him some time ago. In addition, you should know that 2 people from the Ning residence have entered the Immortal Sect. We can use that person from the Seven Swords sect to suppress the Ning residence. As far as I know, the cultivation of the Immortal Sect values money very much. Without the support of the Ning residents, those 2 youngsters who have entered the Immortal Sect will not achieve much in the future. But if there is no if, Artasia City is not far from Yanqing City. If we let the Ning residents grow, our Zhuqiu clan will become a vassal in a few decades." So they hit it off. Ningqi's eyes flashed with understanding. Chapter 4266. The jade mine in Green Summit Town should have been taken over by Little Sister. When the Ning residence responds and sends someone to negotiate, shall we make our move? The conversation continued in the house. Don't kill too many people. Just treat this as a normal business conflict and suppress the Ning residence's industry. If too many people are injured, I'm afraid the Purple Pure Palace will intervene. Our Zhuqiu clan cannot afford to offend the immortal sects. Therefore, the news of our collaboration with the Seven Swords sect cannot be spread. Even if they have some suspicions, they will not have enough evidence. I understand. Calculating the time, I will bring people to Green Summit Town tomorrow. You may leave. I'm tired. After a while, the lights in the house dimmed. 10 breaths later, Ningqi appeared silently in the house. There was an old man who was about the same age as the Ning clan leader, perhaps 4 or 5 years older. He emitted an aura that was much stronger than the Ning clan leaders. "Who is it?" The other party was very sensitive. Ningqi had only stood in front of the bed for a few breaths before he reacted. He immediately jumped up from the bed and saw Ningqi with the help of the moonlight. "You are." The old man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A child suddenly appeared at the head of the bed in the middle of the night and stared at him quietly. Even an expert of a higher level would be temporarily shocked, let alone an embryonic, breathing, realm ancient martial art practitioner. "Yanqing City, Ning Mansion, Ningqi." Ningqi said lightly. "Yanqing City's Ning Mansion?" The fear in Zhuqiu Wanzhang's heart faded a little and was replaced by doubt. His expression became a little strange as he stared at Ningqi while he relit the candle in the room. "Are you really from Yanqing City's Ning Mansion? How did you get in here?" Zhuqiu Wanzhang said with a serious expression. He had a few doubts in his mind. He had just attacked Yanqing City's Ning family, and a child had appeared in front of his house in the middle of the night. How did he get past the heavily guarded courtyard and come here? "Your courtyard walls are not high, so I jumped in." Ningqi smiled. "I just heard you and your son discussing how to suppress the Ning Mansion and cut off Yanqing and Yendong's money from the Purple Pure Palace?" Zhuqiu Wanzhang's expression changed slightly as his hair stood on end. "When did you come in?" "I was there just now. I heard the conversation between you and your son. I want to know if the other members of the Zhuqiu mansion know about your plan?" Ningqi laughed. "Rumor has it that there is a type of person in the world who cannot grow up. They are called dwarves. Although I have never seen one, you should be one of them." The aura within Zhuqiu Wanzhang's body was gradually rising. The fear in his heart had lessened, replaced by killing intent. He didn't believe that the child in front of him was a real child. Only a dwarf could explain what he had seen and heard. "If you say so." Ningqi smiled. "I just asked you a question. Can you answer me? This matter concerns whether your Zhuqiu clan will be annihilated or not. It's quite important. Exterminate the entire clan? How dare you?" Zhuqiu Wanzhong suddenly exploded and punched towards Ning Qi's head. On his fist, there was a layer of faint red light that was clearly visible. The embryonic breathing realm. Ning Qi had been guarding against him all this time. So when Zhuqiu Wanzhong exploded, Ning Qi retreated instead of advancing. Zhuqiu Wanzhong hadn't been able to predict Ning Qi's actions, causing his fist to miss. His chest had been pierced by a force of 20,000 jin. Ning Qi withdrew his bloodied arm and gave Zhuqiu Wanzhong a light push. Zhuqiu Wanzhong fell back onto the bed. His eyes, which were gradually losing their vitality, carried a trace of confusion and doubt. "You're not Ning Qi. You're that Ning Xian from the Ning Mansion who was not accepted by the Purple Pure Palace despite possessing a spirit root?" Zhuqiu Wanzhong abruptly sat up, his eyes wide as he glared at Ning Qi. "You're about to die. Is that important?" Ning Qi smiled and turned to walk to another corner of the room. There was a cabinet there that contained many antiques. From the beginning, he had sensed the presence of spirit energy in these antiques. Aura value +1 aura value, +5 aura value, +18 aura value, +30 Ning Qi's aura value continued to rise and finally reached 1,400 points. Compared to the study room of the Ning family's patriarch, most of the antiques in the Zhuqiu family's patriarch's room were real. Zhuqiu Wanzhong's last breath dissipated after hearing Ning Qi's words. Before he died, he was filled with regret. If he had known that the Ning family had such a monster, he wouldn't have agreed to the suggestion of the Seven Sword Sect and gotten involved in such a matter. Mortals really can't interfere in the battles of the immortal sect. Ning Qi glanced at his corpse and turned to leave. Before long, he arrived at another room. 2 hours later, Ning Qi left the Zhuqiu family. From start to finish, no one had noticed his presence. Blazing Sun Fist. This should be a martial arts technique. The fist technique that the Zhuqiu family had used just now might be the Blazing Sun Fist. Ning Qi flipped through the book in his hands as he walked towards the inn. The book introduced the cultivation method of the Blazing Sun Fist. Ning Qi could basically understand it with a single glance. This should be a very ordinary martial technique, and it seemed to only have one layer. According to the books, when one cultivated it to the peak, one could burn their body to death. After arriving at the inn, Ning Qi's mind moved slightly, and the flow of data in front of him washed down like a waterfall. On the attribute panel, in addition to the spiritual energy value and the qi condensation technique, there was another piece of data. Blazing Sun Fist. There was also a plus sign at the end. Seeing this, Ning Qi tapped it lightly, deducting 10 points of spiritual energy, and the Scorching Sun Fist was upgraded to the first level. Although the books did not state how many realms there are for the Flaming Sun Fist, as one's proficiency level increases, there will be some changes. Since the system can raise it, it further proves this point. Each level deducted 10 points of spiritual energy, and Ning Qi kept adding points with his eyes closed. Soon, the Scorching Sun Fist also reached level 20. There were 1,200 spiritual energy left. It can still be improved? Ning Qi was slightly delighted. After leveling up the Ardent Sun Fist to the 20th level, the plus sign actually didn't disappear. Seeing this, Ning Qi quickly clicked on the plus sign behind the Blazing Sun Fist. The 21st floor, 22nd floor, 23rd floor, 40th floor. The plus sign of the Scorching Sun Fist didn't disappear until he clicked on the 40th floor. As the number of floors increased, Ning Qi had a mysterious feeling. It was as if he had been cultivating the Scorching Sun Fist for many years, and it was deeply imprinted in his subconsciousness. The 40th floor of the Scorching Sun Fist should have reached the acme of perfection. I have to try its power when I have the chance. It's a pity that I can't find the cultivation method of the Zhuqiu family. The next day, Ning Zishi was the first to get up. He was awakened by the noise outside. Ning Xian, Something seems to have happened. Ning Zishu said solemnly while putting on his clothes. Chapter 42:67. After Ning Zishu woke Ning Qi up, he went downstairs. There was a lot of discussion in the hall. Have you heard? Last night, the patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan and his son were all killed. Really? How dare someone attack the Zhuoqiu clan? Some of them had a horrified look on their faces. Why not? The Zhuoqiu clan is in a mess now. The patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan and his descendants were all killed overnight. The murderer must be extraordinary. The patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan is dead. Ning Zishu's face showed a trace of astonishment. He called a waiter over and asked, "Is what they said true? The patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan is dead?" "Customer, it's definitely true. Look at all the constables outside. They're searching the entire city for the culprit. However, in my opinion, the culprit could even kill the patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan without anyone noticing. How could he possibly be caught?" The waiter said. "How could it be so coincidental?" Ning Zishu's expression was strange. They were just planning to get even with the Zhuoqiu clan. But this happened to the Zhuoqiu clan? It was too much of a coincidence. Thinking of this, Ning Zishu suddenly looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. He shook his head and denied his guess. No matter how smart he was, it was impossible for him to sneak into the Zhuoqiu clan to kill someone in the middle of the night. He ordered breakfast. Ning Zishu ate and said to Ning Qi, "Now that something like this happened to the Zhuoqiu clan, should we change our plan?" "If the patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan is really dead, then there is no need to go. We can just go back to the Ning mansion." Ning Qi smiled. "That's good." Ning Zishu was relieved. To be honest, he did not have much confidence in going to the Zhuoqiu clan. If it were not for the fact that his cultivation was lower than Ning Qi's and he was afraid that Ning Qi would be in danger on the way alone, he would definitely not agree to this trip. Now that Ning Qi had rejected this plan, it was like a stone had been lifted from his heart and he was in a good mood. The Zhuoqiu clan got what they deserved. I wonder which Jianghu hero solved a big problem for us this time. Ning Zishu could not help but laugh. "There is one more thing." Ning Qi smiled. Ning Zishu was slightly startled. "What is it?" "The Zhuoqiu clan is in chaos now. Our Ning mansion can take advantage of the situation to annex their businesses." Ning Qi smiled and said, "Yanqing and Yandong are cultivating in the immortal sect. I'm afraid they will need a lot of pure gold." "You're right. But our Ning family can only take over some industries that are close to Yanqing City. If it's too far away, we won't be able to do anything. When other people find out about the Zhuoqiu family, they will also try to annex them." Ning Zishu nodded slightly. "It's him. They're from the Ning clan. I saw them sneaking into the city yesterday. I didn't expect that something would happen to our Zhuoqiu clan today. It must be related to them." Suddenly, a group of constables walked into the inn. The leader was sneaky and shifty-eyed. He pointed at Ning Zishu and Ning Qi and shouted. Ning Zishu frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that he and Ning Qi would be discovered when they entered Tasha City. However, what made them so certain that they were the ones who harmed the patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan and the others? "Looks like the Zhuoqiu clan wants to deal with the Ning clan, and many people know about it." Ning Qi looked at the shifty-eyed man indifferently. After the group of constables heard the identification, the leader walked in front of Ning Qi and Ning Zishu and looked at Ning Zishu. He cupped his fists and said, "Are you from the Ning mansion in Yanqing City?" This constable was a rare female constable. She had a curvy figure and a capable look. "I'm Ning Zishu." Ning Zishu nodded slowly. "Someone said that the Zhuoqiu clan and the Ning clan are not on good terms. Did you enter the city yesterday? Last night, there was a murder in the Zhuoqiu clan. Where were you?" The female constable said in a low voice. Ning Zishu glanced at the shifty-eyed middle-aged man and smiled at the female constable. "Xian, And I were in the inn yesterday and didn't step out. Moreover, the patriarch of the Zwitcho clan is rumored to be an embryonic, breathing, realm ancient martial art practitioner. I'm only at the 6th tier of the physical body realm. How could I kill him quietly and let everyone know about it this morning? The female constable heard this and nodded, subconsciously. Constable Shangguan, our Zwitcho clan has just started a feud with the Ning clan. Now that our clan has encountered such a disaster, the Ning clan will never be able to clear the suspicion. Seeing this, the shifty-eyed, middle-aged man hurriedly said, I brought Xian are here to resolve the previous conflict. Constable, you should also know that there will inevitably be some friction in business. However, this is just a small feud. It's not fatal at all. Ning Zishu said lightly. Constable Shangguan nodded. Indeed. Moreover, with your cultivation, you definitely can't let the patriarch of the Zwitcho clan die quietly. His heart was pierced by someone. The opponent's strength is definitely not weaker than the patriarch of the Zwitcho clan. Saying this, she ignored the shifty-eyed middle-aged man and cupped her fists at Ning Zishu. Then, she turned around and left with her people. Seeing this, the shifty-eyed middle-aged man hurriedly turned around and followed. Without the constable present, he didn't dare to stay alone with the Ning clan. At this moment, Ning Qi's heart stirred, and he punched him in the back. Scorching sun fist. In an instant, a fist print formed from genuine qi landed directly on the middle-aged man. The terrifying force sent his body flying, and he landed in the middle of the street with a loud bang. When the passers-by saw this, they were shocked and subconsciously moved aside. When they saw that there was something interesting to watch and wanted to get closer, the middle-aged man's body suddenly burst into flames, causing him to scream miserably and gradually burn into charcoal. Constable Shangguan and her subordinates subconsciously stopped in their tracks with a look of shock on their faces. Get out of the way, get out of the way, don't come any closer. Constables immediately stopped the passers-by. These passers-by didn't dare to approach. Their faces were all filled with horror. Just now, they had seen with their own eyes that the living man directly burned into a ball of fire after falling to the ground. This seems to be the steward of the Zwitcho clan. Could it be that someone has done too many bad things? After this incident in the Zwitcho clan, someone burned himself in broad daylight? The crowd discussed animatedly. No one doubted it, and no one saw Ning Qi make a move. Even Ning Zishu looked at this scene in astonishment. Constable Shangguan walked to the corpse and squatted down. She found a very obvious fist print on the corpse. Although the corpse was charred, the fist print was still visible to the naked eye. Even if he wasn't burned to death, he wouldn't have survived such an injury. The person who did this is probably the murderer who killed the Zwitcho clan master. Constable Shangguan's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. It said that only those in the embryonic breathing realm can use genuine qi to penetrate the body. I'm still not in the embryonic breathing realm, but I can kill the enemy from a distance. It seems to be the effect of the 40th level of Scorching Sun Fist.